stay good. Good afternoon and welcome to Northwood, Iowa. This is the state track and field qualifier. Candle Genie's here with Not Your Average Joe. We are experiencing some technical difficulties, and Joe, I tell you what, I'm ecstatic with what you've been able to accomplish, and so defeated by what I have been unable to accomplish. We have two other streams going live right now. One is, tell folks what it is.
Yep, so there's a shot put stream that is functioning and working and is out there. There's no commentary, but hopefully you can identify who the student athlete you're trying to watch. The girls shot put underway right now. Girls, correction, back to correction. The boys long jump is also underway, and that is working. I just checked it. It is working as well. So those two are out there on separate streams. If you want to go follow along with the long jump pit or the, would it be shot put circle, I suppose?
I like that.
Those are underway and live on their own separate streams.
So the bad news is we were anticipating a live also high jump and discus, and everything was working so great today. I checked, double checked, it was fantastic. Get out there in the wind and things go crazy.
Yeah.
And the crazy that's happening is they're just not functioning right now. So we're not starting our track events yet, so we're gonna give a salute to our sponsors out there, head to commercial. We're going to see if we can get some of these devices going so that we can bring you, well, whatever it is left that we can bring you. And there's a lot left right now, but
correct.
There's a chance that they're just not going to work the way, especially with the winds blowing and things.
Yeah, we already lost the camera to the wind.
We did lose camera to the wind.
So it's been one of those days. The first race, the 800 sprint medley relay, 4:45 start, so you won't miss any running. Go check out our ads, our advertisers who make all this possible, and we will start this thing at 4:45 with race number 1.
I love it. Thanks for your patience with us. We're going to do everything we can. We want to bring you everything where possible. Obviously, we've already missed some things, but we're definitely prioritizing. This is the mainstream. This is where the track events are going to happen today, and so this is the mainstream. Make sure you keep this one bookmarked. Keep coming back to it. We'll stay live on this one. We'll see if we can get the other ones cooking, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. This broadcast is brought to you in part by St. Ansgar Chiropractic.
Sometimes I worry. Sometimes I'm scared.
Sometimes I'm overwhelmed.
Sometimes I cry.
And that's okay, because sometimes is not all the time.
It will be okay. You got this.
You got this.
You got this.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe. Before I knew Joe. Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe, buying crop insurance was hard. There's a better way to buy crop insurance. You got to get to know Joe.
The worst place to watch a game is under the bleachers, said a wise fellow named Seymour Butts. With local schools going cashless entry only, you don't want to end up on the outside looking in because you weren't able to buy a ticket. When you add an FSB debit card to your mobile wallet, you'll have an easy, secure way to buy your ticket online or at the gate. So take it from Seymour and stop by FSB today.
The definition of sportsmanship is the quality of showing fairness.
Respect and generosity towards the opposing team and officials.
The things you say and do are a direct reflection of your school and community.
Please stay positive and enjoy the game.
And enjoy the game. Enjoy the game.
When you go home, you'll feel good about what you did, and you know you're doing it for the kids. If they don't have us, they don't have these games.
Saints TV's Be a Saint program is a community-driven initiative dedicated to spreading love and support to neighbours in need in St. Ansgar. By addressing a variety of needs, from financial aid to emotional support, it creates opportunities for individuals and organisations to make a meaningful difference. Every contribution, big or small, helps transform lives and fosters a culture of kindness and generosity. Together, we can create a brighter, more compassionate community. Visit givebutter.com/beasaint for more information. Click the link in this video's description or simply text Be a Saint to the number 53555. Thank you for being a saint.
I remember personally when I was young watching the guys that were playing sports, basketball, football, wrestling, whatever it was, when they were in high school, and just thinking, I mean, how great they were, and just wanting to be like them when I was older. So yeah, we are definitely always role models for those younger kids, those middle schoolers.
Since 1983, Johnson Oil has been delivering more than fuel. We've been delivering a peace of mind. We know every customer has unique needs, and we're here to meet them with the level of care and attention you won't find anywhere else. We're proud to support the communities we serve and to support lasting relationships built on trust, reliability, and service you can depend on. Johnson Oil, your trusted local provider committed to you in North Iowa.
Focus Insurance Team, safeguarding our neighbors in northern Iowa and southern Minnesota from risk.
It's Saints TV's goal to bring the game to those who are unable to cheer from the stands. Watching the stream is free. Creating it is not. Please consider donating to our cause through our donation partner, Give Butter. 100% of your donation goes directly to the St. Ansgar school system, where it is used for the education of our students, the equipment used to create these streams, and the athletic department so that our students can keep competing in the sports that are near to their hearts. Thank you for supporting St. Ansgar, and thank you for giving Butter.
This broadcast is made possible thanks to the generous contributions of the advertisers you see here, as well as the Foundation for the Enhancement of Mitchell County and the Saints Legacy Fund.
Every single job that we do, either one or both of the owners are on the roof overseeing and often installing the products, which is something that we really pride ourselves on and make sure that we're going above and beyond.
Thank you, Patterson Seed in St. Ansgar, for your generous contributions to Saints TV. For more information on how Patterson Seed can help you get higher yields, contact Mike Patterson at mike@pattersonseed.com.
The Mitchell County Substance Abuse Coalition creates awareness of the impact of substance abuse and encourages change through collaborative prevention efforts. MCSAC meets on the fourth Tuesday of each month at 4 p.m. at the Mitchell County Courthouse in Osage. We are looking for new members to join the coalition to work together to build healthy communities within Mitchell County.
Getting vaccinated not only protects one person from getting sick, but it also helps to prevent spreading the disease to others. Call Mitchell County Public Health at 641-832-3500 for all of your vaccination needs.
Did you know the EJ has an app available to download in your app store for free? We can't wait to hear how you like it. Search Enterprise Journal and look for our logo, you know the one, or scan the QR code below. It's so easy, even a child could do it.
The Canine Cabin Kenneling and Pet Services proudly supports our Saints athletes. Thank you Box K Beef and Freeman Welding for your generous contributions to keep this stream free to watch.
It's been a wonderful experience having our kids come to We Saints.
Each child is taken care of like they're our own kids.
I'm really excited about the future for We Saints.
We're excited to get a grant for this expansion, and we'll be able to take 50 more children once our expansion is complete.
Our community has been incredibly supportive, whether it be from donations or people just banding together to help out with small projects.
The staff are friendly, the atmosphere is great, and there's a great daily structure.
Stacyville Kids Care is very important to the community because it helps bring in young families in the community, which in turn helps our small businesses and our community overall.
We are striving for greatness and pushing all the boundaries to be great.
We try to give every child what they need developmentally, emotionally, socially.
My favorite thing about bringing her to Kids Care has been the vocabulary that she brings home. I see this daycare not just daycare, I see it as like a little family.
My son comes home every day from daycare and he's learned something new, and his behaviors have improved since coming to Stacyville Kids Care.
We're working on, simple skills to get them ready for preschool and kindergarten, like the ABCs, coloring, counting, typical things that you hope to see by the time that they're in preschool.
The staff here at Stacyville Kids Care is very, very nurturing.
I've taken little bits and pieces from each of my experiences and tried to bring them all together to create a program that works for our kids.
She changed the building, repainted, and she made it a lot more clean. She brought new families in and got everyone excited about the upcoming new Stacyville Kids Care. The Bright Wheel app has been amazing. You get to kind of keep in touch with what your kids are doing throughout the day.
We are really just focused on creating a safe, happy, and healthy environment for all the kids of Stacyville and the surrounding communities.
I could get pictures throughout the day of things that she's doing and videos. And
all right, Candle Genie's coming back at you here. Not Your Average Joe. We were able to get the discus stream going. We hope it stays going. So here's the one we're missing. We're missing the high jump. And for whatever reason, we couldn't get that going. We might keep trying. I don't know. It's not looking super promising. We've had some cameras blow over and break, all kinds of exciting. I'm not sure I'd say fun things happening, but exciting things happening. So we will do what we can do. We're getting close here to our first races being run. I show 4:44 on my clock, and 4:45 is the time that we are to begin. I'm looking at Joe's notes here. The girls 800 sprint medley. We'll have 2 sections. That'll be coming up your first race here for today. Again, Not Your Average Joe is setting up the camera right now in the discus area. We hope we have that one resolved. It may not be on the original discus stream. So I want to point that out. We set up a separate stream. We said, hey, you know what? It's more important that we get it out there than that we get it on exactly the right link. And I'm checking my messages here. Hey, we got any notifications from our friends at YouTube? Do we have a new stream going? Joe saw it, so that was enough for me. Chat is open, by the way. There are multiple streams going on tonight. The goal was to bring you every jump, that's a long jump and high jump, and every throw, discus, and shot put. Boys and girls, technical difficulties have prevented us from doing that the way we had hoped to, but right now, I believe we have 3 events up and running. I'm kind of double checking. I'm not as good at this as Joe is. That guy's a star. Show discus. Yeah, I don't think that's. I do show discus state qualifier is up and running right now. Open up Joe's book of running events. Joe's a tech whiz. For those of you out there who don't know this Joe Beelan character is a tech whiz.
From Nashua, please report or be scratched. Again, Nashua's 3,000-meter runner, please report or be scratched.
So we have girls 800 sprint medley. Section 1 of 2, Tripoli, Northwood, Kensett, Clarksville, and Riceville. Is that right? Seems like we have more lanes than that. Joe's back. Thank goodness.
Here we go. We have a discus feed out there if you're looking for that. It is now live. This is Sprint Medley. Timed finals here, section 1 of 2 for the girls. Tripoli in lane 3, Northwood Kensett lane 4, Clarksville in lane 5, and Riceville in lane 6.
Well, that's what I called, but I was a little confused because I thought, well, where's lanes 1 and 2? We're not utilizing them here until the second heat, it looks like, huh?
You got it. So the sprint med is 1-1-2-4. So these are the 200 runners. About to make their handoff. Looks like the girls from Northwood Kensett out to a good lead. 400 runner from Northwood Kensett, Topanga Hackey-Miller, the senior, has the baton for her 400 leg.
We're on the high jump earlier for the front of that, Joe.
These are seeded timed finals, so the...
Look at that lead. Wow. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good. You're good. the 8 best times are in the time to final number 2. Northwood Kensett, though, having a great carry here.
Slam and Sammy joining us.
Slam and Sammy. He can keep notes for us and go get results, and since we're a little hectic up here today.
Oh, man. Are you here to help?
Woo! Topanga Hackemiller and the Vikings head to the finish line. Race number 1 in the books here in Northwood, Kensett, your district state qualifying meet. How about that? Let's just call it the state qualifying meet. I think the boys and the girls have different vernacular.
They do.
So we'll just call it the state qualifying meet.
We kind of went with state qualifying meet kind of across the board as we set up these streams, too.
Yep. So that was section 1 of 2 of the Sprint Med. Northwood Kensett wins it. In section number 2, Nashua Plainfield in lane 1. Lane 2, West Hancock. Lane 3, Lake Mills. St. Ansgar in lane 4. Janesville in lane 5. 6, running Bishop Garrigan. 7, North Butler. And in lane 8, the Warriors of Rockford. Here's one of several races here where we're going to say these words. So you're going to hear me say this a bunch. There are 4 of the top 25 teams in the state in Class 1A in this race. And the girls' races, the girls' relays, that's true in almost every single one of them. This district, this state qualifying location is stacked. No doubt about it, especially for the girls. So you'll have the St. Ansgar team here who comes in with the 6th best time in the state. Janesville with the 17th best time so far in 1A. 22 for Lake Mills and 25 for Bishop Garrigan. So we have a bunch of really talented girls here tonight, and this is showcase number 1 is this Sprint Med timed final 2 of 2.
We need the following athletes to report for the finals of the
Kind of a hectic start here. We're going to get Slam and Sammy a microphone.
Yeah, we got to do that. We get, there it is.
Get him once from tucked underneath there. You could... I got you. I'm going to mute you till you get it on so we don't hear all the jostling around. You tell me when you're ready. So for the Saints, Ava Falk, Josie Jewell, Mariah Michaels, and J.C. Johnston. So we're going to get hundreds out of Falk and Jewell, 200 from Mariah Michaels, her best race, and J.C. Johnston's best race, the 400. And, you know, you're splitting hairs with J.C., right, when we say best race, 100, 200, 400. I don't know. They're all pretty good. We'll talk about her a bunch tonight. A couple of very special athletes on the girls' side, particularly, that we get to see tonight. We'll talk about them as they come up. I'm going to check your gain there. There we go. We're going to turn that down just a touch. All right. We're getting settled in. Here's timed final 2 of 2 girls sprint medley relay here in Northwood. This is a fun race, and the first 3 legs of this thing is all about the handoff, right? And then that last lap is sort of important. You get a good 400 runner, you can make up a lot of ground. We've seen that over the years in this race. Let's see how this one plays out. Again, we expect a close race here. St. Ansgar, Janesville, Lake Mills, and Bishop Garrigan all in the mix in this one. Big stagger in this race, so it's really hard to tell.
Mm-hmm.
Who's out front?
Holy cow, yeah.
When we get to the 400 runner, you get a pretty good idea. Looks like pretty clean handoff all the way around.
Garrigan is flying. Is that
Garrigan is on the move. Zoe Montag, the Saints running Mariah Michaels on this 200 leg. North Butler getting a good carry from lane 7. Mariah Michaels gets the handoff made. Lake Mills right there as well. Here comes J.C. Johnston and the Saints. From lane 4 to her inside, Lake Mills. Running Cora Sauer. To her outside, I believe would be the Janesville runner. Janesville getting the carry from Claire Osborne, the senior here. J.C. Johnston. Janesville, St. Ansgar. 200 to go. J.C. Johnston turns it up, turns it on.
She looks good, doesn't she?
They're going into the wind, so we'll see how she keeps it up here.
J.C. with a nice lead here as she comes Down the home stretch. Into that wind. Fierce conditions here today. 29-mile-an-hour southwest wind right in your face at that point. Bishop Garrigan in second. Janesville going to challenge Bishop Garrigan here.
Tight finish.
Janesville and Garrigan to the line for second.
Oh, boy.
Call that a dead heat. North Butler in fourth. Let's talk about qualifiers here. If you win the race, you automatically qualify for state. So St. Ansgar in their first relay, the St. Ansgar Sprint Medley qualifies for state by winning that event. So there are 10 of these state qualifying sites around the state being run tonight. All of them being run tonight. So 10 automatic qualifiers that win their state qualifying meet. Okay? From there, it's the top 14 times. So the second and third place finishers here very well could have just qualified and likely did if I believe they will, but we won't know that until all the results from around the state are compiled, which will be sometime very late tonight or even early tomorrow morning, depending on how slow someone's keying into the computer across the state here. So
and the wind right here very well plays a big part, because if you don't get first, there could also be a big chance that you could fall out because of the wind pushing at you on the home stretch.
Yep, no doubt about it. The wind's a big deal. We some of our master homework doers and statisticians here at Saints TV spent some time today with Google Maps, and I can tell you all but one of these 10 1A sites tracks face this direction.
All but one?
All but one. All but one. So everybody's closing races, 9 out of 10 are closing races into the wind.
Well, that's good. Kind of puts an even.
It does.
It does. I think the throwers, the high jumpers, and the long jumpers might have the biggest disadvantage or advantage based on where you are, right? The disc is here in Northwood, is throwing directly into a 30-mile-an-hour wind right now.
Yeah.
That's not in your favor generally.
No,
all right.
Not at all.
This is going to move quick. We like it. 800 Sprint Medley Relay. Boys, Section 1 of 2. Northwood Kensett, Lane 3. Newman Catholic, Lane 4. Riceville in Lane 5. And Clarksville in Lane 6. This is Section 1 of 2. Timed finals. Boys, 800 Sprint Medley Relay. We are off. 2 sections here. St. Ansgar is favored in this race. They have run the 9th best time in Class 1A this year. They will run in section number 2, lane 4. Again, Sprint Medley is a 100-meter carry, a 100-meter carry, a 200-meter carry, and a 400 to top it off.
Like I said, these exchanges are super important.
Fourth place, North Butler in 1 minute 58.21.
So, Joe, you said with great confidence that the Saints won that last one. There's 2 heats. Why were you so confident without seeing the times of the other? Maybe you did see the times of the other heat.
There is a clock that's running here. It's not an official clock, but there is a clock that's running in the stadium. So I just glanced at that, and that gave me all the evidence that I needed for that one. So St. Ansgar does win that one. So was it? I can't remember which of the events we did last year where someone in Section 1 actually won the race. Do you remember this? I think it was the 100, and somebody not in.
I feel like it was a short race.
It was a short race, yep. And one of those kind of surprises of wait a minute, we thought that was the winner. Turns out it wasn't, because somebody just absolutely blew the doors off in the first one. So we'll try to keep an eye on that tonight.
It was districts when it was raining, or was it conference?
Last year?
Yes.
I don't remember what I had for breakfast. Slamming Sammy. That's my way of saying I have no idea. But
is that Riceville?
Riceville out front. Looks like they're going to win Section 1 here. Northwood Vikings in second. Newman Catholic third. Clarksville going to finish in fourth. The girls, St. Ansgar girls, win the Sprint Medley Relay, a time of 1:52.86 officially. We just got that one in, 1:52.86, which is just like 6 100ths off of their best time of the season.
Seriously.
So despite the wind, fairly good conditions otherwise, temperature-wise. That helps a little bit. And also, we're in pretty good shape, I think. Legs are strong this time of year, and those times are going to keep getting better. And if you think these times are good, wait till you see what they run next week at State. It always blows me away that you go, man, we got to somehow take 10 seconds off that relay, and they do. They find a way, right? The adrenaline, the competition, all that stuff.
I think you're right. And everybody's going to bring their best game to that one, right? So everybody should be having their best meet of the season.
You got it. Section 2 of 2, timed final. Boys 800 sprint medley relay. Looks like this. Lane 1, Janesville. Lane 2, North Butler. 3 is Bishop Garrigan. St. Ansgar running in the lane number 4. Lane 5 is Lake Mills. 6, West Hancock. 7, Nashville Plainfield. And Tripola in lane number 8 for your Saints. Corbin Michaels is going to run the first 100. Tyson Klein runs that second leg. Dylan Brum running the 200. And Daniel Sutcliffe, Blazin' Daniel Sutcliffe, is going to run the 400 here in this sprint medley relay. The Saints come in with the 9th best time in Class 1A to date. Going to have to go prove it here. Main competition here is Lake Mills and Bishop Garrigan. West Hancock not far behind. So they're going to have, what's interesting here is the Saints are the only team in the top 24 coming into today, but everybody else just 3 or 4 seconds behind. So should be a fun one.
Well, the handoffs, as you said, are going to have a huge impact.
Clean handoff.
That's a beauty.
For everybody on the first. Tyson Klein has it for the Saints, looking for Dylan Brum. The fastest man alive has the baton for the Saints in lane 4, and here comes Dylan Brum. Dylan Brum with the kick extends the Saints lead after we get that stagger sorted out. I think he'll be the first to hand off here.
Man, doesn't even...
West Hancock right next to him. That's Brady Bixel for the Eagles. Brum to Sutcliffe. Daniel Sutcliffe has the baton for the 400. For your Saints, Brody Dixon with the baton for West Hancock. Lake Mills in third. And a pack of runners running for fourth. This is a all St. Ansgar at this point.
Yeah,
Daniel Sutcliffe is pulling away. Has a 50-meter lead here as he turns for home.
You call it, Joe. Saints are taking this one.
1:35.96 is the Saints' best time on the season. Daniel Sutcliffe is going to beat that. It's just by a matter of how much now. Come on, Daniel. 1:30.
He
does not. Just shy of it. Going to end up in the 1:36s. If that clock is anywhere close, it is 1:36.95. 1:36.95. St. Ansgar qualifies in the girls' sprint medley and the boys' sprint medley relay. Good start here for your Saints TV Saints.
Yeah, that's amazing. Great
start
for the Saints, 2 for 2. Now, how are you marking your little book there when they qualify? Because you're.
Yep, I'm putting a little star in my little book. Plus, and for those of you who want to follow along, want to see your team's time, they just updated. If you go to Athletic Live and you search for Northwood, so it's always at a timing, you can find these times online.
It's athleticlive.com?
Yep, if you, I just Google search for it, Athletic Live, Northwood, Iowa, and boom, it brought it to me.
No, maybe I'll just drop a link in the chat here so
yep,
folks
that's probably your best way. We'll put it down in the chat. There are other streams running. Let's talk about that. If you want to watch the shot put, there's a camera, not a lot of commentary there, but if you listen real closely, you can hear the officials calling out names and numbers as they go. So there's a shot put stream running, a discus stream running, and a long jump stream running. We lost the high jump camera to the wind, unfortunately, so we'll bring you high jump results as soon as we have them. But we do not have a camera there. Our apologies. Wind update, west-southwest at 28 miles per hour.
All right.
I think we hit one of the voice buttons there on accident. I turned into a chipmunk for a second. I'm back. Girls 3,000-meter run up next.
All right, they're starting this one on the other side. See, I got to keep my head on a swivel, so they say, here, Joe. They're starting this one on the other side.
We have 2 ranked wrestlers here, or wrestlers. 2 ranked track stars here in this race. From Riceville, Claire Zwiebommer Comes in with a time of 10:27.35. That's the 4th best time in Class 1A this year. And Julia Swift, Bishop Garrigan.
Get a little something in my ears here. Is that? Can we mute it?
Even muted, it doesn't help.
Okay.
But we will mute it.
Electronics too close to the electronics, it turns out. And these ladies are off.
3,000 meters. Claire Zwiebomber, the favorite here from Riceville, just a junior. We watched her run really well last year at this event.
Pace a little different in this one than it was in the last race. Rightfully so.
All about pace in this one, right?
Sure is.
For your Saints, Lakin Evans is the entry for your Saints, as well as Jasmine Olson. So 2 Saints in this one. Christensen, West Hancock. Tori Koenigs of Riceville. Charlie Bruggeman, West Hancock. Claire Zwiebomber, Riceville. We talked about her. Julia Swift of Bishop Garrigan. She's your likely second-place finisher here, or your favorite to finish second. Anyway, let's say it that way. She has run the 24th best time in 1A this season. Newman Catholic running Avery Kelly, Landon Miller of Tripola, and Amberly Gerholt, Nashua Plainfield, are your 10 runners here in the girls' 3,000. Tough day to run the. What am I saying?
My goodness.
Every day is a tough day to run the 3,000.
I think it is. I think you're right
today
about
is
that.
especially tough. You get to run into that wind. How many times? Like,
well, how many
8?
laps? Yeah, like 8 times.
Like 8. So yeah, this is a tough race. At any time, and with a 30-mile-an-hour wind in your face for about 50% of it, it certainly doesn't help.
So I'm gonna get this link up here, but why am I struggling to find it? Okay, so
what I did, you're on the right page. I'll find her for you. I've just had to be Eric's tech guy today.
Yeah, I am struggling
and
on the tech.
if I'm your tech guy, we're in trouble.
Oh, man. Yeah, today's not my day. I tell you what, the time I spent getting this thing just ready to go for us, and then I couldn't accomplish anything. But okay, perfect. All right, so we're going to watch these girls around the bend, and I am going to drop that link here. You want to see the live results. This is fascinating, isn't it? These live results coming in.
Yeah, it's incredible how fast they come, too.
So I'm going to drop that here in the chat.
Girls high jump is complete. It looks like Avery Eastvold is your girls high jump champion. The jump of 5 feet 2 inches.
The high jump is over?
The girls high jump, we have results officially updated.
Oh, that makes sense, I guess. The girls started, right?
Yep.
So they'll do all the girls before they do the boys.
For the Saints, Ella Horgan finishes in 7th. An all-important couple of points there to finish in 7th place.
Congratulations, Ella.
Takes everybody to do that. The Saints have a championship on the mind in a couple of different ways, I think, here tonight. Start tonight. Zwiebomber and Bishop Garrigan's Swift lead the girls 3,000 here. They're starting to stretch out. That lead pack of 5 stuck together for the first couple of laps. And now the Riceville and Bishop Garrigan athletes go out front.
The sounds of congratulations out there for, that was quick, Sammy. Thank you. Bummer, man. Did they give you any change?
For both throwing events here, and they are being streamed on our channel. You just have to go find them on separate streams. Both the discus and the shot put both have preliminary throws and then a final. So the top 9 from each event will advance to the final. So they're going to throw 3 in the preliminaries. They're going to warm up again, and then they throw the top 9, throw 3 more in the finals. So as we see finals and results there of who made it to those finals, we'll try to get that information to you. Sammy's going to help us with that. Go ask very nicely for results at the other side when he gets them. It's too early yet, but we'll send you over. Always good to have help. Always good to have Slim and Sammy. Zwee Bomber and Swift are your leaders here in the girls. 3,000, 5 minutes, 30 seconds here. Looks like 3 laps remain for the leaders.
There's the runners 3, 4, and 5 of that initial 5 that we were talking about.
A West Hancock runner there in 3rd. Believe that's Bruggeman. Newman Catholic's Kelly there as well as Koenig's from Riceville. One of these times that door is going to slam and this whole place is going to blow apart. I don't know if you can hear it on the I bet you can, because it's the wind-driven door is about to break off its hinges here. The whole press box here in Northwood has a little sway to it. Very nice press box here.
It really is.
My compliments. It's a super nice place. This is a great place to broadcast from.
It really is.
Our first opportunity to do that here in Northwood. So again, the winner of each race advances to the state meet next week, and then the next 14 times advance. So we will know the automatic qualifiers tonight. It will be much later tonight or even tomorrow before we get the official entry list for the state track meet, which starts next Thursday, I believe, in Des Moines. Got a Thursday, Friday, Saturday event.
It just got really busy, didn't it, with everything going on. We got golf. The boys qualified for the state qualifier last night, the St. Ezra boys. The girls hope to do the same tomorrow in St. Ezra. We'll be streaming that. Graduation Sunday. Middle school track on Monday, middle school conference. Slam and Sammy is on board to broadcast that for us.
Awesome.
With Poncho.
We hope to get Poncho. I haven't heard back. Did we get confirmation from Poncho?
I think Poncho will be able to be there on Monday.
He said he had to ask his mommy.
It's always good. Always good to get permission.
Good idea.
Yeah, confirm.
As you get a little older, you'll learn to ask for forgiveness instead of permission, and then you'll learn that gets you in trouble. So, you know.
I tell you what, in this case, I'm glad he's asking permission. I don't want that trouble to be my trouble.
Exactly. We don't want any part of any trouble. We got enough of our own, don't we, Eric, without getting any extra.
Yeah.
Here come the leaders to the line. 2 laps remain for the leaders. Zwee Bomber with a slight lead here over Julia Swift. Bishop Garrigan. Bishop Garrigan running the freshman, Julia Swift here. Impressive showing from her. So best times coming in. Zwee Bomber's best time is 59 seconds better than Swift's best time. So I'm sure Swift in her mind is just stay here. Just stay here. Just stay with her. The 4th best 3,000 time in the state belongs to Zwee Bomber of Riceville coming into tonight. She'll run the mile here later tonight. So she's going to run 3 miles in this fun. You know, the equivalent of it, a little short of 3 miles, I guess.
Yeah, Swift staying with her. But they're Zwee Bomber around the edge.
Yeah, she's just a little at a time, yep. Yeah. Gaining, on every 100, she's gaining 4 or 5 feet, it appears. And this is where you test your inner mental and physical strength, right, in the last lap and a half here. For the girls, 3,000. Zweebomber. Riceville out front. Julia Swift, Bishop Garrigan's freshman, in trail.
Boy,
One
oh boy,
lap to go.
Looks like a big track from up here, doesn't it? 8 rounds of that is a whole lot of running.
Last lap for the leaders. Zweebomber finding a different pace. You can see it there around that second turn.
But I don't think she's pulling away.
She's not.
She's losing some distance there.
Great job by Julia Swift of Bishop Garrigan.
It feels like that gap is, well, maybe Zweebomber's just playing with us a little bit there.
Yeah, there she goes.
You know, again, time-wise, Zweebomber's best, she'd be done already, right? Just to give you some idea, and she's running multiple long-distance races tonight. All you have to do is win to qualify. Win and you're in.
And that's
Save a little for the mile where she's running against Cadence Huck. Might not be a bad strategy.
It's a great strategy, right? All you got to do is qualify at this point.
And
if you can qualify and keep a little gas in the tank.
Nothing wrong with that. Zweebomber's going to do just that. She's going to win the girls 3,000 here in a time right around 11 minutes, 31 seconds. In second place, Julia Swift, the freshman from Bishop Garrigan.
Joe, what'd you say her best time was?
10:27:35.
Wow.
Coming in.
That's impressive.
Were we at a different?
It's a good question. So we had the official scoring says that's Tori Koenigs, who just won in a time of 11 minutes, 31 seconds. And I obviously don't know the difference between two. They both wear Riceville. I don't know what we have a horn going off in our ears. Was that our ears or was that out here in the stadium?
No, I think it was out here.
So we have I guess we're going to find out, right? We may have some splaining to do if that is not, in fact, Claire Zweebomber.
We will have explaining to do. Now,
see what I'm saying? The official scoring on the internet says that was Riceville's Tori Koenigs.
But you don't have Tori on your
I do
list.
have her as an entry. Generally runs a 13:02 is her best time coming into tonight. So she took a minute and a half off of her time. My
Tori's
hat's
gotta
off.
be happy with
yes.
that.
I hear them discussing it in the room next to us. So perhaps there'll be some questions.
Well, you know what? It is her first race, right? And so how do they score these girls? For those of you at home, they got a little number on their leg, right?
They do.
That number is registered to the individual. I'm only pretending to know, but I believe this is correct. There's a chip in that, and that chip gives you an exact time when they cross the finish line. But what if you were wearing the wrong number, or if it was programmed to the wrong individual?
Right. So the other Riceville runner just crossed the finish line here. So let's see if we get an update. Charlie Bruggeman of West Hancock finishes in third. Ellie Christensen, West Hancock.
A couple finishing strong here. With this long a race, you know, it's like you believe everyone's on the last lap, or at least I do, and then they keep running. And hats off to those girls out there who are still running. That they're not working any less hard than those who are finishing earlier.
Is it through 6 that they score?
Through 8. So these last for the team race, right? Finishing in 8th versus 9th is a big deal.
Yeah.
Finishing in 7th instead of 8th is a big deal. So these girls are all doing their part for their team. Lake and Evans for the Saints. Jasmine Olsen as well out there. So they do have the official results corrected. That was Zweebomber. Whew. that finishes in first for Riceville. Julia Swift second. Charlie Bergerman, West Hancock in third. Tori Koenigs of Riceville in fourth. Nice race from her. Gerholt of Nashua Plainfield finishes fifth. Ellie Christensen from West Hancock in sixth. Landon Miller of Tripola in seventh. And Lakin Evans gets bumped
We just had
in
a
that
switch.
last second. Lakin Evans finishes ninth, so let's see what they did.
Well, this can't be right
They had
because
to,
there's 2 runners left.
they had to do a little recalculating here. So obviously they're fixing some things with the live scoring going on online. So we'll hold the results for now. Hold all tickets. We will we'll come back and review those official results here. This is Olson for the Saints.
Kendra McGill Evans chiming in. She says,
Okay, there we go.
it's Claire. Now, in reality, we recognize Claire. We've seen
We
Claire.
kind of knew that, but you have us questioning ourselves, right?
Well,
When
yeah,
you
it's
start
wait a minute now. Claire may have a twin sister with a different name.
Right.
But, and to be fair, of course, I feel like I recognize Claire, but usually when I see Claire, it's just a blur. A blur
Right.
of
You're
the
right.
fastest human being I've ever seen.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you for chiming in the chat. We always appreciate that.
Okay, so
Lakin Evans did, in fact, get eighth.
All right.
All right.
So eighth
Good
is
deal.
worth the point system. It's basically the points work 10, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You got it.
All right.
Okay.
You got it.
I got to remind every year I go through this learning process. I'm
Yep.
glad everyone could listen to me do that. But
So first place is 10 points. Second place is 8. Third place is 6 points. Fourth place then is 5. Fifth being 4, 3, 2, and 1 point for eighth. You are exactly right, sir. So Claire Zweebomber advances to the state meet next week with a time of 11:30.98. The Riceville runner punches her ticket. The boys 3,200-meter run. So they start at the traditional start-finish line. They run a full 3,200. 15 runners here for your Saints. We got Ashton Krebs back, the freshman, and Keegan Zacharias, the sophomore, are your 2 Saints runners. 3 very talented boys distance runners here tonight, led by Hayden Thompson of Lake Mills. Ran this race in 9:49 a couple weeks ago. That's the 5th best time in Class 1A. Teammate Newt Rogney of Lake Mills, also a junior. He has the 7th best time in Class 1A at 9:56. And the 10th best time belongs to Ezra Ameline of North Butler, just a sophomore. Ezra has the 10th best time at 9:57.79. So this should be a very, very good race. The top 3 runners, best times within about 7 seconds of each other coming into tonight.
something about those Lake Mills boys.
We watched them at that cross-country meet, and it was impressive. I think these 2 gentlemen were involved in that as well, as was Ameline right there. So those 3, the 3 favorites we talked about, jump out to a quick lead. Looks like Nashua Plainfield trying to go with them. I believe that's Luke Paplow or Caleb Sinwell. Those are the 2 Nashua Plainfield entries. You can tell the way they run. You can tell by the way it is that they're good 3,200 runners. Look, you know what I mean? That stride, that effortless, I'm just gliding, and I'm going to do that for about 6 laps, and then I'm going to absolutely punish myself for a couple and see what happens, right? That's the mentality you have to have. That doesn't hurt. This isn't too bad. I can do this. Gets harder on a night like tonight with that stiff south wind, all the way down to 28 miles an hour.
Wow.
What's the highest you saw today?
Like 47 or 48, my thing at home said when I was sitting in my office with the roof trying to blow off.
We see while these guys are running this long race, we take a look at these high jumpers. They got to hold that.
I believe for the Saints, Colton Winia is still in it.
We see a red jersey over there. That's a good sign, or a red sweatshirt.
I don't think that's not Saints, however. Winia is in the camo.
Oh, I should have gassed Winnie was in the camo.
Of course.
Of course. He likes to stay low profile. The camo helps him do that.
I mean, camo colored, not quite exactly camo, but
It's like the golfers yesterday wearing those camo hats to throw us off.
The wind is dying down some, I believe, but
It
they're
definitely
still got
is
to hold
better.
that pole up until the jumper gets there. Just kind of letting go at the last moment.
West Hancock, 13 minutes, 44.56. Fifth place, Avery Kelly and Union Catholic, 13 minutes, 20.91.
Here are your leaders right now in this one, coming around the bend toward us.
Those leaders would be Hayden Thompson, Lake Mills, Newt Rockney, Lake Mills, and Ezra Ameline of North Butler. Again, all three of those coming in the top 10 in terms of times ran in Class 1A this year. All three expected to make that state meet.
35 seconds. Williamsville's 3,000-meter run in the final 11 minutes, 30.98.
Yeah, let's talk about that, Slam and Sam. That's a good point. So how this thing works to keep everything kind of on the same schedule, allow the same amount of time between races. We're going to run this race, and then we're going to run the 4x8, both girls and boys, and then there will be a 30-minute mandatory break. Each site takes a 30-minute break after the 4x8. So we have one more race until the break, and what you're going to find is this feels like this meet's never going to end until that break ends, and then it goes incredibly fast from that point forward. But they run these two long races, right, the 4x8 and the 3,200 back-to-back, and then a 30-minute break. And then after that, it's quick because it's shuttle hurdle, 100-meter, the D-Med, which is a long race, but with 4 runners, so goes relatively quickly. Into the 400 and into the 4x2. And before you know it, we're out of here again. So big night here. This is generally a 5+ hour affair, if I remember correctly. So it will get your favorite soda and a little popcorn if you're listening at home. Settle in for the long haul. No better entertainment than high school sports, watching those that you love compete. Or at least I don't think there's anything better than that. That lead pack of Rogney, Thompson, and Ameline cruising along. 5 minutes, 9 seconds.
Taking a look here at the distance between them and everyone else. This is your next set of runners here.
Yeah, 4th place, I believe, is almost 200 behind at this point.
Yep.
And again, we kind of knew that going in, right? They said we have 3 very talented runners in this race. It's why they went to this qualifying procedure of, hey, only one automatically gets in and we're going on time, right? Especially with the small schools where a lot of these groupings or pairings or who goes where is really determined by geography, right? It's a necessity. We can't have everybody driving all over the state. So instead, let's let people in on time. And we saw this last year at our district meet where we during the races, we said, boy, that 5th place time is really, really good, and they have a shot. And sure enough, 5 relay teams out of our district last year advanced to the state tournament or to the state meet. So, I expect something in this race. It would be, I think it'd be shocking if all 3 of these guys don't make it. But
yeah, and
2
I
of them
like
won't
it.
know till tomorrow.
I like it. I like that they do that because why soak up those spots at state? Because you're offered to let in top 2 if, a particular district, the talent just isn't there. It happens, right? Because there are districts that are loaded where your 4th place girl might have a better time than your 1st place girl someplace else. So it's nice that they say, hey, look, you know what? We're gonna give that 1st place one. The rest is based on time. It seems the fair thing to do.
Yep. Oh, and again, all these meets get run on the same night. The only exception to that I've ever seen is, lightning, thunder, where it's just, hey, we're under a thunderstorm, for 6 hours, and there's just no way we can get this thing in. 3 years ago, maybe, that happened in the southwest corner of the state, maybe. There were a couple of qualifiers that didn't get run until Friday because of severe weather. We run it in rain, like Sammy said. It's they'll delay it. We'll sit here and all right, it's going to rain, so we're going to sit here for an hour, and we'll resume again at 8 o'clock. And There's been some years where I've attended watching my nieces run this thing very, very, very late at night. So good thing is that was predicted. That the girls I know team had talked about that throughout the week this week. Hey, we're going to be prepared to pack a lunch, bring a pillow. We're gonna go sit in the bus and we're gonna wait this thing out because and we're gonna be ready to go when it comes back on because the forecast sure looked like it was going to be raining right now. Thank goodness we have blue skies. The winds continue to go down. They are certainly less than they were an hour ago already, and that forecast is supposed to continue to get better here throughout the night.
Though you're never truly safe with these 3 runners, is that Thompson in first?
I was hoping you knew, but I believe it is. We're going to find out when you see the little number on his leg. That's the number we need to know. Hayden Thompson is wearing number 4. 4 is Hayden Thompson, so he's out front. Rogny in second and Ameline in third.
You can never truly pull away with this group, but I feel like the 2 Lake Mills runners are pulling away from Ameline.
I tell you what, if you are in second or third on this one, you have to be grateful that you've got this group with you because you're going to get your best time when you're pushing yourself against this level of competition.
You got it. 1 lap to go for the leaders. Thompson is your leader. Rogny in second. Ameline right behind. So they crossed about the 9-minute mark. So a really good 400. Your 8th 400 of the night is going to be what? 1:15? 1:10?
That seems reasonable.
So you're going to end up somewhere within 10 seconds of your best time on a night like tonight. That's probably not bad. Let's see how good our approximation of this thing is. Now it's a matter of let's watch that clock. Hayden Thompson out front. He's opened up a small lead over teammate Newt Rogny. Ameline now a distant third. $200 to go in the boys' 3,200 meter.
It appears that the high jump broke.
Oh, no. Doing a little repair there. Here comes Hayden Thompson, the Lake Mills Jr.
Holy cow.
He's going to win the 3,200. Teammate Newt Rogny, also a junior Lake Mills. Just behind, and Ezra Ameline finishes strong, closed that gap. The North Butler sophomore finishes in third. 10:17.4 for Thompson, 10 minutes, 19.62 seconds for Rogny, and 10:22.41 for Ezra Ameline.
And you said that the difference between those 3 were...
coming in was about 6 seconds, 7 seconds.
Yeah, so that now it was 5, right?
Yep.
It's a pretty big improvement for... I'm guessing these weren't their fastest times.
You got it. They're all off their best times by about 20 seconds.
Yeah, but that's what the wind does to you. So.
Yeah, exactly. That doesn't surprise me a bit.
Zacharias for the Saints is trying to maybe get a pretty good time here.
Ashton Krebs back and Keegan Zacharias are your 2 Saints runners here in this 3,200. Now you're racing your personal best, right? At this point, it's how do we improve? What do we got to do to get better? Kendall Genius mentioned it in the girls' race, so I'll reiterate. It doesn't get any easier. These guys are still running 3,200, right? They're putting in all that same effort.
Just got to do it longer.
Yep. I believe we have our 4th place finisher, a Riceville Wildcat. Cody Hart finishes in 4th with time 11 minutes, 40 seconds. In 5th, going to be Keegan Zacharias for your Saints. 11:52.46 for Keegan. That's just 12 seconds off of his best time. So, again, he beat his best time, or was just over his best time. A night like tonight.
Great job, Keegan.
Caleb Sinwell finishes in 6th. Ben Shutt, Newman Catholic in 7th, and Luke Paplow finishes in 8th. Those are your point scores here in the boys' 3,200.
WayzadaTiming.com.
Ashton Krebsback finishes in 10th with a time of 12:25.1.
Or 1A, excuse me, Northwood District 1A. And that results.wayzata, that's WAYZATA timing.com. Northwood District 1A.
Let's go back over some quick results here. We have results for the girls' high jump. Let's go through those 8th places. Jimenez of Nashua Plainfield places 8th. Ella Horgan for your Saints, 7th. Lily Ritterath of Riceville places 6th. Embry Whitty, West Hancock, 5th. Addison Ulrich, North Butler finishes 4th. In 3rd, Meeman Reeves of Tripola. Mackenzie Buda finishes 2nd from Lake Mills. She jumps 5'1", and your champion in the high jump is Avery Eastvold of Lake Mills, jumping 5'2".
And her PR this year was, I'm pretty sure, like something 5:07.
Yep.
Which is really impressive. But I believe they moved the girls inside.
Oh, is that right?
Because that's what I was hearing.
Gotcha.
They moved it inside.
Gotcha. Boys long jump results are final as well. They look like this. Hazen Jacobson, Northwood Kensett finishes in 8th. Carter Sink, Bishop Garrigan, 7th. Austin Manis in 6th from Lake Mills. Tucker Jacobs in 5th from Nashua Plainfield. In 4th, Gustavo Gomez of West Hancock. In 3rd, Jackson Miller, North Butler. Johnny Adams of Riceville finishes 2nd, and your champion in the boys long jump, Giovanni Garcia, West Hancock, with a jump of 21 foot 4 1/4". That is what you call a flight, not a jump. 21 feet 4 1/4". Well done, Mr. Garcia. That's fun. He came in with a best of 22 feet 6 inches. So he can do even better. He can jump a foot further than that. So he had the 2nd best jump in the state. Proved it here in tough conditions here at Northwood. He qualifies for the state meet in the boys long jump.
That's so impressive.
Would you know if the disc and shot results go in right away or no?
We're gonna have to go ask next door because I don't know if they publish like a preliminary list at some point, if we're gonna get to see that. So far, it's not updated in there, but I'm hoping we can get who the top 9 were that made the finals. We can guess, but sometimes when I guess, I get in trouble. Speaking of that, girls 4x800 meter relay. Let's go there.
Well, that jump that crept off on us.
Timed final here. So there's just one section here. Timed final 4x8. In lane 2, Janesville. Lane 3, Lake Mills. Lane 4, St. Ansgar. Lane 5, West Hancock. Riceville running in lane 6. And Nashua Plainfield running in lane 7 for the Saints. Amelia Porsche has leg number 1. J.C. Johnston, leg 2. Laney Hanna, lane 3. And Lila Powers is the anchor for the Saints. They come in with a time of 9:59. That's right. They've run this race in under 10 minutes. That's the 2nd best time in Class 1A coming into tonight. Closest challenger, West Hancock, there in lane 5. They've run a 10:51, so about 50 seconds slower than the Saints' best time.
Wow.
And they were the champions in the race last year, though they lost Natalie Bork and Kinsey Anderson.
And so they look to replace those two, and looks like they've done a pretty good job of that to this point. See if we can't go back-to-back state championships at this 4x800 race. How's that sound?
That sounds amazing.
I mean, we got it booked, so let's plan on it. Amelia Porsche, out strong. West Hancock running Nito Mendez. She's right there in 2nd. I believe that'd be Lake Mills in the yellow jersey there, running in 3rd. Lillian Young running for Lake Mills. Or at least that's what our program says. I will give you the one caveat. Sometimes the order changes. Coaches can do that after the entry list. They can change up the order a little bit. We don't always get those changes, so my apologies. We want to get everybody's name right, so if we're getting it wrong, let us know in the chat.
Chat is open. We got 168 of you watching out there at the moment. That number keeps climbing.
2 laps apiece here for 4 runners. Amelia runs, what, about 1:10 there, lap number 1?
Sounds about right. I was thinking, oh, well, that's not the best split. And then I remembered, oh, it's the 4x8.
It's the 4x8. Nope. The 400, we wouldn't be quite as happy with that one, right? Yeah. But you go run yourself 2 110s. We'll take that. A bunch of 220 times, I think, gets you in well under 10 minutes if you can do that 4 times.
And I believe our girls are wanting that number 1 time in the States back.
Aha.
So
You think there's a little goal here tonight?
Yes. The wind does not help, but
Does not. But no excuses, right? I mean, you can use them afterwards. But I like the plan. Alta Aurelia is the only team that's run a faster time in the state, 9:52. So they need us over 6 seconds taken off. And again, the conditions may not be conducive to that tonight, but they're going to give it their best shot.
Second place, New Rodney, Lake Mills, 10 minutes, 19.62.
Significant lead for the Saints so far in this one.
Amelia Porsche going to hand it off here. That is not what my program says, but that is definitely
Laney Hanna.
So we're going to go Laney Hanna. So there's one of those changes we talked about. Laney Hanna.
2:30 split for
that will
Porsche
work.
right there.
That will work.
Take a look at these exchanges here while Laney starts her trek toward 800.
Shot at a cannon right there.
Our Saints fans out there may remember a great runner by the name of Taylor Hanna. That would be Laney's big sister. Taught her everything she knows about running. And it's paying off for
What a lucky
Laney.
sister she is, huh?
Yeah, how lucky. Good to see Laney. She's had kind of a breakout season. Really had a great season here. Going to show it off here in the girls 4x8. The Saints have a commanding lead now over West Hancock. We kind of thought that might be how this race goes. West Hancock running Marchand, the junior.
Oh, Earlham was 1 second off of them. Their fastest time.
Yep. Earlham's right there as well in this race. And Earlham always has a great track program, boys and girls. It appears this year will be no different. Laney Hanna with a really nice 400.
Smooth.
Gets out quick.
Isn't she smooth looking? She's just running like it's butter.
Maybe 117?
Yep. I think you're probably right in that range. Girls 4x8 here. The Saints have a commanding lead over West Hancock. Lake Mills in third. You get the added complication here, element of sort of running by yourself in this race, right? When you're that far out front after the first runner.
I thought I maybe heard
hard to run your best times ever when you're not chasing somebody or no one's pushing you.
Yeah.
And that's part of why you see what you see at the state meet.
Oh,
where you
my
go,
goodness.
man, there's no way they could run faster at 9:59, and they go run a, whatever, a 9:46, and you go, how did you do that? Well, it turns out when there's somebody right behind you, you run a little faster.
You're a little more motivated.
Our coaches also do a phenomenal job of getting our athletes in the right position at the right time of year. We want to peak right now. That's what you want to see happen, and we do a great job of making sure that happens. Laney Hanna about to complete her 800 leg, really nice leg from junior Laney Hanna. She's looking for junior JC Johnston here. JC's got the baton.
Well, in these longer races, it's obviously we have more time to talk about it, but if you're in first place with a commanding lead, there's no sense in risking injury, trying to get your best time. That opportunity will come at the state meet, my friends.
That's right.
I maybe heard the shot at this time. Should I go over and ask?
Yes, that would be great. And well, let me look here and make sure they're not just updated here. I got high jump. I do not see them here. So if they have a list, if you wanted to ask, I would sure appreciate it.
All right.
Back here in the girls 4x8. St. Ansgar out front. Third leg here. We're being run by junior JC Johnston. West Hancock. Lauren Johnson, their third runner. They are in second. I believe Lake Mills is out there in third. Running Silvera. comes J.C. Johnston.
Maybe my ears were wrong. I'm pretty sure I heard Braden's name, but nothing done with the boys' shot or disc. I believe girls' shot might have finished up their first flight.
Girls did start with the shot put, and I think the boys did start with discus.
Yeah.
There's a look at your leader right there.
Just watching the boys' disc in warm-ups, it definitely looked pretty hard to throw it straight in that weather.
I think there was an opportunity to get some negative numbers in that discus today, facing directly into the wind. It was when I was watching, it was literally just turning that disc upright. If you didn't get it like a perfect frisbee, it was pushing it out of bounds and backwards. The wind has subsided a bit here. It is definitely better, but it is certainly in their face coming up to the finish line. J.C. Johnston, her second lap here. The girls' 4x800 meter relay.
I mean, driving into the town, saw a tree that just split in half. I mean, it was.
On your way here?
Yeah.
That's funny. I can believe it. It's quite a day. J.C. Johnston with a really nice leg here. She's going to hand it off. Delilah Powers.
7:45.
Great leg from J.C. Johnston. Lila Powers has the baton for the anchor leg here for your Saints. They're chasing a season best time of 9:59.07.
Have to be a heck of a leg by Lila. But
sure would.
I wouldn't doubt it. She's pretty good.
I wouldn't doubt her either, but that would be one world class leg here out of Lila Powers. But she's absolutely capable. 3 juniors for the Saints and a senior in Porsche in this race. 2 relays. The Saints look to punch their second ticket out of 2 relays tonight. 2 out of 3 races. The girls from St. Ansgar have qualified. Assuming, I'm not even going to say it out loud, let's just say that this result holds.
That's been a whale of a year for these girls, hasn't it?
My goodness, what a follow-up to last year, right? Where they had, obviously, ending in a state championship, had the best year in girls track and field history here in St. Ansgar. We're going to follow it up. Sometimes those shoes feel a little big to fill, right? This team has not, for a second, struggled with that.
I mean, this could be the 4th best time in the state right here. I think they could get a sub, maybe 10:07.
Yep, for sure. They're still going to run a fantastic time despite the wind here tonight. St. Ansgar way out front. West Hancock in second in this race. They had the 33rd best time coming into the meets tonight, did West Hancock. Talk about smooth. Lila Powers just glides through the air, makes it look easy. Mm-hmm. I can assure you it is not.
It may be for her.
Easy.
I don't
might
know,
be
but
for her.
Certainly isn't for me. And I don't look like that when I try and run. It
doesn't look quite that smooth.
No.
Lila Powers coming up the home stretch here, headed to the finish line.
Well, they were calling for boys shot put, so maybe girls shot put got over and boys disc. So
we'll try to get you an update there as soon as we have it. Here comes Lila Powers, and the Saints 4x800 meter relay team is going to the state meet next week as they win this one. Congratulations to Amelia Porsche, J.C. Johnston, Lainey Hanna, and Lila Powers, your champions here in the girls 4x800 meter relay. Time official is... Come on, Joe, get to the right page. Official. Oh, not updated yet. We wait. So I wasn't late yet. Just wasn't updated yet. Still waiting on that time. Going to be somewhere in the 10:20s.
West Hancock, last 100 right here.
Good strong finish by West Hancock.
They're going to finish second. Somewhere in the 11:06 mark. About 15 seconds off their best time. St. Ansgar's official time, 10:24.36. The Saints win it in a time of 10:24. West Hancock is indeed second. I believe Lake Mills here coming to the line will be third. So one more race will run the boys 4x800 meter relay, and then a mandatory 30-minute break will occur. We'll go check on those other streams during that time, make sure everything's up and going. If you're looking for the discus, the shot put, or the long jump, they are on a separate stream on this same YouTube channel.
Yeah, and if you feel like maybe you missed something, and we were, I think you had the girls kind of going with the shot put on time, right, Joe?
Yep,
Joe's
the girls shot put I think we got. Lake Mills finishes in third, time 11:42 in the 4x8.
Awesome.
Do you know who made
Thank
the
you.
preliminary or the final rounds in the shot put and discus? Do you have a listing of who made the final? Perfect. Thank you.
Well, looks like we might just have to wait until they come up on here.
Yep. That's what we'll do. We'll be patient. We'll get you those throwing results as soon as we have them.
Yeah, so for those of you at home who maybe missed that, or maybe heck you heard it and were wondering what the heck's that chatter going on there, we're trying to get you some results for shot put, for discus.
Boys shot putters to report. Again, at this time we need Bishop Garrigan boys shot putters. Please report.
And we're told we don't have any updates for you yet, so. We'll
Janesville finishes in fourth, and the girls 4x8. Riceville in fifth. Nashua Plainfield will finish sixth.
Well, seems like the results are there, but not fieldable.
Yes, sir.
So we have one runner remaining, right?
Yes, sir. So the boys 4x8 is next as the Nashua Plainfield runner here finishes up their 4x8. Let's go through the boys 4x800 meter relay entries. In lane 1, it'll be Newman Catholic. Lane 2, West Hancock. Lake Mills in 3, North Butler in 4, Bishop Garrigan in 5, Nashua Plainfield in 6, Northwood Kensett in 7, St. Ansgar in 8, Tripola in 9, Riceville in 10, and in lane 11, I'm interested to see how they do this. There's going to be a waterfall start, I have a feeling, because there are no lane 11, 9, 10, and 11 would be Janesville. So how I've seen them do this in the past, because it does have it listed as one timed final, so I have a feeling it'll be like a waterfall start.
Got it. That makes sense.
We'll find out. You'll get to see it live. This is one of the really fun races that we talked about off the top. Of the 24 best times in the 4x800 meter relay in Iowa in Class 1A this year, 5 of those teams are right here in Northwood tonight. The 6th, 15th, 16th, 18th, and 22nd best times of the year have been run by teams entered in this meet. That would be North Butler. They've run the 6th best time, coming in 8 minutes, 28 seconds. 15th best time out of Bishop Garrigan, 8 minutes, 37 seconds. Lake Mills seated 16th here in the state in Class 1A at 8:39. Nashua Plainfield 18th, and West Hancock 22nd. So this should be a fun one.
Oh, yes. Yes, it should, Joe. Slam and Sammy steps out. I think he saw someone carrying a mac and cheese down there.
Is that right?
I'm only guessing. I'm only guessing.
I bet you're right. There's something about being a, 7th grade kid and needing a lot of calories. I miss those days when you could eat like that. Man, I could use some mac and cheese
there
right now,
no such thing. I got a 19-year-old who's telling me, oh, it's just so hard to gain weight.
Gain weight.
Man, you know how hard it is, Dad, to consume calories?
Oh, it sounds awful,
well, you know how much harder it is to not consume them?
Boys, 4x8 on the track.
Who is that Saint starting this thing off? I think I know that guy.
That would be none other than Mr. Jace Schwiesau, the senior, going to lead off the 4x8. He'll hand it to Lucan Knudsen, Joe Clevenger, and then young JT Red, Jagger Trenton, running the anchor, at least according to our entry sheet, for the Saints here in the 4x8. Fast start.
That JT's quite a kid.
And this is a reminder that at the conclusion of this
Lake
race,
Mills
we will have the state required
and Bishop Garrigan out front. Bishop Garrigan in the lead, Lake Mills in second, North Butler in third, Nashua Plainfield in fourth, West Hancock in fifth. Your Saints running sixth right now.
will continue during the break period until they have concluded. Thank you.
So during this 30-minute break, the throwing events continue. The field events. Let me say it that way. The field events will continue. Bishop Garrigan out front, running Colash, the senior. Lake Mills in second with Newt Rogney. Didn't he just get done running 2 miles,
I
you
sure
say?
think he did.
He sure did.
He could use a 30-minute break after this one.
North Butler's Traeger Pakey passes Rogney for second. In third, Nashua Plainfield running Brexton Bird.
Fourth place, Janesville, in 4 minutes, 39.15. And third place, Lake Mills.
In fifth place, I believe that would be West Hancock, Riley Gowden.
Second place, West Hancock, 11 minutes, 5.4 seconds. And winning the girls'
Schwiesau holding his own here.
time of 10 minutes, 20
Looking to make a pass on the Northwood Kensett runner Tufty.
Amelia Porsche, Josie Johnson, Rainey Hanna, and Lila Powers. Congratulations, ladies.
First leg of the boys 4x8 wrapping up. Traeger Pakey gets the lead for North Butler.
That was a move.
And here comes Rogney. He's still got a little left in the tank. Garrigan and Lake Mills right there for second. Nice finish by Schwiesau. He gets the baton to runner number 2, Lucan Knudsen for the Saints. Nashua Plainfield comes out strong with Jace Hansen. They move into fourth. So it's North Butler, Bishop Garrigan, Lake Mills. Nashua Plainfield moves into third. Jace Hansen, if he can maintain this pace, running well here to start.
To some guys, an 800 is a sprint, Joe.
Those are the talented ones.
Yes, sir.
North Butler running Alex Ameline. Nashua Plainfield, Jace Hansen in second. Bishop Garrigan running CJ McGregor. He's in third. Check that. Lake Mills, Hayden Thompson makes the pass. Another guy who just got done running the 2 miles. Looks like him and the Garrigan runner, we'll call it tied for third. Lucan Knudsen for the Saints. Maintaining there, the Saints in that 5th position.
Little reminder is, I believe it's after this race, there will be a 30-minute break, if that's correct. So after this one, right, Joe?
That is correct. 30-minute break after this race. I do have boys discus results, so don't go anywhere after this race. We will get you those boys discus results. Ameline hands it off. A little trouble on the handoff, but they get it done in a long race. No harm, no foul. Brady Henning has the baton and the lead for North Butler in second. Lake Mills running Stevie Brandenburg. And Nashua Plainfield in fourth. Braden Mitchell has the baton. For your Saints, Joe Clevenger running the third leg. They are in fifth.
As a reminder for those of you at home, top 8 places score for their team. So every place counts here as we work toward an invitation to the state meet, this being the state qualifier.
Nashville Plainfield getting a really nice carry again. They've closed the gap on North Butler. North Butler leads it. Lake Mills in second, Nashville Plainfield in third, Bishop Garrigan in fourth, St. Ansgar in fifth. 1 lap to go for these third leg runners.
Results of the boys discus.
Yeah, that gap is closing right now, isn't it? Or is that a lap? What am I looking at here? What's going on over here, Joe?
Over where?
Okay, that's a lap.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. With these long races,
yeah.
Running this camera, look at this small screen. Like, wow, look at that gap close. Apologies for those of you at home if I may have caused any confusion.
All good. It gets hard to tell from up here, especially when you're just kind of going by shirt color or who's who, and then it's like, wait a minute.
Yep. And I'm running the camera, looking at this small screen, and I look up. And
Brady Henning has North Butler to the stripe first. Bishop Garrigan, Nashville Plainfield, Lake Mills in a dead heat for second. 1 runner to go.
There's that handoff.
Clean handoffs all around. North Butler out to a commanding lead. Lake Mills moves into second. Van Rokel has the baton for the Bulldogs. Nashville Plainfield in third with Jake Smith. I believe that'd be Bishop Garrigan and Andrew Lichter, the senior, in fourth.
Here are your leaders. Making the turn.
Must have had a switch here for the Saints. Or we have a typo on our entry sheet. That sure looks like Tony, doesn't it, running for the Saints? Anthony Schnabel? Maybe not. Doesn't look like JT, that's for sure. I'm just trying to guess who it is.
Doesn't. We're going to find out here in just a second. Let's see who your Saint is here.
That's Ameline running for North Butler, so we have our order wrong, but that is definitely Ameline out front for North Butler. He's got the lead, but here comes Lake Mills closing that gap.
Gavin Squire for the Saints.
That's Squire, thank you. Gavin Squire running for the Saints. North Butler out front here in the 4x8. Lake Mills in second. Nashville Plainfield in third. Bishop Garrigan in fourth. We thought this would be a good one. It has played out that way. Here comes Bishop Garrigan making the pass on Nashville Plainfield. Bishop Garrigan moves into third. This time will be very important. There will be several qualifiers from this race, so it all comes down to what do you have left in the tank to give us on this last lap. A few seconds will be very critical when it comes to qualifying.
Yeah, the winner today advances to state. Everyone else based on time, so it is so important to get the best time they can today.
North Butler, Ameline, headed to the finish line. They will win the boys 4x8. Here comes Bishop Garrigan making the pass on Lake Mills. Bishop Garrigan is going to finish in second. Lake Mills in third. And Nashville Plainfield will finish in that fourth spot. Great race there right at the end. Boys 4x8 looks like this. North Butler wins it with a time of 8:46.66. Bishop Garrigan finishes in second at 8:51.1. Lake Mills third, 8:51.8. Nashville Plainfield in fourth at 8:55.6. West Hancock finishes fifth at the time of 9:07.3. Your Saints finish sixth, 9:13.01. Newman Catholic in seventh, and Northwood Kensett rounds out your top 8. What a great start to this meet. All the way around. Let's go to those boys' discus results that I promised you. In 8th, Brecken Eulenhopp of North Butler. Ray Gretelat, West Hancock, finishes 7th. Brendan Meany of Janesville finishes 6th. Dawson Barnett of Clarksville finishes 5th. Asher Ebert of Riceville finishes in 4th. Eli Kalanoff of Nashua Plainfield finishes in 3rd place with a throw of 146 feet, 10 inches. In 2nd, Thomas of Bishop Garrigan with a throw of 159.03, and that leaves one fellow left, and that fellow would be Brad himself, Braden Halverson of St. Ansgar with a throw of 161.04, 161 feet, 4 inches for Braden Halverson. He is your boys discus champion here at Northwood. That his personal best of the season by nearly 10 feet.
You're kidding me?
No.
10 feet?
10 feet. 151 and 2 inches was his best. That was the 9th best in the state coming into tonight. He throws into the wind a whopping 161.4.
Man, he's got the aerodynamics figured out or something.
He does.
That thing had to get some extra carry. 10 feet into the wind. That's insanity, man.
He had that thing turning over. That is for sure. That would be coming into tonight with no results in for tonight yet. That would be the 4th best throw in the state in Class 1A this season.
Okay. That's incredible.
Congratulations, Braden Halverson, your discus champion. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. So, 30-minute break underway for the running events. The field events continue, is my understanding. They're going to keep throwing through this break. In fact, that may be part of the logic behind the break, right? Is let's get these throwers done. And so some of them, because some of them are going to have to run. Let's get them back out here to do that. Gets everybody on pace here. So at the break, I can get you some team scores as well. So we have discus results in here. We have boys long jump in here. But that's kind of it, except for those first 4 races. But we'll give you what we have to this point. In the boys' race, West Hancock out to a 0.83 point lead. They have 34.8 points. Your Saints have 34 points. In 3rd, Lake Mills with 30 points. Riceville in 4th. Nashua Plainfield in 5th with 5 events scored. Just 4 of 19 events scored for the girls, and Lake Mills leads it with 28 points. St. Ansgar has 23 in 2nd. West Hancock and Riceville tied for 3rd. It's a long way to go, but there are your team points as we are through either 4 or 5 events, depending on which. So the 4 races, plus we've got the boys' discus, the girls' high jump. Those are the events that are scored to this point. I also have here, just updated, have we gone through, I don't think we have, boys' high jump results.
We've not.
I believe I have those as well. If you'll hang on just 1 second with me here, let's get those boys' high jump results. I do have them. They look like this. In 7th place, Gabe Meany of Janesville. 6th place, tied for 5th, Johnny Adams of Riceville and Eli Marchand of West Hancock. Tied for 2nd, 3 athletes tied for 2nd. Schaffenbuhl of Tripola, Whitty of West Hancock, and Gall of Lake Mills. Ladies and gentlemen, that means we have 1 jumper remaining, and that would be none other than the Colt man. Colton Winia from St. Ansgar wins the boys' high jump and advances to the state meet with a jump of 5 feet 8 inches. Congratulations, Colton Winia, jump of 5 feet 8 inches in that high jump. I'm just flipping through my sheets right here. I'm going to tell you.
Sophomore Colton Winia
qualifies in the long jump. In the high jump. His best jump coming into tonight is 6 feet. Jumped 5 feet 8 inches. So more in the tank, right, when he gets down to Des Moines. Even better yet, he had the 18th best jump coming into tonight. He qualifies automatically with that 5'8" jump, winning here in Northwood. Congratulations, Cole Winia. Those are all the results that we have in to this point. The girls off to a great start. They win the sprint med. They win the 4x8. So they're off to a great start here in these running events as well. Saints throwers and jumpers dominating early as well. Great start for your Saints.
With this break, let's go ahead and hear from our advertisers. Yeah, those are the ones who keep this stream free to watch. You can do your part by clicking that little QR code in the lower right. When you give butter, that's the site that this takes it to, and it's something we have a lot of fun with around here. Giving butter means donating to the Saints Athletic Fund, 100% of your donation by clicking that QR code at the bottom. Clicking it? Is that what you do?
I think you scan it.
Probably need to scan it.
You
Yeah, you're not
probably
gonna click
take
it.
a picture
You
of
probably
it and then click. I don't know.
Yeah. In either case, so many of you have generously supported the Saints TV project. We are not getting paid for what we do. That's why we're not considered professionals. But 100% of what you donate there goes right back to St. Ansgar School System. So please consider donating. There's also a commercial, I think, that we'll run through here to give you an address if writing a check is more your style. But we will be clearing up the year here with Jordan Rydell, who is the activities director here.
Yep.
And depositing all those funds into St. Ansgar's athletic department or athletic fund. And that check that we're writing is going to be somewhere in the area of $10,000.
Awesome.
Here. So those of you who weren't able to make it to the games and said, hey, you know what? I wish I could be there. I know the seat cost $10 or $6 this year. Anything helps. We really, really appreciate it. And then, of course, just the fact that we're able to do this with all the equipment, that's thanks to the business sponsors who have generously donated for advertising here so that we can bring this stream to you free. And obviously it requires a lot of equipment and a lot of volunteerism. So thanks, everybody, for playing your role to keep this stream free to watch. We're going to hear from those advertisers, so crank your volume up while you grab a little snack or bite to eat or whatever you're doing. It's these guys that made it possible. We'll be back very soon. This broadcast is brought to you in part by St. Ansgar Chiropractic.
Sometimes I worry. Sometimes I'm scared.
Sometimes I'm overwhelmed.
Sometimes I cry. And that's okay, because sometimes is not all the time.
It will be okay. You got this. You got this.
You got this.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe. Before I knew Joe. Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe, buying crop insurance was hard. There's a better way to buy crop insurance. You got to get to know Joe.
The worst place to watch a game is under the bleachers, said a wise fellow named Seymour Butts. With local schools going cashless entry only, you don't want to end up on the outside looking in because you weren't able to buy a ticket. When you add an FSB debit card to your mobile wallet, you'll have an easy, secure way to buy your ticket online or at the gate. So take it from Seymour and stop by FSB today.
The definition of sportsmanship is the quality of showing fairness.
Respect and generosity towards the opposing team and officials.
The things you say and do are a direct reflection of your school and community.
Please stay positive and enjoy the game.
And enjoy the game. Enjoy the game.
When you go home, you'll feel good about what you did, and you know you're doing it for the kids. If they don't have us, they don't have these games.
Saints TV's Be a Saint programme is a community-driven initiative dedicated to spreading love and support to neighbours in need in St. Ansgar. By addressing a variety of needs, from financial aid to emotional support, it creates opportunities for individuals and organisations to make a meaningful difference. Every contribution, big or small, helps transform lives and fosters a culture of kindness and generosity. Together, we can create a brighter, more compassionate community. Visit givebutter.com/beasaint for more information. Click the link in this video's description or simply text "Be a Saint" to the number 53555. Thank you for being a saint.
I remember personally when I was young watching the guys that were playing sports, basketball, football, wrestling, whatever it was, when they were in high school, and just thinking, I mean, how great they were, and just wanting to be like them when I was older. So yeah, we are definitely always role models for those younger kids, those middle schoolers.
Since 1983, Johnson Oil has been delivering more than fuel. We've been delivering a peace of mind. We know every customer has unique needs, and we're here to meet them with the level of care and attention you won't find anywhere else. We're proud to support the communities we serve and to support lasting relationships built on trust, reliability, and service you can depend on. Johnson Oil, your trusted local provider, committed to you in North Iowa.
Focus Insurance Team, safeguarding our neighbors in northern Iowa and southern Minnesota from risk.
It's Saints TV's goal to bring the game to those who are unable to cheer from the stands. Watching the stream is free. Creating it is not. Please consider donating to our cause through our donation partner, Give Butter. 100% of your donation goes directly to the St. Ansgar school system, where it is used for the education of our students, the equipment used to create these streams, and the athletic department so that our students can keep competing in the sports that are near to their hearts. Thank you for supporting St. Ansgar, and thank you for giving Butter.
This broadcast is made possible thanks to the generous contributions of the advertisers you see here, as well as the Foundation for the Enhancement of Mitchell County and the Saints Legacy Fund.
Every single job that we do, either one or both of the owners are on the roof overseeing and often installing the products, which is something that we really pride ourselves on and make sure that we're going above and beyond.
Thank you, Patterson Seed in St. Ansgar, for your generous contributions to Saints TV. For more information on how Patterson Seed can help you get higher yields, contact Mike Patterson at mike@pattersonseed.com.
Mitchell County Substance Abuse Coalition creates awareness of the impact of substance abuse and encourages change through collaborative prevention efforts. MCSAC meets on the fourth Tuesday of each month at 4 p.m. at the Mitchell County Courthouse in Osage. We are looking for new members to join the coalition to work together to build healthy communities within Mitchell County.
Getting vaccinated not only protects one person from getting sick, but it also helps to prevent spreading the disease to others. Call Mitchell County Public Health at 641-832-3500 for all of your vaccination needs.
Did you know the EJ has an app available to download in your App Store for free? We can't wait to hear how you like it. Search Enterprise Journal and look for our logo, you know the one, or scan the QR code below. It's so easy, even a child could do it.
The Canine Cabin Kenneling and Pet Services proudly supports our Saints athletes. Thank you Box K Beef and Freeman Welding for your generous contributions to keep this stream free to watch.
It's been a wonderful experience having our kids come to We Saints.
Each child is taken care of like they're our own kids.
I'm really excited about the future for We Saints.
We're excited to get a grant for this expansion, and we'll be able to take 50 more children once our expansion is complete.
Our community has been incredibly supportive, whether it be from donations or people just banding together to help out with small projects.
The staff are friendly, the atmosphere is great, and there's a great daily structure.
Stacyville Kids Care is very important to the community because it helps bring in young families in the community, which in turn helps our small businesses and our community overall. We are striving for greatness and pushing all the boundaries to be great. We try to give every child what they need developmentally, emotionally, socially. My favorite thing about bringing her to Kids Care has been the vocabulary that she brings home.
I see this daycare not just daycare, I see it as like a little family.
My son comes home every day from daycare and he's learned something new, and his behaviors have improved since coming to Stacyville Kids Care. We're working on, simple skills to get them ready for preschool and kindergarten, like the ABCs, coloring, counting, typical things that you hope to see by the time that they're in preschool. The staff here at Stacyville Kids Care is very, very nurturing. I've taken little bits and pieces from each of my experiences and tried to bring them all together to create a program that works for our kids.
She changed the building, repainted, and she made it a lot more clean. She brought new families in and got everyone excited about the upcoming new Stacyville Kids Care.
The Bright Wheel app has been amazing. You get to kind of keep in touch with what your kids are doing throughout the day. We are really just focused on creating a safe, happy, and healthy environment for all the kids of Stacyville and the surrounding communities. I could get pictures throughout the day of things that she's doing and videos, and it's just really awesome to be able to see exactly what they're doing.
It's a really fun environment. There's good people working here, and you can see all the happy kids all the time.
This broadcast is brought to you in part by St. Ansgar Chiropractic.
Sometimes I worry. Sometimes I'm scared.
Sometimes I'm overwhelmed.
Sometimes I cry.
And that's okay, because sometimes is not all the time.
It will be okay. You got this.
You got this.
You got this.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe. Before I knew Joe. Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe, buying crop insurance was hard. There's a better way to buy crop insurance. You got to get to know Joe.
The worst place to watch a game is under the bleachers, said a wise fellow named Seymour Butts. With local schools going cashless entry only, you don't want to end up on the outside looking in because you weren't able to buy a ticket. When you add an FSB debit card to your mobile wallet, you'll have an easy, secure way to buy your ticket online or at the gate. So take it from Seymour and stop by FSB today.
The definition of sportsmanship is the quality of showing fairness.
Respect and generosity towards the opposing team and officials.
The things you say and do are a direct reflection of your school and community.
Please stay positive and enjoy the game.
And enjoy the game. Enjoy the game.
When you go home, you'll feel good about what you did, and you're doing it for the kids. If they don't have us, they don't have these games.
Saints TV's Be a Saint program is a community-driven initiative dedicated to spreading love and support to neighbours in need in St Ansgar. By addressing a variety of needs, from financial aid to emotional support, it creates opportunities for individuals and organisations to make a meaningful difference. Every contribution, big or small, helps transform lives and fosters a culture of kindness and generosity. Together, we can create a brighter, more compassionate community. Visit givebutter.com/beasaint for more information, click the link in this video's description, or simply text Be a Saint to the number 53555. Thank you for being a saint.
I remember personally when I was young watching the guys that were playing sports, basketball, football, wrestling, whatever it was, when they were in high school, and just thinking, how great they were, and just wanting to be like them when I was older. So yeah, we are definitely always role models for those younger kids, those middle schoolers.
Since 1983, Johnson Oil has been delivering more than fuel. We've been delivering a peace of mind. We know every customer has unique needs, and we're here to meet them with the level of care and attention you won't find anywhere else. We're proud to support the communities we serve and to support lasting relationships built on trust, reliability, and service you can depend on. Johnson Oil, your trusted local provider committed to you in North Iowa.
Focus Insurance Team, safeguarding our neighbors in northern Iowa and southern Minnesota from risk.
It's Saints TV's goal to bring the game to those who are unable to cheer from the stands. Watching the stream is free. Creating it is not. Please consider donating to our cause through our donation partner, Give Butter. 100% of your donation goes directly to the St. Ansgar school system, where it is used for the education of our students, the equipment used to create these streams, and the athletic department so that our students can keep competing in the sports that are near to their hearts. Thank you for supporting St. Ansgar, and thank you for giving butter.
This broadcast is made possible thanks to the generous contributions of the advertisers you see here, as well as the Foundation for the Enhancement of Mitchell County and the Saints Legacy Fund.
Every single job that we do, either one or both of the owners are on the roof overseeing and often installing the products, which is something that we really pride ourselves on and make sure that we're going above and beyond.
Thank you, Patterson Seed in St. Ansgar, for your generous contributions to Saints TV. For more information on how Patterson Seed can help you get higher yields, contact Mike Patterson at mike@pattersonseed.com.
The Mitchell County Substance Abuse Coalition creates awareness of the impact of substance abuse and encourages change through collaborative prevention efforts. MCSAC meets on the fourth Tuesday of each month at 4 p.m. at the Mitchell County Courthouse in Osage. We are looking for new members to join the coalition to work together to build healthy communities within Mitchell County.
Getting vaccinated not only protects one person from getting sick, but it also helps to prevent spreading the disease to others. Call Mitchell County Public Health at 641-832-3500 for all of your vaccination needs.
Did you know the EJ has an app available to download in your App Store for free? We can't wait to hear how you like it. Search Enterprise Journal and look for our logo, you know the one, or scan the QR code below. It's so easy, even a child could do it.
The Canine Cabin Kenneling and Pet Services proudly supports our Saints athletes. Thank you Box K Beef and Freeman Welding for your generous contributions to keep this stream free to watch.
It's been a wonderful experience having our kids come to We Saints.
Each child is taken care of like they're our own kids.
I'm really excited about the future for We Saints.
We're excited to get a grant for this expansion, and we'll be able to take 50 more children once our expansion is complete.
Our community has been incredibly supportive, whether it be from donations or people just banding together to help out with small projects.
The staff are friendly, the atmosphere is great, and there's a great daily structure.
Stacyville Kids Care is very important to the community because it helps bring in young families in the community, which in turn helps our small businesses and our community overall. We are striving for greatness and pushing all the boundaries to be great. We try to give every child what they need developmentally, emotionally, socially. My favorite thing about bringing her to Kids Care has been the vocabulary that she brings home.
I see this daycare not just daycare, I see it as like a little family.
My son comes home every day from daycare and he's learned something new, and his behaviors have improved since coming to Statesville Kids Care. We're working on, simple skills to get them ready for preschool and kindergarten, like the ABCs, coloring, counting, typical things that you hope to see by the time that they're in preschool. The staff here at Statesville Kids Care is very, very nurturing. I've taken little bits and pieces from each of my experiences and tried to bring them all together to create a program that works for our kids.
She changed the building, repainted, and she made it a lot more clean. She brought new families in and got everyone excited about the upcoming new Statesville Kids Care. The Bright Wheel app has been amazing. You get to kind of keep in touch with what your kids are doing throughout the day. We are really just focused on creating a safe, happy, and healthy environment for all the kids of Statesville and the surrounding communities. I could get pictures throughout the day of things that she's doing and videos, and it's just really awesome to be able to see exactly what they're doing. It's a really fun environment. There's good people working here, and you can see all the happy kids all the time.
This broadcast is brought to you in part by St. Ansgar Chiropractic.
Sometimes I worry. Sometimes I'm scared.
Sometimes I'm overwhelmed.
Sometimes I cry.
And that's okay, because sometimes is not all the time.
It will be okay. You got this. You got this.
You got this.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe. Before I knew Joe. Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe.
Before I knew Joe, buying crop insurance was hard. There's a better way to buy crop insurance. You got to get to know Joe.
The worst place to watch a game is under the bleachers, said a wise fellow named Seymour Butts. With local schools going cashless entry only, you don't want to end up on the outside looking in because you weren't able to buy a ticket. When you add an FSB debit card to your mobile wallet, you'll have an easy, secure way to buy your ticket online or at the gate. So take it from Seymour and stop by FSB today.
The definition of sportsmanship is the quality of showing fairness.
Respect and generosity towards the opposing team and officials.
The things you say and do are a direct reflection of your school and community.
Please stay positive and enjoy the game.
And enjoy the game.
Enjoy the game.
When you go home, you'll feel good about what you did, and you're doing it for the kids. If they don't have us, they don't have these games.
Saints TV's Be a Saint program is a community-driven initiative dedicated to spreading love and support to neighbours in need in St. Ansgar. By addressing a variety of needs, from financial aid to emotional support, it creates opportunities for individuals and organisations to make a meaningful difference. Every contribution, big or small, helps transform lives and fosters a culture of kindness and generosity. Together, we can create a brighter, more compassionate community. Visit givebutter.com/beasaint for more information, click the link in this video's description, or simply text Be a Saint to the number 53555. Thank you for being a saint.
I remember personally when I was young watching the guys that were playing sports, basketball, football, wrestling, whatever it was, when they were in high school, and just thinking, I mean, how great they were, and just wanting to be like them when I was older. So yeah, we are definitely always role models for those younger kids, those middle schoolers.
Since 1983, Johnson Oil has been delivering more than fuel. We've been delivering a peace of mind. We know every customer has unique needs, and we're here to meet them with the level of care and attention you won't find anywhere else. We're proud to support the communities we serve and to support lasting relationships built on trust, reliability, and service you can depend on. Johnson Oil, your trusted local provider, committed to you in North Iowa.
Focus Insurance Team, safeguarding our neighbors in northern Iowa and southern Minnesota from risk.
It's Saints TV's goal to bring the game to those who are unable to cheer from the stands. Watching the stream is free. Creating it is not. Please consider donating to our cause through our donation partner, Give Butter. 100% of your donation goes directly to the St. Ansgar school system, where it is used for the education of our students, the equipment used to create these streams, and the athletic department so that our students can keep competing in the sports that are near to their hearts. Thank you for supporting St. Ansgar, and thank you for giving butter.
This broadcast.
Welcome back to Northwood, Iowa. Our 30-minute break after only 47 minutes is just about done.
It might be just our sense of timing that's off, right?
It might be. But hey, you talked about this a little bit earlier, Joe. By the way, Kendall Genius here with Not Your Average Joe. And you talked earlier about this 30-minute break, and you know those first races, they're so long that get ready, because here we go. The rest of this thing is going to go as fast as the wind is whipping through here.
And by the way, we talked about the wind has gotten better. I was just down picking up a camera. I'm telling you what, it might be better. It's still really bad. It's really blowing down that front stretch. So that's going to make this race challenging. Again, timed finals, 2 of them here in the girls' shuttle hurdle relay. In the first one, Nashua Plainfield in 1, Lake Mills in 3, Tripola in 5. In the second one, Northwood, Kensett, St. Ansgar, Janesville, and North Butler. This race features 5 of the top 24 times in Class 1A coming into tonight. So this is going to be one of those where multiple teams advance. Maybe as many as 5 teams from this event make it here. Lake Mills, the team to beat in this one. They've run a 1:12 this year. They're running Greenfield, Steeney, Sterenberg, and Sauer. Lake Mills and Tripola.
Oof.
Tripola Bad crash. She gets up. Credit to her to get up and finish that. That was a painful.
That looked painful.
Lake Mills now out front by themselves after Tripoli goes down.
Yeah, hurdles are tough like that. They are not forgiving.
So we are watching the clock here because, like I said, this Lake Mills team absolutely capable of making it in on time here. They're going to need to be in that 112 range. Let's see if they can do it. They're going to be right over it.
Looks like about 115. We'll get an official score here soon.
Lake Mills 115.37, minute 15:37 for Lake Mills. They win timed final section number 1. Section 2 coming up looks like this. Northwood Kensett in 1. St. Ansgar the favorite in 3, but a very small favorite over Janesville. They have run about 0.4 of a second faster than Janesville has in lane 5. Lane 7, North Butler. So it looks like this. St. Ansgar has the 6th fastest time. Janesville the 7th. Northwood Kensett the 14th. And North Butler the 16th. This will be a fun race.
Yes, it will.
All 4 of these teams likely state qualifiers when it all shakes out, but they got to do their job. And, you know, I've heard it said there's 2 things you never bet on. One of those would be discus throwers. The other one is hurdlers, because anything can happen in both of those events, right? The pressure's on. This is a pressure-filled race where not only do I have to get over those hurdles, right? I can't break that plane early. I can't leave early, but I have to leave as early as possible. Just make sure it's not early, right? And
Just make sure it's not early.
That pressure adds up. So it should be a fun one. Kenzie Peterson, Mariah Michaels, Ava Falk, and Briley Winia are your 4 hurdlers here for the St. Ansgar. Janesville running Oldenburger, Pugh, Osborne, and Hovingay. Northwood Kensett with Hackemiller, Farova, and Thorson. And North Butler with Brinkman, Ulrich, McCandless, and Rose. Should be a fun race. St. Ansgar has run a 110 flat. Janesville 110.56. Girls shuttle hurdle, section 2 of 2.
Yeah, and as it was the case with that last one, you know, those hurdles are built to go down, right? However, if you catch your foot on the hurdle in the lane next to you, it's not going to budge. It
doesn't move. No. And then you get tangled up in that hurdle that is going with you, and, man, here we go.
Yeah. I hate to see that happen.
Yeah, credit to her to get back up and finish that race. That's tough. Here we go, shuttle hurdle. Section time, 2 of 2. St. Ansgar, Janesville, Northwood Kensett, North Butler. And they're off. Kenzie Peterson for the Saints, out front. Great leg from Peterson to start. Here comes North Butler on the outside. Clean break coming the other way. Mariah Michaels takes that lead and extends it. North Butler in second. Dead heat between Northwood Kensett and Janesville. Mariah Michaels, strong finish. Here comes Ava Falk, the junior for the Saints. They have the lead. North Butler in second. Janesville now passes for second. North Butler in third. Northwood Kensett in fourth. But watch Northwood Kensett here. They have a strong closer in Thorson. Briley Winia out front for the Saints. Just needs to be clean here. 3 hurdles to go for the Saints and Winia. Briley Winia wins it for the Saints. Shuttle hurdle. Congratulations to those Saints. They're somewhere in that. Look at this, 109.51. Wow. The Saints run a 109.51, and they qualify for the state meet next week. Congratulations, ladies. Kenzie Peterson, Mariah Michaels, Ava Falk, and Briley Winia are headed to Des Moines with their best time of the season, 109.51.
Another Saints score for another Winia. What a great start to this one.
Couple Winia champions tonight. The whole family's going to Des Moines next week. Janesville finishes in second with a time of 1:11.71. North Butler 1:11.98. If I could see into the future, I would tell you I think there's a pretty good chance both of those teams qualify. Northwood Kensett finishes fourth in 1:13.44. They're going to have to hold their breath and see if that's good enough to make it.
With all the data you gave us before that one, I was sure that was just going to be a lot closer than that for the win.
Yeah, the Saints ran very, very well tonight. Running almost half a second faster than they have all season.
Yeah, they look very good in that one.
And a half a second in the shuttle hurdle is an eternity.
It kind of is, isn't it?
Or it feels like it anyway. Good job to those Saints. Briley Winnie finishes off. Ava Falk, Mariah Michaels, and Kenzie Peterson. All advance for the Saints. I believe that would... You get their points in there in the team race for that one. That is going to put them in first place after 5 scored events in the team race as well. Which I know is, we talked about this during the break off air. We'll talk about it on air here. There's really no advancing as a team or anything like that. You get the banner. It's the recognition, right, of you're the best team at the district meet or at the state qualifying meet. So you're running for pride there as a team. Cool to see that. Ultimately, they're trying to qualify as many boys and girls as they can in these races. Boys, 110-meter shuttle hurdle. So you just saw them move the hurdles. That's why it's slightly longer, 10 meters longer. Timed final here. There's 2 sections. In Section 1, St. Ansgar with Porter Schwiesau, Colton Winnie, Landon Hillman, and Trey Johans are in Lane 1. Nashua Plainfield in 3. Lake Mills in 5. Nashua Plainfield's running Zimmer, Blanchard, Gerholt, and Felski. Lake Mills running Van Rokel, Hegland, KJELDAHL. Yeldall, perhaps? Josiah Keldall? The J is silent and the K is pronounced. You help us out in the chat if you know how to say that last name. We'd appreciate it. Jeremiah Jensen is the 4th runner for Lake Mills.
And the camera did just go out. I don't know if we had this happen yesterday in the golf meet. Is it a battery issue? I slapped a new battery in there real quick, so bear with us. If you'd be so kind.
We'll get it reconnected. They're still all loitering about, so I think we have a couple of minutes.
Yeah, they reset the hurdles here. Well, they're still resetting the hurdles, it looks like.
Perhaps.
Man, look at that. It just takes a crew hitter on a track meet, doesn't it?
It does. It takes a lot of volunteers, and Northwood does a really good job of getting those volunteers out to make all this happen. We talked about it last year in St. Ansgar, how many people we recognize. Of course, when it's our community around the track, we're like, man, there's just everybody's here. And I think Northwood has done the same thing tonight, it looks like. Awesome about our little communities, right? As everybody pulls on the rope to make it happen.
Yeah, Northwood does such a great job with these track meets. They know what they're doing, and they got a great system and a great bunch of people to make it all happen. Thanks if you're just joining us. We've got a lot of new viewers. And Megan Milbrand, I'm sorry we didn't answer you earlier, Megan. Probably when you asked how much longer for the 30-minute break, it was probably only, 43 minutes remaining, something like that. We feel like it feels longer than 30 minutes because we're so anxious to see these kids race. But we're back now. Thank you for chiming in. Chat is open. If you have anything positive to say.
Section 1 here of the 110-meter shuttle hurdle relay coming up for the boys. The signal is in the air. I think we are about set to go. This first leg's being pushed by that wind. Down to 27 miles an hour. Told you it got better. Not much, but better. It is fierce out there. The conditions are nice in terms of temperature, but the wind, strong wind out of the south, if you're just joining us.
It's strong.
Pushing half of these contestants and in the face of the other half, I guess. Porter Schwiesau for the Saints. Zimmer, Nashua Plainfield. Van Rokel, Lake Mills. Leg 2, Colton Winia for the Saints. Blanchard, Nashville Plainfield, Hegeland for Lake Mills. Nashville Plainfield out front. Lake Mills in second, St. Ansgar in third. State qualifier, Colton Winia qualified in the high jump. He's running here in the hurdles for the boys. Nashville Plainfield on their third leg has the lead. Gerhold, Keldall for Lake Mills. Landon Hillman for the Saints. And down the home stretch, here comes Nashua Plainfield. Landon Felsky. They've run the 30th best time in the state this year. Lake Mills, Jeremiah Jensen right behind. In fact, he's closing in here. Really good time for Nashua Plainfield there and Lake Mills. Trey Johans running the last leg here for the Saints. Times look like this. Nashua Plainfield runs a 105.37, so the time to beat in Section 2 is 105.37. Lake Mills 106.83. St. Ansgar 115.52. Timed final here, so Section 2, break them into two sections. All four of these teams in the top 25 again in the state in this race coming into tonight in 1A. North Butler running in lane 1, West Hancock in lane 3, Janesville in 5, and Bishop Garrigan in 7. North Butler running Booz, Miller, Thorne, and Schroeder. Hancock, West Hancock running Nathan Bixel, Gustavo Gomez, Cone Whitty, and Jacoby Subject. We watched Cone Whitty play golf yesterday. He's pretty good at that, too. Janesville running Britt, Tegberg, Graham, and Appleby, and Bishop Garrigan running Furch, Borman, Marceau, and Murphy.
That was fun doing golf yesterday. Let's do it again tomorrow. What do you say?
Yeah. So girls, what they regional first round regional,
we'll call it a
golf,
regional
right?
round,
I
yep.
think the girls again, their verbiage is just a little different from the state union on the girls' side. So either way, it's not the state qualifier tomorrow. That's at Acorn Park. It is to advance to the state qualifier tomorrow, right?
Qualify tomorrow for the state qualifier. I don't know if the rules are the same as the boys or not, but yesterday and the boys meet 3 teams plus 2 individuals who are not on one of those 3 teams. Advanced Saints win that one.
Yeah,
so they advance to
congratulations.
the opportunity to earn their way to state, which will happen at Mason City Highland Golf Club, do they call it? Highland
I believe
Golf
that's
Course?
right. The first time in school history the Saints boys win the sectional meet.
So we said that, but I think we were wrong.
Aha,
I think they won it in
found-
15.
Okay.
I think they won it in 08. I think it may be the third time.
Might
they
be
won
the
it.
third time.
First time they've won it at home, we'll say that, because it was the first time we've ever hosted it, I'm told.
Is that right?
I think that was right.
That's awesome. They got a chance to host it, and they took care of business on their home course.
You got it.
This race is going to be fun here, guys. North Butler, West Hancock, Janesville, Bishop Garrigan. They come in with the 14th, 17th, 23rd, and 26th best times in Class 1A, separated by less than 2 seconds, these 4 teams. If they run their best times today, we expect a dead heat finish.
Let's see what happens when they push each other. So who has the best time of these guys?
West Hancock at 103.25. Janesville right behind at 103.7.
Let's see how it plays out.
Nathan Bixel for West Hancock. He's fast out of the gates. We watched him one other time this year. You may remember Brady Bixel. I think that they would be brothers. This is little brother Nathan. Fast out of the gates here, as is Garrigan. Janesville, though. Daniel Britt having a leg here. Tegberg for Janesville. Borman for Bishop Garrigan Catholic, North Butler in third with Jackson Miller. And Gomez for West Hancock in fourth. It's all Janesville so far. Impressive.
Oh, look how smooth he is running, my goodness.
Janesville's Graham is absolutely tearing it up.
I love it.
Janesville, Dane Appleby, the senior, running the anchor leg. Down he goes, though. North Butler, West Hancock. Bishop Garrigan. Here we go. West Hancock. Jacoby Subject. What a leg from West Hancock and Jacoby Subject. That gentleman is just a sophomore. I don't know what his split was there, but good is what we'd call it.
Yeah, something around fast.
Something around fast, no doubt about it. West Hancock, 105.85. They win it. Bishop Garrigan finishes second at 106.23. So if we go to the compiled here, let's go get that. Do-do-do.
You said it earlier, Joe. You don't bet on hurdles. Janesville had a nice lead on that one. Unfortunately, the hurdle interferes. And
so hold on to your hat, ladies and gentlemen. We had this happen last time. It just happened again. Nashua Plainfield is your champion. Well, Nashua Plainfield wasn't in that race. No, they were not, sir. They were in section number 1. They ran a 105.37. Remember, we said that was the time to beat. Well, guess what?
We did say that was the time to beat.
Nobody beat that. 105.37. Nashua Plainfield wins the boys' shuttle hurdle. West Hancock then finishes second, and will have to get in on time. Bishop Garrigan, 106.23, finishes third. Wow. It's right. That's the one word for that is wow. Congratulations to Nashua Plainfield, Tyler Zimmer, Devin Blanchard, Clayton Gerholt, and Landon Felsky. Felsky ran a blazing fast final leg there in the shuttle hurdle for the Nashua Plainfield boys, and that's enough. It appears they won the 110-meter shuttle hurdle relay. Wow. We'll see. They are not yet final, so we're going to give them just a second here to make sure they get this all sorted out. But so far, it appears that is going to be your final.
Do they at some point reference on that they are final? So we're
they
looking
do.
at the...
So they go from done to results on the. If you're looking at the live stream with me, it just switched to results, and that means they are official and final. Nashua Plainfield is your boys shuttle hurdle champion. The girls win. The St. Ansgar girls win the shuttle hurdle relay on their side. Dangerously close to a school record, I believe. I'm going to try to get some confirmation on what that is here, and we'll you remind me, Mr. Genius, to bring that up here in a minute.
You're counting on me to remember anything. You're in trouble, mister.
I have a close connection here that I think can answer this question fast.
We have some discussion going on down there. The men in yellow. We've got a little bit of sporadic removal of hurdles, some unmoved. Man, I'd love to know what they're chatting about.
Wouldn't you? You know what we should do? We should mic up the referees here.
Let's get them mic'd.
So, anything can happen in the hurdles. One of the reasons anything can happen in the hurdles is because of the judgment calls that are involved here, right? For example, if you hit a hurdle and it impedes a runner in another lane, you can be disqualified for that, right? Did you leave early? Did you not leave early? This is someone looking down that line with their eyeballs. This isn't a laser. This isn't a, so there's some judgment involved here. It appears as though we are having an official scorers discussion about that boys' shuttle hurdle relay. As soon as we have information, we will relay it. So...
yeah, so let's consider that. So it was Janesville's hurdle goes down. Janesville goes down, right?
Correct.
And at the moment that happens, they have a pretty nice lead in that one, right?
They did.
That hurdle goes down. I saw, and is a little bit like you and I talked earlier, specifically like you hit the hurdle next to you. Well, that's the lane next to you, but that's not a lane that they're not going that direction.
Not currently running in it. Yep.
But if it nudges the hurdle next, who knows?
Right.
I can't even imagine. But there's guys out there with flags too, correct?
Correct.
I'm speaking.
And if they see something, that's what that flag means, right? Is, hey, I got my flag in the air because I see something I didn't like. I want to talk to a scorer about.
Steve Pope, thank you for chiming in. If you got answers to us, hear that, you add one of those in there too. But Steve Pope, thanks. Love Saints TV. Steve's out here all the time. Like, he's a super fan. We may be getting some updates here.
So one of the benefits. So they have called the coaches from that race. They called the coaches to the center of the track to meet with the officials right now. So they have asked for Janesville, Garrigan, North Butler, and West Hancock to come to the meet officials to have a discussion. That's what's happening right now. I heard that over the announcement here, and I can see that those coaches are now meeting with the official scorers of this meet to sort out whatever happened in that race. Interestingly enough, it appears as though we are setting hurdles back up. Am I wrong on that? Do I see?
Well, they
or
stopped
they
taking
stopped
them
taking
down.
them down.
They stopped
Okay,
taking them
so
down.
they haven't put them back yet.
Some started taking them down, and then I think they were told to stop doing that. And then, although there's some hurdle alignment going on back there. This is interesting. Where is Joel Carlson when you need him? Saints TV rules expert Joel Carlson.
Yeah. I mean, is there such thing as a redo in the in
my
track?
goodness.
Are
If
we
I'm
going to
that runner,
redo this thing?
I can't.
I think we're going to redo this thing.
Oh.
We have runners returning to each end in front of us. We have hurdles being put back on the track. I don't want to speculate, but I'm going to speculate that we're rerunning this race. So there's again, the meet officials are meeting with the coaches from the 4 teams in that race. In that lot, the boys shuttle hurdle relay, where there was a significant crash and a little controversy, has ensued. Conversations are being had. We don't know what those conversations are. There's no reason to put the hurdles back out for the next race.
Nope.
There are no hurdles in the next race.
It's a race that does not need these hurdles, but they're definitely going to need them for whatever they do next.
Again, all of the hurdlers from that event are now headed back to their respective ends. Again, indicating to me that we're going to have us a redo. Did they run that race in the wrong lanes? Is that what happened?
Does it matter?
Uh-huh. There's an order in which you run down and back.
Oh, so like...
You follow?
Yeah, but the kids know what hurdle direction or like
I would sure
against the
think
grain
so.
is a dangerous thing to do.
Was it
exposed? Or did they set them up? Did they set the hurdles up wrong?
Right,
Like,
and so they ran where the hurdles were set up, but they happened to be. Again, I'm speculating / filling time. We don't really know what happened. We will try to get an official explanation, but it now appears there's no doubt we're going to redo. We're going again. If you can help us in the chat, please do. We would take.
Well, Eric Powers, thank you for chiming in. He says a kid went on the track and straightened a hurdle and hit the kid that fell down. So there's a kid. There was a
hurdle straightener interference.
Eric, is that what you're saying? A kid. So they do right when the track is clear. They'll come and straighten anything out that might have been hit, so the race can continue. Right.
Yep.
And that's how this kid goes down. Is there was a sense there's interference. Well, I would say in that case, you rerun the race, right?
Yep. That would make sense, I guess, right? About has to be something along those lines.
Yep. And I'm not sure if we went back to the stream if we'd see it or not. We probably would. We'd have the camera in that direction, but we're gonna rerun it. Was there interference?
Someone was on the track. For whatever reason, we're just going with Okay, thank you. Official, they are rerunning it. So the information we're getting is indeed a little interference on the track with someone trying to straighten a hurdle is what caused that. So, ultimately, I think the right decision here, right? Janesville was out front at that point, and obviously Jacoby Subject had a great final leg.
Well, and look at your winner here. Look, right now we got NP, which we were surprised by, but the reality is Janesville gets to finish that clean. They're clearly going to win that.
Right.
They were way ahead in that race.
Yep, they were going to be a 104
at
that point. So we're going to do it again here, boys. Shuttle hurdle relay. Here we go. We said it would be a fun race. We get to watch it twice. Here after the meet officials decide to run the race a second time. To do some obstruction on the track. We just had, it happens, right? And so I think the right thing to do, the fairest thing to do for all the kids is to do it again. That's what's going to happen here. Time final number 2, North Butler, West Hancock. Janesville, Bishop Garrigan. Janesville is your favorite. West Hancock close behind as your second seed here in this race. North Butler and Bishop Garrigan, as we saw the last time they ran it. Give them a run for their money.
Well, now they've had a chance to see each other, right?
For sure. So Bixel from West Hancock didn't have a great leg last time. I'm sure he's welcoming the opportunity to go do it again. He does just that here. Much better that time. Janesville out front. The Bearcats, North Butler in second. Bishop Garrigan in third. West Hancock in fourth, playing out exactly how it did last time. Significant lead for Janesville. North Butler's coming, though. West Hancock moves into third. Garrigan drifts back to fourth. The Garrigan runner gets a hurdle. Big piece of a hurdle there, but stays on his feet. Janesville still in the lead. Janesville, North Butler. Here comes Jacoby Subject for West Hancock, but Janesville is going to hang on to win. Janesville wins it.
Wow. Sub 103 it looked like, didn't it?
And everybody's time improved there, no doubt about it. I think West Hancock improved their time a couple.
Oh, my goodness.
They went from 105.85 here. That's where they were. So we'll mark that down. Janesville was in the 108s and took 5 seconds off after not being interfered with in that race. So we're going to get fresh results here any second now. I assume because there's already results in the computer, they're going to have to, there may be a delay here in getting those. But a much cleaner race that time. Again, the race officials decided to rerun that one after there was some interference on the track with a hurdle resetter. They rerun that one. And Janesville is going to advance to the state meet next week. They will be your champion in the shuttle hurdle relay.
I've never really been dialed into those hurdle resetters the way it was that time. But I saw a hurdle go down, and so, of course, I was
then you have to look
attention.
up.
And then you're like, okay, what are they going to do? There's a hurdle lane out there. And, of course, they reset, and then they have to get into the unused lane, right?
Yep.
I just had never really paid attention until that moment clearly this is what happened. Well, let's see what the result is. The net result of all this. Seems like that's the fairest thing to do. I mean, just let them rerun it.
I agree. I don't know how you do it any different. Janesville does win it officially with a time of 102.99. West Hancock in the second running takes a second and a half off their time, runs a 104.38. North Butler runs a 104.73 and finishes in third. Nashua Plainfield ends up fourth at 105.37. So more like what we expected, I guess, going into the race.
But you look at those teams that were 105 something, or about 106, right?
And obviously it'll be forever on the internet on our YouTube channel, so we can go back and watch it. But I wonder how much that interference affected the other teams as well, right?
You have to wonder.
You have to wonder. Did that? It didn't. Obviously, Janesville's the one that fell down, but did the other runners slow down as well as a result? And
a second difference in that race with the teams who are like, they're so good. They're used to running this race. They know what it should take. A second difference means Something else is going on there, I think.
Agree. So right decision in my opinion. Glad to see them get it right for the kids. Let's get the right qualifiers in. I think we did that today. Obviously, it stinks for others, right? That thought they had won for a second, and it turns out not to be the case. But that's shuttle hurdle relay for you. That race. If you're going to find controversy at a track meet, it seems like you're going to find it in the shuttle hurdle relay. All right. Thanks to Eric out there in Chatland for helping us with that. He spotted that and helped us out. We appreciate that very much. Right on there. Girls 100-meter dash coming up next. 4 sections here. So this is a final again. Okay, so somebody can run a 12-second time in this first section and win the whole thing. We just won't know it till the end, right? So there are 3 runners in this first section. Lake Mills, Leonardi, Collier from Riceville, and Perry from Riceville in this first section of girls.
So each team can have 2 runners in this race, is that correct?
That is correct. So in every event, a team can enter no more than 2. Two runners. So your Saints runners are Emerson Brum. She's going to run in section 4, and then Paulson will run in section 3. Took me a second to find the other St. Ansgar. Those are your 2 St. Ansgar runners. Here we'll have Lake Mills and 2 Riceville runners. In your first 100-meter dash, section 1 of 4, timed final. And all the excitement there, I'm going to go look and see if we've got any shot put results to come in. We did. We have shot put results. We will review those here in between. Lake Mills. Leonhardi. Going to win section 1. Of the 100-meter dash for the girls. 15.76 is the time for Kendall from Lake Mills. Of note, J.C. Johnston has the 5th best time in the state in this race.
Wow.
And you notice she's not entered in this race. So the hard part of this race can be, or of being a track coach, is trying to figure out who's going to run what on a given night, right?
Get 4 events per individual.
Update, boys, shuttle hurdle relay, the controversy will not end. Janesville disqualified for the second runner leaving early. West Hancock is your boys' shuttle hurdle relay champion. Wow. What a race that was for many reasons. Janesville ends up, they get interfered with and fall in the first one. They redo the race. They get DQ'd the second time through, and West Hancock is your champion at 104.38. They advance to the state meet next week. Wow.
Man, I feel for those guys.
Here we go, Lake Mills out front. Looks like it's going to be Lake Mills, Northwood. Maddie Manis wins section 2 in a time of 15:88. Espinosa from Northwood Kensett in second, and Marembe from Nashua Plainfield in third. There are 4 races here. The girls' 100-meter dash, that was 2 of 4. Section 3 on its way. McCoy Nuss from Tripola. That's boys. Girls, section 3. Henriksen, Rockford, Gonnerman, Rockford, Paulson of St. Ansgar, Berkey of Bishop Garrigan, Whitty, West Hancock, Weiland of West Hancock, Ayers of North Butler, and Joyce, Bishop Garrigan, coming up in section 3. Yeah, so update there. West Hancock wins the shuttle hurdle after Janesville gets disqualified for leaving early. Are we about set to go? I can't quite see to that end. Or do I have time to go through a couple of discus results?
We are getting ready to go.
All right, I'm going to do it before that last one then. Here we go, section 3 of 4. This is a 100-meter dash, timed final. Berkey of Bishop Garrigan has the best time in this section coming in. The time to beat is Lake Mills Leonardi from that first section of 15:76. Bishop Garrigan. Berkey. Well, Bishop Garrigan wins section 3, and she beat that time, so she will be your new leader. 14:15 officially for Kate Berkey, the freshman from Bishop Garrigan. Has the lead as we go into section 4. In lane 1, Emerson Brum of St. Ansgar. Freshman's run a 13.7 coming into tonight. Cowell from Chipola in lane 2. Manwarren from Clarksville in 3. Campman, also of Clarksville, in 4. She is your favorite, coming in with a 12.78 on the year. Macy Thorson of Northwood Kensett is your second favorite. 12.94 for her, the 16th best time in the state coming in 2 tonight. Cora Barnett is in 6 of North Butler. Janesville's Pew in lane 7, and Addie Oldenburger of Janesville in lane number 8. Runner to watch here is Clarksville's Campman in lane 4.
See if I can get you a screen here, Joe.
Oh, that would be wonderful. For the longer races, it didn't matter much to me, but I'm finding in these shorter races, not being able to see to that end is a problem. Girls 100-meter dash, section 4 of 4. They're set. And away they go.
What's time to beat?
14:15 is the time to beat. Campman in lane 4. Out front, Manwarren, her teammate, right beside her. Northwood Kensett's going to be in 3rd.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
That looked like Macy Thorson. So Campman wins it with a time of 13:39. Macy Thorson finishes 2nd. She passes Manwarren right at the last. A 13:44 for Macy Thorson of Northwood Kensett. Emily Manwarren finishes 3rd at 13.49 seconds. That was a good race. 1/10 of a second.
Very good race.
Separating 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Cora Barnett finishes 4th. Cammie Cowell of Tripola finishes 5th. Hayden Pugh finishes 6th. Addie Oldenburger 7th. And Kate Berkey, Bishop Garrigan's freshman, finishes in 8th.
All right, boss. You got 4 mics plugged in. But we have 3 of them. Where's your 4th?
This one right here?
Well, I don't need it. I just want to put this one next to it. Can
Yep.
you do that?
Yep. Before Sammy got hungry, that's where I had it.
Sorry, man. I missed the start of the boys here.
Boys, 100-meter dash, section number 1. Randy Stevens, Nathan Moon, and Logan Johnson. Looks like Nathan Moon of Clarksville wins that one. That was section 1. There are 4 of these sections as well. Junior Felsky, Kale Grigorski, Andres Villegas from Lake Mills, Ethan Frank, Jeffrey Brass, Preston Adams, Thomas Jackson, and Xander Clemens are in section 2. Coming up. They aren't messing around now. We're getting these things done.
Yeah, they're not messing around.
Love it. Nathan Moon of Clarksville runs a 13:21, so that is the time to beat. Logan Johnson, Clear Lake Classical, finishes 2nd in that first section, and Trey Stevens of Rockford finishes 3rd. Girls' shot put results are in.
Hands up.
We'll get to those after this race. We're going to go through those very quickly, just so we can get them to you. I'll give you a hint. It's good news if you're a Saints fan. That's all I'll say. Not giving any more away.
Well, I'm definitely sticking around,
gotta pay
man,
attention.
Joe.
Northwood Kensett, Clarksville. Northwood Kensett, I think, is going to get him.
I believe you're right.
Northwood Kensett's Ethan Frank runs a 13:23. Newman Catholic, Jeffrey Brass, 13:25. That was Newman Catholic there in second. Bilgus from Lake Mills in third. Jackson Newman Catholic in fourth. So your time to beat, 13:23, set by Ethan Frank of Northwood, Kensett. As we head into time final number 3, Tripola's Nuss in lane 1, Sink from Bishop Garrigan in 2, Garcia, West Hancock in lane 3, lane 4 is Owen Smith of Riceville, lane 5, Peterson, West Hancock, 6 is Chima of Nashua Plainfield, 7th, Corbin Michaels from St. Ansgar, and in lane 8, Tyberger, Nashua Plainfield. Corbin Michaels there for your Saints in lane 7. Ran a 12:42 earlier this year. Riceville's Owen Smith is the favorite in this section, running an 11:93. A few weeks ago, as promised, those shot put results in 8th place. Pojaski of Janesville, Lamborn, Nashua Plainfield in 7th, Manning in 6th from Northwood Kensett. In 5th, Quigley of Tripola. In 4th, Frito from West Hancock. In 3rd, Sealy May Athey from St. Ansgar with a throw of 34 feet, 2.5 inches. In 2nd, Haley Nemmers, Bishop Garrigan, 34 feet, 9 inches. And your champion in the shot put, Lindsay Cruzy of St. Ansgar, a throw of 34 feet, 11 3/4 inches.
Well, Michael's looking good in that one.
Corbin Michaels
something.
Looked like he was playing football out there. Corbin Michaels runs a 12:16 officially, and he upsets that section anyway. Runs his best time of the season, runs a 12:16. Corbin Michaels has the lead as we head into section number 4. Owen Smith of Riceville, 12:45. Garcia of West Hancock, 12:64. Are your top 3 as we head into section number 4 of the boys' 100-meter dash. In lane 1, Bowden Miller of Clarksville, Freddie Losi of Riceville in lane 2, Daniel Britt, Janesville in lane 3, Dylan Brum of St. Ansgar in lane 4. He has your 10th best time in the state, has the best time coming in of 11:14. Stroker Coop, North Butler in lane 5, Owen Murphy in lane 6 of Bishop Garrigan. Lane 7 is Evan Lorenzen, Northwood Kensett. And in lane 8, Evan McCormick, North Butler. The runner to watch here, the fastest man alive, Dylan Brum in lane 4. I like that nickname. It's going to stick with him forever. When I see him when he's like 47 years old and I'm 87 in the grocery store, heck, I'll be older than 87. But I'm going to call him the fastest man alive. I hope he still is. He probably will be.
The fastest man alive. I love it.
So the time to beat for Mr. Brum is his teammate's time. Corbin Michaels, 12:16. That's the number to beat. Coop of North Butler, just 0.3 of a second behind him in his season best. So the runner in lane 5 is Coop. And they're out of the blocks here fast. Dylan Brum didn't get a great start. Going to have to close. Can he catch North Butler's Coop? I believe he did.
He may have done just that.
He did. 11.8 for Dylan Brum. Stroker Coop, 11.87. Evan Lorenzen, 12.07. So if we combine these things, Corbin Michaels ends up 4th.
Wow.
Evan Lorenzen, 3rd from Northwood Kensett. Stroker Coop, North Butler. In 2nd, Dylan Brum survives and advances to the state meet with a time of 11.8. Oh, Dylan, I don't know. I didn't see him out of the blocks. He didn't get a great start, it appeared anyway, but he had the closing speed to catch Stroker Coop, and he advances to the state meet next week, where he will improve significantly on that time.
Yeah, it feels like about midway through, he was about in 4th place. Yeah. It was real tight there, but, man, with that kind of speed and that short a distance for him to close it up and find himself in 1st place, what a win for Dylan Brum.
Exactly.
Indeed, the fastest man alive.
Indeed. Again, that girl shot put, let's go back there. Lindsay Cruzy from the St. Ansgar Saints wins with a throw of 34 feet, 11 3/4 inches. 10 more points for your Saints in that team race. If we just give you that quick update for the girls, 8 of 19 events scored. The Saints lead Lake Mills for that top spot in the team race by just 4 points.
Wow.
Saints have 49, Lake Mills 45. Riceville in third with 30 points. In the boys' events, look like this. Through just 7 of 19 scored events, West Hancock leads Lake Mills by 8 points. St. Ansgar's in third with just 8.8 points behind. So the high jump, they split points because they're like 6 guys all jump the same.
Oh, yeah.
So they split a whole bunch of points. That's why the points get a little wonky for the boys here. There's fractions of points because one jumper for West Hancock got a third of a point and the other one got a half, I believe. That gets you to .83. There's your team race. West Hancock leads the boys. The Saints out front for the girls. Here we go. We said it was going to go fast. It's going to go fast. The DMed. It's DMed time. 1,600-meter relay. One race here. Lake Mills in lane 1. Janesville in 2. Riceville in 3. Lane 4, Nashua Plainfield. Lane 5 is St. Ansgar. Lane 6, West Hancock. Lane 7, Bishop Garrigan. 3 great teams again in this one. Our first look at Cadence Huck. Oklahoma State commit. Cadence Huck will be the anchor, so she'll run the 800 leg for Nashua Plainfield here in the DMed. They have the 3rd best time in the state at 4:18 and change. St. Ansgar has the 7th best time this year, but run with different runners. So we'll see how that plays out. JC has run this race this year. She is not tonight. St. Ansgar's running Winia, Jewel, Porsche, and Powers. So Lila Powers will run the 800 for the Saints. Riceville has Claire Zweibomber, who we saw run the 3,000 really well. She's running their 800 here in the DMed. So your first runners for Lake Mills, Gallardo, Janesville, Blos, Riceville, Becker, Nashua Plainfield, Ava Felsky, St. Ansgar, Briley Winia, West Hancock, Nito Menendez, and Bishop Garrigan's running Molly Peterson. So 200, 200, 400, 800 here is the distance medley relay.
The staggered lanes is tough sometimes to know who is in the lead. You kind of watch for the handoffs, right?
Yeah.
Because the distance of the timing of the handoffs should be indicative.
Should be, exactly. Josie Jewell for the Saints, and West Hancock with Cameron Haugland appear to be out front. Nashua Plainfield in 3rd. And Riceville right there with them. So until they cross these cones, they have to stay in their own lane. Once they cross these cones, right about now, they can merge down into lane 1, and we'll know who's in what place. Amelia Porsche running the 400 leg here for the Saints. She has St. Ansgar out front. West Hancock with Aubrey Madison in 2nd. I believe that is Dolman and Riceville in 3rd, and Serwinski and Nashua Plainfield in 4th. But they both have black jerseys with a name down the back, so it's hard to tell. We're going to find out when they get a little closer. St. Ansgar, Amelia Porsche out front. It is Nashua Plainfield in 3rd, Riceville in 4th, West Hancock running 2nd. Nice 400 from Porsche.
It's a great 400 from Porsche.
She's going to hand it off to Lila Powers, who's going to run the 800. Cadence Huck in trail for Nashua Plainfield. Riceville's Zweibomber. West Hancock's Weiland.
And if you have not seen Cadence Huck run before, she can close a gap. She
in a hurry.
She is fun to watch. But
here
with the Saints leading right now, we'd love to see Lila keep that gap behind her.
And this is where, in this race in particular, strategy is huge, right? So you can see right now, Cadence Huck decides she's going to catch her right away.
Yeah.
Right? And that's what's happening. She says, I'm going to catch her in the first lap, and then I'm going to stalk her for a while, and we're going to have a race at the end. Lila Powers doing a great job of keeping her distance out front. West Hancock drops to 3rd. Riceville in 4th. Lila Powers has the baton and the lead for the Saints, but here comes Cadence Huck.
It's like Cadence is just finding her rhythm on this one. 1 lap to go here. Cadence has closed that gap to about 0 here.
Yep, she's eliminated that big lead that the Saints had going in. World-class runner is Cadence Huck. Lila Powers, no slouch either. This is going to be a fun lap. These two have run a lot of races.
Oh, yeah.
Versus each other. They know what to expect out of the other one. Let's see how it plays out here over the last 300. West Hancock in third, but here comes Riceville. Zweebomber makes the pass. Riceville moves to third. Cadence Huck takes the lead. She's out by 10 meters here with 200 to go. Time's going to be very important here. Lila knows that, so she's going to do whatever she can to run the best time she can here in this last leg of the distance medley.
Yeah, again, winner advances, so timing doesn't matter for the winner. We saw that happen earlier where teams weren't running their best, but by getting the win, they advanced the state, saved themselves for some other races. In Lila's case here, she needs to keep her wheels a-turning.
You got it. Cadence Huck headed to the finish line. Nashua Plainfield will win the girls' distance medley relay in a time right over 4:19. The Saints are going to finish with Lila Powers. Great leg out of Lila Powers. They finish in second with a 4:24.36, just off their best pace. In the wind, that was a great, great race from the Saints. Nashua Plainfield officially runs a 4:19.73. Congratulations to Nashua Plainfield's Ava Felsky, Jimenez, Serwinski, and Cadence Huck, who advance to the state meet next week. Congratulations, Nashua Plainfield, distance medley relay champion. Saints with a 4:24. I'm going to say it should get in on time. I think they will qualify there. They'll have to wait until all the results are in. Again, how this works, there are 10 of these events tonight. The champion in each race advances at each site, and then the next 14 qualifiers, so 24 in total, 14 make it in on time. So in theory, 8 teams from this relay might have just made the state meet, right? That can't happen. I think last year there was a site that had 5 qualifiers in one race, so it can happen. St. Ansgar's time of 4:24.36. If you're a Saints fan, I think that's good news. I believe they will likely qualify here in the distance medley relay as well, which would keep them perfect in the relays in terms of qualifying. They've won all of the others. This was their second place finish here in a relay. Boys distance medley relay up next. There are 2 sections here, so enough teams entered in this one that they're going to run this one in 2 chunks. So we'll see Janesville, Newman Catholic, and Tripola here in section number 1 of the boys distance medley relay. This race has gone, or this night has gone exactly how the St. Ansgar coaches wanted it to go to this point. I think, again, if you're a Saints fan, the night has progressed like they hoped and thought it would. We talked about it a little bit briefly, but there's a ton of strategy that goes into this. Who's going to race what? Where are we going to put who? How do we maximize the number of girls and boys that we get an opportunity to run at the state meet?
Yeah.
And then how do we maximize our opportunity to go win the whole thing, right? Or to place at that state meet. We saw them do it last year.
We did.
Kind of came out of nowhere. I don't think there were a lot of people that had St. Ansgar in their pool as your girls champion last year until about day 1 was over, and we all started going, well, wait a minute. If we do this, this, and this, we're gonna win this thing. And sure enough, that happened. By the way, Cadence Huck almost single-handedly, right, won it a couple years ago by winning 3 races down there. So that can happen too. Where
that was last year.
Was that just last year?
Last year, the Saints.
Did they finish second?
I think they did.
They did.
So it's 38 points, and Cadence was involved in every scoring race. So 3 first place as three first places, and I believe a second.
And that was the
and they
difference.
got the 38 points, and that was
we scored what, 39, right?
It was just over that. I don't know what we got.
I honestly, it's all a blur. I was there, and I had a great time talking to everybody down there. But what a fun opportunity. And there's no doubt about it, these girls have repeat on their mind.
I'm sure you're right.
I'm not sure there's anybody saying it out loud, or there's anybody counting any chickens before they hatch. But they had this date circled on the calendar. Let's go give it our best tonight, so we have the opportunity to go do it again.
Yeah, and why wouldn't they, right?
Yep, exactly.
You've mentioned already that there's some races that, gosh, normally you'd see JC in this one, and well, obviously it's all part of the strategic plan.
Yep, exactly. of how do we maximize our opportunity, not just to get there, but then once you're there.
Let's go win it.
Janesville, Newman Catholic, and Tripola, 200, 200, 400, 800 are your 4 legs here in the distance medley relay. Girard, Castino, and Lohman are your 3 runners there. The second 200, Westendorf from Janesville, Crimmins from Newman Catholic, and Donchi from Tripola. Running the second 200. Newman Catholic in the lead here, followed by Tripola and Janesville. 400 leg underway. Steedle, Newman Catholic, Meany for Janesville, and Kingsbury for Tripola. The 400 leg underway, Newman out front. There are 2 sections here. This is section 1 of 2 in the boys' distance medley relay. So the girls' shot put, the Saints finish first and second. They've qualified. They've won every relay except for the distance med where they finished second. St. Ansgar is officially in the lead. 9 events, 9 of 19 in the team race. They have a 8-point lead now over Lake Mills, 57-49. St. Ansgar also takes the boys' lead in the team race with 8 events scored. So both Saints teams out front in the team scores with either 8 or 9 events scored. Good start for both teams here. Long way to go.
We do have a way to go.
Less than half done here. Just about half done. How about that? We get this race done, we'll call it half done.
Yeah, a lot of the races will go quicker. We won't have that 30-minute break.
Yeah, and time-wise, we're certainly half done, right? The night air has arrived.
I see a lot of blankets coming out there.
The sun kind of went behind the bleachers here. The wind is still howling. The clouds are gone, and the temperature has dropped like 13 degrees in the last hour. It's down into the mid-60s already. Those of us who brought a sweatshirt are thankful. Those of us who did not may be calling their spouses to ask them to bring them one.
I'm always the guy that brings several sweatshirts, and tonight I left the house, and I didn't really check the forecast. I was like, man, it's muggy.
It's 85 and muggy. What do I need a sweatshirt for? Yeah, it turns out that changed. We didn't get the rain showers, but you could feel when the front went through. You know, the weather, definitely the weather changed. Newman Catholic out front here in the boys distance medley, section 1 of 2. This is Spooner for Newman, Brinkman for Janesville, and Stearns for Tripola running the 800 here. For section 1, boys distance medley relay, 1,600 meters total, an 800, a 400, and 2 200s. A fairly unique race. Is this one of the ones that Coach Sherman was telling us about last year that they don't run a lot of places? I believe, if memory serves.
You know, I do think he did say that, didn't he?
That this is kind of an Iowa thing or a Midwest thing.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're against the rail out front of the bleachers, please slide down to those people in the bleachers and enjoy the track meet.
I missed the announcement, but
I think we have people standing where we don't want them standing, so a little announcement to get people to move. So section 1 here is going to finish up. Newman Catholic wins section 1 at time 4:17.76. Janesville finishes in second, and Tripola in third. That was section 1 of the boys' distance medley relay. Section 2 on its way. In lane 1, Riceville. Lane 2, St. Ansgar. Lane 3, Lake Mills. Lane 4 is Nashua Plainfield. Lane 5, North Butler. Lane 6, West Hancock. Lane 7, Bishop Garrigan. And lane 8, Northwood Kensett. We have the 28th and 29th best times coming in, set by Nashua Plainfield. They were 28th at 346.81, and North Butler were just behind at 347.26, the 29th best time. So it appears to be a two-horse race here between Nashua Plainfield and North Butler. St. Ansgar is running Matt Clevenger, Anthony Schnabel, Trey Johans, and Lucan Knutson in this one. Let's see if they can make some noise here and go contend in the boys' D-Med.
A fairly young group after all.
For sure. 3 freshmen and a senior for your Saints. Riceville's going to run Hendrickson here for the first 200. Saints will run Matt Clevenger. The Bulldogs of Lake Mills have Christensen. Nashua Plainfield starting with Williams. North Butler with Tucker Pakey. West Hancock, Brandon Peterson. Bishop Garrigan, Cleanse. Northwood Kensett, Aiden Schultz. They're each running their first 200 here as they get set in the blocks. Section 2 of 2, boys distance medley. We're underway. Leg number 1, boys distance medley. Big stagger in this race. So watch this first set of handoffs. The second runners, Dwine for Riceville, Schnabel for St. Ansgar, Delger for Lake Mills, Kalanoff for Nashua Plainfield, Towsley, North Butler, Garcia, West Hancock, Miller, Bishop Garrigan, and Robinson for Northwood Kensett. Looks like we have North Butler and Clayton Towsley, followed by West Hancock's Garcia, Bishop Garrigan, Nashua Plainfield, Schnabel for the Saints gets the handoff. To Trey Johans, who's running the third leg for the Saints. Henry Schroeder for Riceville. Steen for Lake Mills. Jake Smith, Nashua Plainfield. Henning, North Butler. West Hancock running Van Epps. Troyer for Bishop Garrigan. And Jacobson for Northwood Kensett here on your 400 leg. Nashua Plainfield and Smith take the lead. North Butler in second, running Henning. In third is Lake Mills. Zach Steeney, the junior for Lake Mills, trying to make the pass on North Butler's Henning.
And he's not giving up. North Butler is not giving up easy on that one.
Nashua Plainfield has the lead after 3 legs. 800 runners on the track. Jace Hansen, the junior for Nashua Plainfield, followed by North Butler's Traeger Pakey, not to be confused with Tucker Pakey. I'm sure they're brothers. Let's go with it. Say confidently, right? Cade Van Rokel for Lake Mills, right there as well in third. St. Ansgar's got Knutson. West Hancock running Cameron Fox. I believe he'd be in fourth, Saints in fifth. Knutson challenging for that 4th spot for the Saints, but out front comes Jace and Nashua Plainfield. Jace Hansen, with 400 to go, has the lead.
Knutson's such a smooth runner. Makes the pass there, extends the gap here. Sets the sights on the next guy in front of him, but let me tell you, he's a little ways out, so come on,
Nashua Plainfield out front. North Butler in second. Lake Mills Van Rokel in third. Nashua Plainfield has extended that lead over North Butler. Lake Mills trying to reel in North Butler. 200 to go. The boys distance medley relay. Jace Hansen has Nashua Plainfield out front here. North Butler with the kick here, trying to catch him. Here comes North Butler. Gonna run out of track, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Nashua Plainfield is gonna hang on and win the boys' distance medley relay. North Butler finishes in second. Lake Mills in third. Nashua Plainfield runs a 3:49.08. Just 3 seconds off their best time. The times have come down as we've gone through the night here, I think as a direct reflection of the wind coming down. North Butler with a 3:51.13 finishes in second. Lake Mills in third at 3:51.91. Saints finish fourth. Lucan Knudsen closes well there, 4:06.18 for the Saints. All-important team points there in that one. Bishop Garrigan fifth, West Hancock sixth, Riceville seventh, and Northwood Kensett finishes in eighth. Newman Catholic's time in that first section was actually better than Northwood Kensett, so Newman Catholic's going to get the point for eighth. They edge out Northwood Kensett, who ends up finishing in ninth. Next up, girls 400-meter dash, one of my favorite races. What do you say about 400s, Candle Genius?
It's the worst race on earth. It's just a really long sprint. You got to have calluses running through your blood, through your veins, if you want to actually be good at this. I'm not sure if that's what I said, but there's not enough words. It's a tough, tough race.
Yep. As we get ready for that one, oh, never mind. They are down already. The starters have decided we are going to get out of here on time and have run this thing super efficiently. They continue to do that here. Timed finals, 3 sections here. So race 1 is block Northwood Kensett, Laney Hanna from St. Ansgar, and Gerholt of Nashua Plainfield are your first 3 on the track here. Section 1 of 3 in the girls' 400-meter dash.
2 sections?
3 sections.
3 sections.
Yep. St. Ansgar also has Jada Meyer, who will run in the second section here. Girls' long jump results are in, so as they get this race started, I'm going to go through these quick. Alex McHenry, Northwood Kensett, finishes in 8th. Josephine Joyce from Bishop Garrigan finishes 7th. Santiago of Lake Mills finishes in 6th in the girls' long jump. In 5th, Bernard of Tripola. Campman from Clarksville in 4th. Manwarren of Clarksville in 3rd. Your long jump runner-up, Shayla Greeley of Riceville, and your long jump champion here in Northwood, Avery Eastfold, Lake Mills, with a jump of 16 feet, 10.5 inches. Congratulations, Avery, advancing to the state meet. Girls 400-meter dash underway. Laney Hanna, strong start here for your Saints. Northwood Kensett in second, Nashua Plainfield. Got to stay in your own lane this entire race, I believe. And it looks like we have more girls on the track than are on my sheet, so we may have made an adjustment here to how they're going to run this thing. They sure did. They combined them into 2 heats, so they must have had a few drop out. So this is... Well, let's see here. This is Jada Meyer, is it not?
It is Jada Meyer. You're
For
right.
the
I was like, when you
Saints.
said Laney, I was like, something isn't clicking here. What am I missing? Now we know.
Jada Meyer wins it here. Section 1 of 2 with a 108.21. Anna Marie Block, Northwood Kensett, finishes in second. Sense from Clear Lake Classical in third. Litter from North Butler, 4. Greenfield of Lake Mills in 5th. Throne, Lake Mills in 6th. Winters, Rockford in 7th. So we have combined those first 2 heats. Looks like we had some runners who are not going to participate. Laney Hanna being one of them, it appears, for the Saints. So the Saints have just 1 runner here, and that would be Jada Meyer, who has the lead as we head into Section 2, where you're going to find Cadence Huck again. So you're going to see a special 400 here. She has the best time in the state in this race. She ran a 55.65 last week in this race. 55.65. Madeline Tigas of Bishop Garrigan is going to be in lane 5. She's ran under a 59, the 5th best time in the state this year in Class 1A. So 2 really good racers out there in lanes 4 and 5, joined by Hannah Hillman in lane 1, Topanga Hackemiller in lane 2, Tripola's Cowell in 3, Cadence Huck in 4, Tigas in 5, Abigail Jones in lane 6 of Janesville, and then 2 West Hancock runners in 7 and 8, Keeper and Johnson.
You know, that last race, Jada just came out so fast. She looks so good coming out of the race. She's so young. We should see a lot of great years of running here for the Saints from her. Presently in the lead on this one after heat number 1. We've got some pretty exciting talent coming up here in heat number 2.
Like I said, the runner to beat here, Cadence Huck in lane 4. See what she can run here tonight.
I promise you this, she'll make it look easy.
Yeah, for sure. Blocks, who needs blocks? I can run a 55 without blocks, says Cadence Huck. Bishop Garrigan next to her in lane 5, Madeline Tigas. On paper, anyway, would be the other runner to watch in this race. Here they go together, it appears. They have to stay in their lanes here in the 400-meter dash.
Cadence on an inside lane and already taking a commanding lead.
Cadence Huck making it look easy, as you said, with 100 to go. Cadence Huck.
Her head doesn't move when she's running. She's just smooth.
Bishop Garrigan in second with Tigas. Cadence Huck is going to run a sub 57. Tigas from Bishop Garrigan is going to get second. 57-17 officially for Cadence Huck. She wins it, advances to the state meet next week here in the girls' 400-meter dash. Madeline Tigas, Bishop Garrigan finishes in second with a time of 1:02.29. Cammie Cowell from Tripola finishes third. Abigail Jones of Janesville in fourth. Ava Keeper, West Hancock in fifth. Jada Meyer finishes sixth for the Saints. All important. Couple of team points there.
Congratulations.
3, right? Am I right on that? 3 team points. Jada Meyer, great job. Goes out there and finishes in sixth place for your Saints. Time of 108.21. Lauren Johnson, seventh of West Hancock, and Hannah Hillman from Rockford, 109.21, finishes in eighth. Well, we are flying through them now. Here we go, boys. 400-meter. Let's see here. My sheet says there's 3. I'm going to go check the computer. The computer also says 3. So it looks like we're going to stay with 3 heats here for the boys, or 3 sections. In section number 1, Logan Johnson in lane 1, Clear Lake Classical. Carson Miller, Clear Lake Classical. In lane 2, Kale Grigorsuk from Janesville. In lane 3, Caden Lee, Lake Mills. In 4, Matthew Pridgeon in 5 from Riceville. Morris Jr. in 6th from Bishop Garrigan. Schuyler Morris Jr. And in 7th, Caden Smith of Riceville. There's your 7 runners here in section 1 of 3 boys 400-meter dash. Time to beat is Mr. Daniel Sutcliffe, the 10th best time in Class 1A this year at a 50.84.
Like the sound of that. Joel Carlson, thanks for chiming in.
So the Saints did end up winning by 2, 40-38 over Nashville Plainfield. So last year, both the state champion and the state runner-up came out of this state qualifying meet.
Yes, they did.
We talked about how much talent we had compiled, on, especially on the girls' side last year, and I think the same might be true this year. Fun to be a part of that and get to see it all unfold in front of us here. This is section 1, boys, 400-meter dash.
1 of 3.
We have someone way out front. Can you tell me what lane they're in? I can tell you who they are. Is that 6?
I'll give you a camera view here of.
That's got to be lane 6, right? which
Yeah,
would
Bishop.
be Shyler Morris of Bishop Garrigan. He has no time coming into tonight, which means he has not run this race officially for time. Well, he's running it pretty well right now.
Yeah, why not?
I can
right?
tell
Why
you
not?
that. He's going to run a sub-minute 400 and wins Section 1 with no time coming in. Wins Section 1 pretty handily with a time of 58.28. Is Shyler Morris Jr. Any junior out there is pretty fast. I can just, speaking from experience as a junior. Logan Johnson from Clear Lake Classical in second. Carson Miller, Clear Lake Classical in third. Section 2 coming up. Timed final again, so there's 3 races all running against the clock here. William Nielsen of North Butler in lane 1. Miles Nielsen, North Butler in lane 2. Andrew Schmidt of Nashua Plainfield in 3. Carter Sink in lane 4 from Bishop Garrigan. Rockford's Caleb Winters in lane 5. Lake Mills running Braden Eden in lane 6. West Hancock running Michael Gredelat in 7. And in lane 8, Newman Catholic's Thomas Jackson. Time to beat at this point is 58.28. Season best for Carter Sink in lane 4 from Bishop Garrigan is 58.18.
Joel Carlson may be referring to
The
one
team
particular
race. Yep.
The team race?
Yep, I believe that's what he's getting at, is that in that last race, they beat West Hancock, didn't win the race, but beat West Hancock, which gives you an advantage, right? As the team that's chasing you in that team race.
Yep, that makes sense. Joel always sharing these golden nuggets of wisdom, Joe.
He sure is. The Saints, for an update, through 9 events, the Saints lead the boys and the girls races. Both. They're out front here. Cool time to have double champions in this meet tonight.
I believe they had a night. What is tonight? It's tonight Thursday.
Tonight's the night.
Is it Monday, Tuesday? When did they?
The junior high, I know, won both of their boys and girls meets respectively this week, wherever they were. I believe they were in Osage.
There was a double win in Osage. That's what I was thinking of.
Section 2 underway. Fast pace to start here. In lane 4, Carter Sink, Bishop Garrigan. Lane 5 is Caleb Winters, Andrew Schmidt in lane 3.
In 6th place, Jaden Myers, St. Andrew. 1 minute 8.21. 5th place, Ayla Kuiper, West Hancock. 1 minute 7.77.
Looking for a leader?
We're looking for a leader in lane number 5. Caleb Winters from Rockford. But here comes Bishop Garrigan and Sink in lane 4. Winters passed there by Sink. Sink out front, then Winters. Can Nashua Plainfield? He's charging hard in lane 3. That's Andrew Schmidt. Don't think he gets there. He does not. Carter Sink wins it. Race 1, 57.89. He wins section number 2. Caleb Winters hangs on, finishes in second with a 58.8. Andrew Schmidt finishes third, 59.54. So if we put them all together, Bishop Garrigan, Carter Sink won that section. He's in first. Shyler Morris won the first section. He's in second at 58. So the time to beat, 57.89. Both Bishop Garrigan runners out front in first and second. But heat 3, or section 3, yet to come, featuring Zeke Kalanoff in lane 1 from Nashua Plainfield, just a freshman. Lane 2, Noah O'Connell from Newman Catholic. Lane 3, Carlos Callis from West Hancock. Daniel Sutcliffe from St. Ansgar, the senior, in lane 4, run a 50.84 earlier this year, the 10th best time in Class 1A. Blaine Porter, Janesville, lane 5. Logan Heim in lane 6 from Tripola. Joe Clevenger, your other Saint here, running in lane 7, 55.76, his best time coming into tonight. And Alec Dockerman from Northwood Kensett in lane 8. Watch Sutcliffe and Clevenger go together here. Little strategy here from those teammates, I'm having a feeling. One will pull the other one along.
It's tough with that gap, though, with
I think that's Sutcliffe's mentality, right? Is go catch Joe. Go catch my
Okay.
teammate here because he's got that stagger, right?
Yep.
A lot of these guys are, when you start with that stagger, it's pick somebody out front and go pass them.
Well,
Pick the guy next to you, and if you can get him by the 100 mark, which he does exactly that. Daniel Sutcliffe. Blaine Porter of Janesville right there as well. But here comes Daniel Sutcliffe.
Kid's built to run, isn't he?
He is. Daniel Sutcliffe has the lead. Chipola's Heim. Janesville's Porter. Running for second and third, but it's all Daniel Sutcliffe. St. Ansgar's Daniel Sutcliffe wins the boys' 400-meter dash in a time of 51.23, just off his best time on the year. Daniel Sutcliffe is going to Des Moines for the state meet next week. Congratulations, Daniel. Blaine Porter finishes in second from Janesville with a 54.48, correction there. Blaine Porter second, Janesville 54.48. Noah O'Connell of Newman Catholic finishes in third. Logan Heim of Tripola in fourth. Joe Clevenger for your Saints finishes in fifth. More important, team points again.
We'll take 'em.
Joe Clevenger doing his job, 55.81 for Joe Clevenger. Nearly his best time of the year, just like 5/100ths off his best time of the year. Great job, Joe Clevenger. Carlos Callis from West Hancock finishes in sixth. Zeke Kalanoff seventh, and Alec Dockerman. 57-13, Northwood Kensett. Let's go with Alec. Good job, Alec. 4x200-meter relay up next. Girls race has two sections here, so we'll have two sections of the girls 4x2.
Results of the girls' mixers. In eighth place, Olivia Damaris, St. Andrew, 97.38.
Boys shot put results not yet in. You can watch that stream live on our channel here if it's still going.
I was just going to check and see if that was happening yet.
If they're still shot putting or if we're just waiting for events, I'm not sure, but they do not have official results yet. Daniel Sutcliffe wins the boys 400-meter dash. And we are halfway through this meet. In fact, just a bit past halfway through this meet.
It's looking mighty empty in the discus area.
That one should be officially over, yep.
Yep, so that stream is still live. You get to see a blowing net and nothing else over there. So we'll find a time or find somebody to go grab that for us.
4x2 relay here. Girls first. Section 1 of 2. Rockford in lane 3. Northwood Kensett in 4. North Butler in 5. And Riceville in 6. Ritter, McHenry, Knoll, and Schroeder are your first runners. Looks like we do have 4 teams. Okay, I thought maybe we had a scratch there for a second. I lost one. 4x2. 2 sections here. Handoffs being made. Your second runner for Rockford is Pearson. Skellinger for Northwood Kensett. Stanborough for North Butler. And Rederath for Riceville. It's going to get dark in here. And my old eyes are going to have trouble seeing the sheet there. A little behind the Saints for you. We're going to have to get some lights going. As nightfall is near in Northwood.
The good news is it's warm enough outside, even though it feels chilly, that when we turn that light on with this window wide open, you'll get to have a few visitors buzzing your face.
6 trillion friends joining us. North Butler has the lead here in Section 1. Northwood Kensett second to hand off. Riceville and Rockford. Dead heat for fourth here in Section 1. North Butler's out front, but here comes Northwood Kensett, your third runners. Henriksen for Rockford, Espinoza for Northwood Kensett, Ayers for North Butler, and Fair for Riceville.
Oh, yeah.
Northwood Kensett challenging for the leader. I think she's got it.
She's got it. Here's a handoff.
Your last runners have the baton. Ava Konigsfeld for Rockford, Bodie for Northwood Kensett, Ryan Tanner, North Butler, and Jalen Baran for Riceville.
Bodie just leans into it and goes. See if she can hold her lead here.
Can Bodie hang on to that lead for Northwood Kensett? Here comes Rockford on the inside. Konigsfeld. Konigsfeld makes the pass. Konigsfeld and Rockford win Section 1. Northwood Kensett in second. North Butler in third. Riceville in fourth. They're Section 1 of the girls 4x2 100-meter relay. 206.06 for Rockford is the time. Section 2 of the girls, we talked about it off the top. There's several races that are just absolutely loaded. This is one of them. 5 of the top 24 times coming into tonight in the state in Class 1A are running here tonight in front of you. Tripola in lane 1, Bishop Garrigan in lane 2, St. Ansgar in lane 3, Lake Mills in 4, Janesville in 5, West Hancock in 6, Nashua Plainfield in 7. Lake Mills has the second best time in the state running out of lane 4. Janesville has the 15th best time. St. Ansgar, the 18th best time. West Hancock, 22nd. Bishop Garrigan, 23rd. So when we say this race is stacked, we mean it. By the way, just 4.5 seconds separate those 5 times
that
coming into tonight.
So wild. And we're going ahead and ended those other streams from upstairs. That's just the kind of magic that we can accomplish here, even though those streams are running down yonder. So there's only one stream to watch, and, you know, that means bring on everybody. We've got over 324 viewers at the moment. That number's just kind of increasing.
It just keeps coming up.
And I bet it will, because what's the most exciting race at these track events? The very last one, the 4x4.
It certainly is. Section 2, 4x2 meter relay. Here we go. This is going to be a fun one. Lake Mills, the team to beat. They ran a 1:46.99 earlier this year. Liebig is the Lake Mills runner here. Hovengay for Janesville. Nito Menendez for West Hancock. Felsky for Nashua Plainfield. Mariah Michaels for St. Ansgar. Montag, Bishop Garrigan, and Bernard for Tripola. That first 200, they're going to hand it off. Brenner for Tripola. Berkey for Bishop Garrigan. Josie Jewell for the Saints. Eastvold, Avery-style Eastvold for Lake Mills. Pugh for Janesville. Haugland for West Hancock, and Jimenez for Nashua Plainfield. Clean in the handoff area, it appears. Second runners on the track. Josie Jewell and the Saints. Charging hard from lane 3. Lake Mills, West Hancock, Janesville, Nashua Plainfield, St. Ansgar are your top 5. And with the stagger, I don't know in what order.
yeah, you're right.
Third runners have the batons. Schroeder for Tripola, Rother for Bishop Garrigan, Emerson Brum for your Saints, Buda for Lake Mills, Barnes, Janesville, Madison, West Hancock, and White for Nashua Plainfield. Lake Mills showing why they come in the number 2 time in the state. They have the lead. Nashua Plainfield in second. Janesville in third. Here comes St. Ansgar. Emerson Brunn with a good run here. Clean in the handoff area again. The final runners have the batons. Meeman Reeves for Tripola. Tigges for Bishop Garrigan. Ava Falk for your Saints. Reagan Eastvold for Lake Mills. Janesville with Osborne. Weiland for West Hancock and Sarinsky. But here comes Lake Mills. Reagan Eastvold's going to cap off a great 4x2 for Lake Mills. They win it. Third place going to be hotly contested. In second place, let's see if it... West Hancock with a 150.99. Third goes to the Saints at 151.4. Bishop Garrigan, 151.44. So 4 100s. The Saints get third in that race. They run a fantastic race. Do the Saints. Lake Mills best? No, they do not. They're just a half second off their best time is Lake Mills. I thought they had it, but they were just off of their best time. Well, the times have definitely improved as the wind has gone down here. It's still blowing Pretty good, still north of 20 miles an hour, but at least it's not 40 anymore. And the times have definitely improved as the night has gone on here. Lake Mills wins the girls 4x200 meter relay. They advance to the state meet next week. West Hancock, St. Ansgar, and Bishop Garrigan all have times that will put them in contention, in my opinion. It's going to be a matter of what everybody else runs around the state. But that's a race where, and Janesville's got a shot at 152.76. There may be 5 teams from this meet that make it to the state meet. We'll have to wait and find out, but a good race all the way around.
Put that in perspective. There's 10 of these events going on in the state right now, right?
Right, and only 24 qualifiers. 24. And that's pretty crazy. Boys 4x2, 2 sections here as well. The first section's in the blocks already. Rockford, Trappola, Clarksville, Newman, and Northwood Kensett on the track here for section 1. Boys 4x200 meter relay. Stevens for Rockford, Nussfer for Trappola, Sam Hooger, Clarksville, Crimmins, Newman Catholic, and Schultz for Northwood Kensett.
Results from the middle shot put. In place, Brecken Ulenhop, North Butler, 42 feet, 9 1/4 inches.
My computer's trying to update right now. That'd be a really bad time. Sorry for the distraction there. Crow for Rockford, Donchie for Trappola, Kielman of Clarksville, Castino of Newman Catholic, and Butler for Northwood Kensett are your second runners here.
Bishop Garrigan, 45 feet, 2 inches. Fourth place, Gabe Mooney, Gainesville, 46 feet, 10 1/4 inches. In third place, Gosling Barnett, Clarksville, 47 feet, 2 3/4 inches.
Clarksville out front here.
Clarksville coming out strong on this thing.
Newman Catholic, I believe, looks like they may be in second based on handoff times. Your boys' shot put results are in. We're going to do that before section number 2 here. Your third runners here are Clemens, Harkin, Stauffer, Jimenez, and Bodie. They'll be handing off to Rockford's LaPointe, Buckholtz from Trappola, Miller for Clarksville, Jackson for Newman, and Grunhove from Northwood. Kensett are your anchor legs here. Section 1 of 2, boys 4x200 meter dash, or meter relay, excuse me. Clarksville headed to the finish line first by a wide margin. They're going to win section 1 here of the boys 4x200 meter relay. Clarksville with a time of 140.75. Trappola finishes second at 149.53. Newman Catholic. Northwood Kensett in third. Northwood Kensett comes all the way back for third at 154. There it is. I was right. Newman Catholic in third at 154.38. They just came in a little weird. And Northwood Kensett finishes fourth. On to heat number 2 of the boys 4x200 meter relay. Lake Mills in lane 1 running Christian in leg 1. Losi running for Riceville in lane 2. Bixel, Nathan Bixel, the younger, running in lane 3 for West Hancock. North Butler, Tucker Pakey in lane 4. Bishop Garrigan running Sink in 5. St. Ansgar in lane 6 running Matt Clevenger on leg number 1. Janesville with IB in lane 7. And Nashville Plainfield running Richards in lane number 8. As promised, boys shot put results in 8th place. Ulenhop of North Butler. 7th place Schwab. Bishop Garrigan. 6th place Dylan Hansen. St. Ansgar throw of 44 feet 11 1/2 inches. Nate Lear finishes 5th from Bishop Garrigan. Gabe Meany finishes 4th for Janesville. 3rd place, Dawson Barnett of Clarksville. Ray Gretelat, your runner-up from West Hancock, and your champion, boys shot put here in Northwood, Braden Halverson of St. Ansgar, with a throw of 50 feet, 1 inch. Congratulations, Braden. He wins the discus and the shot put here tonight in St. Ansgar. We call that in Northwood. We call that post-season form. He's ready to go. Braden Halverson, who qualified as a freshman for the state track meet. Well, obviously was down there last year as well, did really well. Makes another trip for the Saints.
What a great night for Braden. That's fantastic. And for the Saints.
And he works so hard at it. Braden is over there for hours and hours every day. I look over from the baseball field, and he's the last guy there throwing. Him and Dylan Hansen and Aiden Beeson. They just all of them. They feed off each other. You know, they just do really well. Fun to watch. Good group over there in the throwing pit in St. Ansgar, and it shows when we get to these meets.
Oh yes, it does.
All right, Section 2, boys, 4x200 meter relay. 4 of the best teams in the state again here. It's kind of funny because everybody's really packed together here. No great times. Everybody's in that 24, 25, 26, 27 range, but they're very, very packed together. Saints running another young squad here tonight out of lane 6 with 2 freshmen to lead us off here. Matt Clevenger, Tucker Pakey for North Butler, and Trayton Sink for Bishop Garrigan appear to be out front here. Second runners, Gall, Bethke, Gomez, Miller, Lichter, Schnabel, Graham, and Mundorf. Schnabel has the Saints right up there. Again, these handoff times, things get a little with the stagger, but North Butler appears to get it first. That's Stroker Coop, who's got the baton. We have a gasp from the crowd. I don't know if anybody saw what happened there. Let me know if you did.
I don't know if the camera did.
We'll see if we get some news here from that. But North Butler, for now, out front, Stroker Coop. Lear for Bishop Garrigan. Saints running Tyson Klein. Kibbe for Janesville. Carpenter for Nashua. Brady Bixel for West Hancock. We know how fast he is. Bethke for Riceville. And Stensrud for Lake Mills. North Butler in the lead. Inside there is Riceville, Bishop Garrigan, West Hancock. It's going to be North Butler with your champion. As your champion. Riceville, I think, unexpectedly there finishes in second. Let's get you some times here. They look like this, boys. 4x200 meter relay won by North Butler with a time of 1:32.9. They bested their best time of the season by almost 2 seconds. Riceville finishes second at 1:34.5. Their best time by over a second. Bishop Garrigan in third, West Hancock in fourth, Saints in fifth, Janesville in sixth, Lake Mills finishes seventh, Nashua Plainfield in eighth. Clarksville edges Nashua Plainfield. So Clarksville in that first heat actually finishes in eighth. So they'll get the team point there in eighth. But North Butler is your 4x200 meter relay champion.
Congratulations to North Butler on that one. I see the hurdles coming out here for the next race.
100 meter hurdles. So the girls will run first here. They run the 100 meter hurdles. The boys run the 110 meter hurdles. We call these the high hurdles.
Ooh.
Because you know why not? It's not hard enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
About that.
All right, let's get a team score update. While they set those things up, let's see what we can learn from the score department. Let's start with the girls. 12 of 19 events are scored. Riceville's in fifth place. Tied for third are Bishop Garrigan and West Hancock. Lake Mills in second place with 63 points. And your leader through 12 events, St. Ansgar, with 77 points. They have what I would call a commanding 14-point lead with 7 races to go. In the boys' team race, 11 events scored officially. Riceville in 8th, Janesville in 7th, Nashua Plainfield in 6th, Bishop Garrigan in 5th, Lake Mills in 4th, North Butler in 3rd, West Hancock in 2nd, and your St. Ansgar Saints have the commanding 87-62 lead over second-placed West Hancock.
Wow.
Lead by nearly 25 because there are fractions of a point for West Hancock. But your Saints boys team having a showing here tonight, just like we knew they would. You know, these teams, both the boys and the girls, have done it all season. The boys have improved all season, and now we get to this point of the year where it's like, and I understand the boys haven't won a ton of races, but they've scored points in everything, and that makes the difference from a team perspective. And if we go look at, let's just go through it here really quickly while we set this race up. You start to look at, in the shot put, we get first and sixth for the boys. The girls get first and third with Cruzy and Athey. You go to the discus, and the boys finish first and 11th. The girls finish first and 8th. Again, get 3 out of 4 getting team points. It makes a huge difference. Those field events that our kids really focus on and do really well. In the girls high jump and boys high jump, we get points in both of those events. Colton Winia wins it for the boys. Ella Horgan finishes in 7th for the girls. So that's what your team race looks like. 3 sections here of girls 100-meter hurdles. Paplo, Hansen, and Quigley in this first section for West Hancock, Tripola, and Nashua Plainfield. Only see 2 runners, so we must have had a scratch. It looks like we have West Hancock and Nashua Plainfield out there. So we have Hansen and Paplo on the track. They finish in times of 20.89 and 21.64, respectively. Kira Hansen is your winner there in Section 1. Section 2, Marley Lowe of Nashua Plainfield in Lane 1. Topanga Hackemiller in Lane 2 from Northwood Kensett. Harkin Tripola in Lane 3. Eve Jordan in Lane 4 from Clarksville. Sterenberg in Lane 5 from Lake Mills. Wyland in Lane 6 from West Hancock. And Bolin of Clarksville in Lane number 7.
Yeah, going back to those team scores, Joe, we talked about it quite a bit earlier, but we have been talking about it all night. Just it's such a chess match out here, right? Like you only get to enter your athletes into 4 events, and you might have an athlete that could win 6 events, right?
Yep.
But how do you manage that in such a way that you're going to maximize team points, maximize runners or athletes' abilities to get themselves to the state meet? There's just a whole lot of coaching going on. And we have some great coaches here in St. Ansgar. These kids are working their butts off every single morning of the year. Even through the summer, these kids are getting up early to go work out.
Yep, you got it. And it pays off on nights like this. Section 2. Harkin from Tripola out front. Harkin from Tripola is going to win Heat 2. Get you some times here. They look like this. Madeline Harkin, Tripola, 18.89. Topanga Hackemiller finishes in 2nd for Northwood Kensett at 19.06. Tori Sterenberg, Lake Mills in 3rd. Sienna Weiland of West Hancock in 4th. Marley Lowe in 5th. Section 3 coming up. Girls 100-meter hurdles. Claire McCandless of North Butler in Lane 1. Honor Hovengay from Janesville in Lane 2. Lane 3, St. Ansgar's Kenzie Peterson. Lane 4, Macy Thorson of Northwood Kensett. Alexis Rose from North Butler in Lane 5. Briley Winia of St. Ansgar in Lane 6. Abigail Jones of Janesville in 7. And Faith Steeney in 8 from Lake Mills. Another treat of a race here. 4 of the top 25 runners in this race in Class 1A are going to run this race. Kenzie Peterson and Briley Winia, 22nd and 25th, respectively. Macy Thorson, one of the best hurdlers in Class 1A in the state, comes in with the number 2 time of 15:14. Yes, you heard that right. I said 15:14. Wow. That is an impressive 100-meter hurdle time. We get to watch it right about now. Runners are set. 2 seniors for your Saints in Winnie and Peterson. How would it be to go as teammates to the state meet in this race? Let's see if they can do it. Out of the blocks quick are Winia. Thorson for Northwood Kensett's clean. And she's going to win it. Briley Winia, I believe, is going to get second. They're still coming in. Macy Thorson runs a 15:84. Briley Winia runs a 16:91 and finishes second. Kenzie Peterson finishes third with a 17:21. Alexis Rose finishes fourth. North Butler 17:25. And Honor Hovengay finishes in fifth. Abigail Jones in sixth. Both those Janesville runners. Seventh, Claire McCandless. In 8th, Faith Steeney of Lake Mills. Macy Thorson, what a treat to watch that. Man, she is fast. 15:84 she runs tonight, and she can run that like 3/4 of a second faster than we just saw.
Did Janet send you? You come in this door here.
I think we're about to get a special delivery here in the booth. A special delivery. You know what? You put it out into the ether on Saints TV that you need a sweatshirt in the booth, and a sweatshirt shows up in the booth. Look at this.
A Saints sweatshirt.
And it's a Saints sweatshirt. What are the chances? That's incredible.
Dan Reed, look at that. Special delivery. Thank you. She's like Santa Claus.
She is. She is.
You what? What'd you do? You went to the hardware store? Oh, got it. Yes,
that's a Demers Hardware special.
Yes,
Saints
it is.
TV contributor.
Saints TV sponsors. Hey, thank you. You're amazing.
That's awesome.
No,
I'm good as well. Boys, 110-meter hurdles. Coming up here, 2 sections. Section 1, Nashville Plainfield's White Meany of Janesville. Hegeland from Lake Mills in 3. Jax Thorne of North Butler in 4. Colton Robinson in 5 from Northwood Kensett. And St. Ansgar has 2 runners here in lane 6 and 7. Landon Hillman in 6 and Colton Winia in 7. 110-meter high hurdles. Boys, timed final, 2 sections. Section 1 coming your way as they adjust the hurdles, get them into the right spot. The Winnias continue to have themselves a night. Briley finishes 2nd in the girls' 100-meter hurdles. Gives herself a shot at qualifying for state on time. We'll find out later tonight or tomorrow. Watch Saints TV Facebook page. We'll try to get those as soon as they're posted. We'll get you a link to them so you can see how right or wrong we were. Do a little fact check.
Yeah, and speaking of that, hats off to Keely Sweesaw. And so she's not even taking the credit for it, but she's training these students to make these updates, to make just watching that Facebook page that much more entertaining. They make us look good, Joe.
They sure do.
People think that we're doing that. We're not doing that. That's we sent the boring messages are from us.
Right. Just the words are us.
You got it.
If they're pictures, you know that one of the kids and Keeley collaborated to make that happen. The North Butler runner here out front, that's Jax Thorne. Northwood Kent's Robinson. Right behind, here comes Lake Mills and Hegeland. Good finish there in section 1 of the boys, 110-meter hurdles. We'll get you some official times and places here as soon as the system updates. The system is stuck.
I don't like when the system gets stuck.
No, let me try something else here. Refresh. Did my internet go away? No. So waiting on results here for official for the section 1, but we'll go ahead and go to section 2 here. Kyle Vance from Riceville in lane 1. Landon Felsky of Nashville Plainfield in lane 2. Camden Booz, North Butler in lane 3. Jacoby Subject in lane 4 for West Hancock. He is the runner to watch. His run of 15:29 coming into tonight. Dane Appleby in lane 5 from Janesville. Cohen Whitty, West Hancock golfer extraordinaire in lane 6. Jeremiah Jensen of Lake Mills in lane 7. Kyle Borman of Bishop Garrigan in lane 8. Boys, 110-meter hurdles. If you see a delay, it's because the timing system is not working. I about guarantee it. Because the timing has not updated from that last heat, which generally means they're having communication challenges.
But it looks like we're ready to go again.
That is good. That means that it's just not updating in the system, but it's working on the track, which is good because that prevents delays. We want it to work on the track. If it has to work someplace, let it work down there. We'll figure out the winners later. And we'll get them to you as soon as we can. Jacoby Subject. We saw him do this in the shuttle hurdle. Jacoby Subject way out front. Just has to be clean over the last 2 hurdles, and he is. Jacoby Subject wins the 110-meter high hurdles. And he'll advance to the state meet next week. A time of 14.5 for Jacoby Subject. In second, Dane Appleby of Janesville. Third, Cohen Whitty with a 16.8. Camden Booz of North Butler in 4th. Jeremiah Jensen finishes 5th. Landon Felski in 6th. Borman in 7th. And Vance of Riceville, he falls there right on that last hurdle, and he'll finish 8th. We never did get times from that first heat.
So you got the times from the second heat, but not the first.
I did, but not the first. So as soon as we get them to compile in here, we'll get you updates on those 2 Saints runners, specifically with Hillman and Winia.
Well, they may need to break the hurdles back out and have them rerun it. We've seen them do that tonight.
We have seen that tonight. We've seen an unusual redo, a mulligan. Up next, as we wait for that, let's talk about what's next. The 800-meter runs are next. So girls, 800-meter run, 15 runners, including the number 1 runner in the state. Can you guess who that might be?
I have a guess.
Miss Cadence Huck, Nashville Plainfield, comes in with a 2:10.51, a 2:10 in the girls' 800. That's the best time in the state in Class 1A. We'll get to see it here. She'll run out of lane 4. Lila Powers from St. Ansgar in lane 5. She's run a 2:23, which is the 12th best time, and Claire Zweibommer. So we've talked about those 3 a lot, right, in these longer distance runs. Those 3 special runners on display here tonight, Zweibommer, Huck, and Powers, are your 3 favorites. Lainey Hanna in lane 6, or runner 6. They're not really going to lane them here, as you'll find out when they line up. Fair from Riceville, Atchison of West Hancock, Cox of Janesville, Curtis of Bishop Garrigan, Volker of North Butler, Hinders from Nashville Plainfield, Sense of Clear Lake Classical, Hedeman of Janesville, Ludwig of Bishop Garrigan, Marchand of West Hancock, Renneker of Lake Mills. Round out your entries here for the girls' 800-meter run.
Well, this will be fun.
Good chance there are 3 qualifiers out of this race, if I had to guess, and I'm going to guess. Update. Landon Hillman ran a 19.68 in those 110 hurdles, finished 11th. Colton Winia ran a 19.72. He finishes in 12th.
So there will be no rerun.
There will be no rerun. We found those results. They are official. And we're off here in the 800-meter run. Starts as a gaggle, and then progresses to a line, and then progresses to a lead pack. That lead pack includes Zweibommer, Powers, and Huck. Lainey Hanna in 4th. Cadence Huck setting the pace. Lila Powers and Zweibommer keeping that pace. Strategy here, right? For all of them. And it's do I do something different? Again, these 3 have run against each other a lot. So you start to think about, well, what did they do last time? What are they going to do this time? And you start to play mind games with each other, I have a feeling, out there. We had Riley Witt on the broadcast during cross country. He talked a little bit about that, how much strategy goes into some of these longer races.
You could see Riley's strategy. It was so visual, seeing what he was doing. I'll say this is a race that I used to run. I'm not going to say I was very good at it, but I kind of favor being in second place and just kind of shadowing that person in front of me. And
you see Cadence Huck check her watch there. Want to know what her time was through that first lap? Let's see when she starts to pour it on. The pace is quickened here with about 300 to go. Powers is keeping pace, as is Zweibommer from Riceville. Lainey Hanna in 4th for the Saints. Saints could have 2 runners placed in the top 4 here.
There is a gap between the first 3 and everyone else, as you predicted, Joe.
Good job by Lainey Hanna. Keep that distance up over 5th place. She's solidly in 4th. Cadence Huck leads Lila Powers with 100 to go. Zweibommer drops back to 3rd. Huck, Powers. Up the front stretch. Here comes Lila Powers. Come Come on, Lila. Lila's catching her. Can she close that gap? Can she finish it?
I think
Cadence Huck
I don't think Cadence is going to let
is
that
going to
happen.
hang on and win the 800-meter run here for the girls. Lila Powers with a great effort finishes in second. Zui Bomber finishes third. And Lainey Hanna comes to the line here to finish fourth. The Saints have 2 in the top 4. And we saw a great race between Zui Bomber Huck and Powers in the girls' 800-meter run. Cadence Huck runs a 2:23.14. Lila Powers, I think they have those backwards. I think that is Lila Powers runs. Yeah, her time's not in here. So we're going to have to wait for Lila's time, but we know she was second. Third, Zui Bomber at 2:28. Lainey Hanna runs a 2:39 and finishes in fourth. So we're still waiting for Lila's time. We know she finished in second. We're just waiting for the timing system to update essentially. So if you're following along at home and watching the timing system, you're probably noticing that as well, that it doesn't show Lila with a time at all at this point. We obviously know she finished, and we didn't see any red flags, so we believe we don't have a DQ situation. There it is. Pops in 2:24.06 for Lila Powers. She finishes second. Again, I'll go out on a limb and predict that's good enough to qualify for the state meet next week. Zui Bomber's time of 2:28 will be very close. She'll have to sweat that one to see if she qualifies there for the girls. On to the boys, 800-meter run. 2 sections here. We have enough entries that there are 2 sections. Let's start with the Saints here in this section. Gavin Squire on the inside there is your Saint in this section. Jay Sweeshall will run in the second section. Anfinson of Clarksville, Bruns of West Hancock, Petrie from Newman Catholic, Ebert of Riceville, Reese of Lake Mills, Brinkman of Janesville, Kingsbury of Tripola, Miller, Clear Lake Classical, Lohman of Tripola, Gregorsock of Janesville, and Rigg for Lake Mills are your 800 runners here in Section 1. 24 entries here in the boys' 800.
That Squire comes out looking really good. He's been passing guys left and right in this thing.
Gavin Squire looks like he settles into about third there, fourth, I guess it is.
He's in fourth, you bet.
Newman in the lead, Riceville in second, Lake Mills in third. Squire for the Saints in fourth. I believe that Newman runner is Petrie. Riceville's Ebert and Lake Mills, Asher Reese are your 3 leaders. This is section 1 of 2. Newman out front.
Squire holding on to 4th place.
Petrie takes a commanding lead there for Newman. Aiden Ebert of Riceville in second. Asher Reese from Lake Mills in third. Tyler Petrie, the senior from Newman Catholic, the junior from Newman Catholic. In second, Asher Reese of Lake Mills. Third place will go to Ebert from Riceville. Gavin Squire and Lake Mills runner, I believe is Rigg, coming to the line there for fourth. We'll get you some times here as soon as they update. Petrie wins it, though. Section 1 of 2 for the boys' 800-meter run.
Got some strong finishes here. Some good kicks at the end of that one. Great job by Gavin Squire and the Saints. Comes out strong and keeps that momentum cruising.
Same problem, no times. Going to update, so we're going to go ahead and move on to Section 2. Give you some names here. Aiden Bice, Northwood Kensett. Thad Kolash of Bishop Garrigan. Alex Ameline from North Butler. Gakin, West Hancock. Traeger Pakey, North Butler. CJ McGregor, Bishop Garrigan. Jace Hansen of Nashua Plainfield. Dagan Peterson of Northwood Kensett. Nashua Plainfield's Braden Mitchell. Noah O'Connell of Newman Catholic. Jace Schwiesow of the St. Ansgar Senior. And Riceville's Parker Evans. In your Section 2 of 2, 800-meter run. Gakin from West Hancock is your favorite here, with Traeger Pakey right behind him of North Butler. Preston Gakin, just a freshman from West Hancock. He's in lane 4 there. You can see him. Next to him is Pakey on his right, and Alex Ameline on his left.
He's got Bearcats on either side.
He's got Bearcats on either side, and I would guess the finish looks a little something like that if it plays out like I think it might. Oh, we got some jostling, maybe even a bit of pushing.
I don't know what I saw arms flailing.
Maybe that was just a, hey, I don't want to fall down, so I'm putting my arms out. I don't know, but we had arms flailing and some gasps from the crowd again. We didn't get a restart or anything. I don't see any flags up, so we're going to let him run. Petrie, by the way, ran a 2:13.6. Rigg did finish in second. Aiden Ebert in third. Asher Reese. So I had those two Lake Mills runners mixed around. My apologies. Rigg was the first Lake Mills runner. Reese was the second. Gavin Squire finishes in fifth in that first section with a 2:26. In Section 2, they have half of one lap down. Northwood Kensett and Bishop Garrigan are out front. That's McGregor and Peterson. The freshman from West Hancock, Gakin, is in third. North Butler, I'll let you guess if that's Ameline or Pakey.
What place we're looking for here, Joe?
Fourth.
Let's see if we can
We've got
find
North
a number.
Butlers. Yeah, if you can get me a number there.
5.
Number 5. That would be Traeger Pakey. Thank you.
And he's making a move.
He sure
right now.
Northwood Kensett, though, continues to lead with Peterson. But here comes Gakin. Preston Gakin, West Hancock, going to make the pass on the curve. Exactly what his coach told him not to do. I think I've heard that before, Track. Doesn't matter when you're that fast. Away he goes around him.
That's what I think. Is this our freshman?
This is our freshman.
My goodness.
If I'm reading it right. That is Preston Gakin, West Hancock, who wins the boys' 400-meter run. Peterson, Northwood Kensett, finishes second. I believe that's Bishop Garrigan in third. We'll get you times here as soon as they update, but a really good race there from the freshman, Preston Gakin, who qualifies for the state meet from West Hancock. He was out of gas. He just got over the, left it all out there, I guess, as they say, right?
You got it.
Just got over the finish line before needing a nap. He made it a whole lap and a half further than I would have before needing a nap.
Well, I agree. But that's impressive. Was it 2:04?
Had to be in that range. I still don't have an official time. Just waiting for the update here. The Wi-Fi must be lagging here at...
They need to borrow your signal.
They might need to.
For those of you at home, we were struggling to find a network connection solid enough upstairs to run, I'll say, a quality stream. One that would be enjoyable to watch.
To watch, right. One that's not just a blur.
But we found one.
Girls 200-meter dash is next. 4 sections of 200-meter dash, according to my start list. Let's see if that's changed. 1, 2, 3. Yes, it has changed. So we're down to 3 sections, so they were able to combine once they get everybody here. They evaluate how many runners they actually have versus who signed up, who's running, all that stuff. So we're going to combine those and have 3 heats here of 200. The first heat, Nashua, Plainfield, Serwinski. Arterburn from Tripola in lane 2. Schroeder from Riceville in 3. Knoll from North Butler in 4. Lane 5 is Bodie of Northwood, Kensett. Russell of Nashua, Plainfield in 6. And Blasberg from Tripola in lane 7 here. Girls 200-meter dash, section 1 of 3 coming at you. Still, we do not have official 800 results yet, so we're still waiting on those for the boys.
The timers have made their way over to the starting blocks of these ladies, so expect we'll be off to the races with this one momentarily.
The boys' race has tightened up significantly after those last 2 races. Through 13 events, St. Ansgar clings to a 7-point lead over West Hancock. In the girls' race, 14 events scored. St. Ansgar takes a commanding 40-point lead over second place Lake Mills with just 5 events to go. So 14 events scored for the girls, 13 events scored for the boys. The boys' race is going to come down to St. Ansgar and West Hancock. So as these races play out, as Mr. Carlson pointed out, we'll watch, right? If the St. Ansgar boys you don't have to win the race as long as you beat West Hancock, right?
Yep.
To keep that team lead intact. We'll keep an eye on that one. 4 races to go. In the meantime, we're getting set for the girls' 200 here. The boys' 800-meter is final. Preston Gake and West Hancock, 2:05.64 officially. Aiden Bice of Northwood Kensett finishes in second. Kolash of Garrigan finishes in third. Tyler Petrie in fourth. Traeger Pakey in fifth. O'Connell in sixth. Ameline in seventh. And C.J. McGregor from Bishop Garrigan finishes in eighth. Jay Sweesaw for your Saints, your top Saint finisher, finishes in 10th with a time of 2:16.87. Gavin Squire finishes 16th with a time of 2:26 for Saints. Here we go, section 1 of 3, girls 200-meter dash. Another fun race. They got to stay in their lanes here. Becomes clear who the leader is about right now.
I see it. It's very clear,
There
Joe.
it is on the inside. Lane 1, Kelly Kerwinski, Nashua Plainfield. The freshman blazes out front to a big win. In second, going to be North Butler's Kylie Knoll. Czerwinski runs a 28.66. Knoll a 31.49 for second. Bodie from Northwood Kensett finishes third. Schroeder of Riceville in fourth. Fifth place, Arterburn from Tripola in section number 1. Russell finishes 6th. Blasberg 7th. Section 2 coming up. Heat 2 looks like this. Molly Peterson of Bishop Garrigan in lane 1. Lauren Johnson of West Hancock in lane 2. Hannah Hillman from Rockford in 3. Jada Meyer from St. Ansgar in 4. Oldenburger of Janesville in 5. Gallardo of Lake Mills in 6. Konigsfeld from Rockford in 7. And Bartolo of Bishop Garrigan in lane number 8. Let's see what Jada Meyer can do here in the 200 for your Saints. Jada Meyer, 28.59, her best time coming in. This is one of those races. We'll talk about it now because we aren't going to have time because this thing's going to fly if we get to the last section. But 6 of the top 2014 times in the state are in this last race. 6. It's our most loaded race here is the 200 here at Northwood for the girls. In section number 2. Lake Mills has the lead. That's Gallardo, I believe. Bishop Garrigan there on the outside. Rockford runner on the inside. It is Lake Mills and Gallardo winning that one with a 29-21. Bartolo of Bishop Garrigan in second. Hannah Hillman from Rockford in third. Jada Meyer finishes fourth. Ava Konigsfeld fifth. So if we put them all together, Serwinski there from that first heat is still the leader in the clubhouse at a 28.66. Time to beat, 28.66. So she had not run this race officially, the Nashville Plainfield runner, Kelly Serwinski or Kerwinski, depending on, your flavor. But she ran it well tonight, 28.66. She is your leader as we head into the last section here. And the last one's going to be fun. It looks like this Cora Barnett of North Butler in lane 1, Paige Campman of Clarksville in lane 2, lane 3, Macy Thorson, Northwood Kensett, J.C. Johnston of St. Ansgar in lane 4, Emily Manwarren, Clarksville, lane 5, Osborne from Janesville in 6, Eastvold in 7, from Lake Mills, and Madsen of West Hancock in lane 8. J.C. Johnston has the third best time in Class 1A this year. Manwarren of Clarksville, the 10th best. Thorson of Northwood Kensett, the 11th best. 15th best from Osborne, 16th best from Campman, and Eastvold with the 22nd best. 6 of the best runners in the 200 in Class 1A in the state, about to go head-to-head here at Northwood. Here they come. J.C. Johnston is a runner to beat there in lane 4. She catches the pack before the turn.
Yeah, she does.
J.C. Johnston for the Saints. Clarksville's Manwarren, I think, right behind her. Northwood Kensett, Thorson in second. J.C. Johnston wins the girls' 200-meter dash. I believe we're going to get Thorson in second. Johnston's time, 25.67. 25.67, that's a best on the season for her by like 0.4 of a second. Macy Thorson runs a 26.83. That's very close to her best time. She finishes second. Claire Osborne finishes in third. Reagan Eastfold in fourth. Paige Campman in fifth, but J.C. Johnston runs a 25.67 in the girls' 200-meter dash. That 25.67 is the best time in Class 1A in the state run this year.
That's fantastic.
J.C. Johnston was absolutely flying.
She did look good in that race, didn't she? Confident, and she just... Has she stopped yet? I can't imagine she could slow down after that for a while.
So J.C. Johnston wins the 200 and sets a personal best here on the season and the #1 time in Class 1A.
I've got 3 boys here, and what is it, 3 heats?
3 heats here in the boys. No, 4. Make it 4. So this is Schaffenbuhl, Barnett, and Dottie. Clarksville, Tripola. Fact check me there. Yep, I see a Tripola and 2 Clarksvilles. So that is Section 1, boys 200-meter dash. Section 2 coming up has Adams, Winters, Stevens, Nunez, Rodriguez of St. Ansgar, Crimmins, and Schroeder. Dylan Brum, the man to beat in this race, has run a 22.37 this year. That's his personal best.
What do you guys do over there in St. Ansgar, Joe, to get such speed?
So I'll tell you the secret. You want to know?
America wants
to know. Here we go. Be a multi-sport athlete, number 1, right? Encourage your kids to do everything and be involved in everything and do as many as they can and get as many opportunities as they can. Great or not, go be involved. That's number 1.
I like that.
Number 2, get in the weight room. Number 3, get in the weight room. Number 4, get in the weight room. Number 5, get in the weight room. And by the way, that weight room includes speed and agility training as well as that strength thing. It's not just strength. It's really speed, agility, and strength. And you do those things, you'll be good at a lot of things.
There's no new weight room coming, by the way. And Mike Crozier was on yesterday saying we're $100,000 away from getting that thing totally paid for through generous donations.
Had $1 million goal, right? Got 900,000 raised. Need 100,000 more if you're here to help us through that final push. Here we go, Section 2, coming to the Nunez Rodriguez. And Schroeder for North Butler. Finished 1-2, I believe. I think North Butler finished 1 there. So, yeah. Oh, and by the way, a real, except for weight room, speed and agility, a real number 3 might be to get commitment from your kids, right? Get commitment like we have from your student athletes. Because you know what? Coaches can do all the right things and parents can say all the right things, and we can have $1 million facilities that look really cool and do lots of awesome things. But if kids aren't committed to it and committed to each other and have the culture of, hey, I want to be better because I want to be better for the guy next to me or the gal next to me, then none of that matters, right? And you see that on display. And obviously we brag about our kids at St. Ansgar because that's what Saints TV is about. But it happens at a lot of other schools too, right? Look at what West Hancock has done with their athletic programs. There's, there are example after example, Bishop Garrigan, and you can go around the room here, and it's fun to see what Northwood Kensit's doing over here with their facilities and some of their programs. It's kind of fun to be a part of it and be involved. Yeah, and we all make each other better. That's the other thing I think happens up here is when you do have that competition among schools, everybody makes the other guy a little better.
Well, look at the number of when you look at 5 of the top 24 in the state are here tonight. Like that says something about the competition against other teams like you in your conferences or that you're playing against.
Yep, exactly.
Playing against that level just makes everybody better.
Sunken, Frank, Garcia, Miller, Furch, Tegberg, Berger, and Stensrud are your runners here in Heat 3. We appear to have a small delay, but we see the arm in the air, so we're going to get ready to go here. The time to beat is Schroeder from North Butler so far, and we do not have the second heat results in here yet. So he won that first race, as we predicted. Nunez Rodriguez was in second, and Crimmins in third. We're still waiting on results from heat number 1. We'll get that to you. But this is section 3 underway. Garcia from West Hancock has the lead, but here comes North Butler and Janesville. Janesville on the outside. Tegberg, Garcia, and Miller. And I have no idea in what order.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. From this angle, it will be tough, but you're going to get that result here in just a moment.
It just popped up. Tegberg from Janesville, so closest to us with the 24.91 wins it. Miller of North Butler in second, and Giovanni Garcia in third. Furch of Bishop Garrigan in fourth, Frank in fifth, Berger in sixth, Sunken in seventh. Here we go, timed final number 4. Boys 200-meter dash. In lane 1, Logan Heim of Tripola, Evan Lorenzen, Northwood Kensett in lane 2. Navari Williams of Nashua Plainfield in 3. Dylan Brum, the fastest man alive from St. Ansgar in lane 4. Freddie Losi of Riceville in lane 5. Brady Bixel, West Hancock in lane 6. Owen Smith in lane 7. And Blaine Porter of Janesville in lane number 8. Watch this one play out. Going to be fun, right? This is... Brum has been about a second faster than everybody else in this race, but the other 6 are all basically the exact same time. So we'll see. If Dylan Brum runs his race tonight, he should win this one handily, and second place is going to be a photo finish between about 4 guys.
Well, it'll be exciting. We're about just a few seconds from finding out.
We're coming up just past 9 o'clock, and we have 4 races left. 4 to go. 10:15 end, I would predict. Here we go, section number 4. Dylan Brum from St. Ansgar in lane 4. Freddie Losi from Riceville in 5. Brady Bixel, West Hancock in 6. It's Brum out front. Bixel in second, Losi in third. Dylan Brum's going to win the boys' 200-meter dash. Brody Bixel, Losi, Brady Bixel, Losi, and Evan Lorenzen are going to round out your top four. Dylan Brum runs a 22.92. Brady Bixel, West Hancock, finishes second, 23.79. Freddie Losi of Riceville, 23.99. Evan Lorenz in Northwood Kensett, 24.2.
Congratulations, Dylan Brum.
What a night for the fastest man alive. Dylan Brum has had a great night. Again, right in that team race, also important there. Not only did he win the race, he beat West Hancock as well, which is
plus 2.
Exactly.
You only gained 2. We'll take 2.
We'll take
That's
take
still
2.
A pretty tight race between those two teams, right?
Exactly. So your boys' 200-meter dash, final top 8 looks like this. Logan Heim of Tripola finishes 8th. Then 7th, Jackson Miller from North Butler. Janesville's Tegberg finishes 6th. Riceville Smith finishes in 5th. Lorenzen of Northwood Kensett finishes 4th. Freddie Losi of Riceville finishes in 3rd. Brady Bixel, West Hancock, finishes 2nd. And Dylan Brum from St. Ansgar wins the boys' 200-meter dash.
It's 4 races to go. J-Batch.
400-meter hurdles up first here. Getting hurdles set back up. Team race update. Why they do that? Here we go. Let's start with the girls. 15 of 19 events scored. 5th place, Janesville. 4th place, Bishop Garrigan. West Hancock in 3rd. Lake Mills in 2nd with 69 points. And your leader through 15 events is St. Ansgar with 114 points. They take a 45-point lead into those last 4 events. With 15 events scored, your Saints have a commanding lead in the girls' race. Boys' race looks like this. In 5th place, Lake Mills. 4th place, Bishop Garrigan. North Butler in 3rd. St. Ansgar with 101 in 2nd. And West Hancock takes the lead in the boys' race with 4 races to go with 101.83.
Wow.
So that .83 right now is the difference between West Hancock and St. Ansgar.
So does that take into account the last race? Because we gained 2 on them on that one. So we were behind by 2.8?
I believe that is correct. After 14, we would have been back one. Yep. This is going to be fun.
Will be fun.
We're going to have ourselves a showdown here coming down. So watch that team race for the boys between West Hancock and St. Ansgar. But first, girls 400-meter hurdles. 2 sections here coming up.
Do we talk about how I feel about the 400-meter run?
We talked about it. So how do
hurdles.
How do you care?
What
do you think of that? Does that make it better?
No.
No, it doesn't. Okay.
No, I would have to say this would have to be. This isn't a race that should even exist.
Right. This is one we just abolish.
How could you do this to somebody?
Section 1 of 2, Lily Ritterath in lane 2. Kuppinger from West Hancock in 2. Schultz in 4 from North Butler. Weiland of West Hancock in 5. And Papelo of Nashville Plainfield in 6.
I don't think it makes it better. Maybe it's less of a sprint when you have to hurdle, but I think you're probably still
certainly more stressful, right? Yeah. Yeah. They still want you to sprint.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
We get caught up on chats here in just a second. There's a reference to the gasp that we had heard earlier.
Okay.
And I appreciate M. Dixon for reaching out on that one. I'll throw it up here while these gals are around in the corner.
4x2. West Hancock missed the handoff. Ooh. In the 4x2. Had a little trouble with the handoff.
I think the camera.
The West Hancock
didn't maybe catch that. So thanks for chiming in on that.
Yeah, thanks for helping us out here. 400-meter hurdles here. This is section 1 of the girls' 400-meter hurdles. North Butler. Mackenzie Schultz. Followed by West Hancock. Weiland. 2 West Hancock runners here, so that's either Kuppinger or Weiland. We'll get you results here as they cross the finish line. Mackenzie Schultz from North Butler with a time of 120.72 wins section 1. Kuppinger from West Hancock in 2nd. Papelo, Nashville Plainfield in 3rd. And Weiland from West Hancock in 4th. So here we go, section 2. Girls 400-meter hurdles. Eve Jordan in lane 1 of Clarksville. Sauer from Lake Mills in 2. Laney Brinkman from North Butler in lane 3. Shayla Greeley in lane 4 from Riceville. Honor Hovingay in lane 5 from Janesville. Janesville's Abigail Jones in 6. Kenzie Peterson from St. Ansgar in 7. And Marley Lowe from Nashville Plainfield in 8. 4 of the top 24 times, I should say, in the state in this race. Again, if you've heard me before, that's like, I don't know, race number 8 tonight with 4 or 5 of the best times coming in here in this state qualifying meet. This is the place to be tonight.
It's going to make state pretty exciting, isn't it? When these gals are down there racing, a lot of the gals, they've been racing all
Hey,
season.
haven't I raced you all season? Oh, yeah, that's right. We've made each other better, and guess what's going to happen? Going to get even better when we get down there. Good start for everybody. Girls, 400-meter hurdles. Greeley of Riceville has a top 5 team in the state in this race. That's her right there. Janesville's Hovingay to her outside, inside North Butler Brinkman. So it's Brinkman, Greeley, and Hovingay here. Riceville's Greeley out front with the last hurdle to go. North Butler on the outside, though. Laney Brinkman and Shayla Greeley. We're going to have a photo finish between those two. The Janesville runner is going to finish 3rd. Shayla Greeley wins it. Riceville, 107.43. Laney Brinkman, North Butler, 107.45. 2/100ths of a second separate first and second there. Honor Hovingay from Janesville in 3rd, and Abigail Jones of Janesville in 4th. Kenzie Peterson, St. Ansgar, finishes 5th at a time of 111.07.
Good job, Kenzie Peterson.
More team points.
4 more points for the Saints.
Mackenzie Schultz finishes in 6th. Eve Jordan in 7th, and Rachel Cuppinger in 8th from West Hancock. That one just popped in there. So there's your top 8: Cuppinger, Jordan, Schultz, Peterson, Jones, Hovingay, Brinkman, and your champion, the girls' 400-meter hurdles. Advancing to the state meet next week is Shayla Greeley of Riceville. Congratulations, Shayla. Boys, 400-meter hurdles up next. 3 sections here. Porter Schwiesow, Zephyr Jampgard. He wins name of the night so far. Zephyr Jampgard. Lucas Hegeland of Lake Mills is your other runner. So Schwiesow from St. Ansgar, younger Schwiesow. Not youngest. We got Schwiesocks coming yet.
Schwiesocks, indeed. Schwiesow kids can do it all. They can run 400s. They can jump.
You can run 400s with obstacles. Yeah.
You got this.
Porter having a good leg here.
He is having a good leg.
Looks smooth. He looks better with the hurdles. I think he likes them. I'm going to have to ask him tomorrow. You really like those hurdles, don't you? I know how much he loves running. You should ask him about that sometime. More proof. You don't have to love it to be good at it. You just got to try hard, right? Give all your effort and do it for the team.
Well, he's obviously loving it, too.
For sure.
Which I'm sure helps.
Zephyr. And West Hancock out front. Porter Schwiesow in 2nd. Lake Mills Hegeland. The G's in the wrong spot in that last name. But that's just my opinion. I've told him that before. Lucas and I go way back. Like, Lucas. Why is the G not behind the L? He's like, that's a good point. I don't know either. But it's not. So it's Lucas Hegeland.
Hegeland?
H-E-L-G-E.
Oh, hell.
Yeah, how do you say it? I've asked him how to say it, and he said it different every time I asked him. So I'm not sure anybody really knows.
Too.
Yeah,
he's still working on that.
I'm just having fun with you, Lucas.
Man.
Lucas is a good sport, good athlete. Love seeing him in lots of different sports. That's a name we're going to have to get used to saying because I think we say it in football, we say it in baseball, we say it in track. I think he's a golfer, so we got to get him in all. Boys, 400-meter hurdle, heat 2, section 2, I should say. Tufty from Northwood, Kensett. Steedle, Newman Catholic, Jensen of Lake Mills, Smith of West Hancock, Robinson of Northwood Kensett, Niedert, Nashua Plainfield. Are your runners here in Section 2, boys, 400-meter hurdles?
Do you want a light on in here?
I do. I mean, I don't because it's going to attract bugs and I'm not going to be able to see, but I think it might be best if we can find one.
I think there's I'll find it here after this race.
Section 2, 400-meter hurdles for the boys underway.
Who is that back there turning on the jets? Is that a Newman? It's like a burgundy jersey.
It does look like a burgundy. If that's the case, that would be Sam Steedle. Your leader here, as we come to the corner, is apparently that Steedle, right? Looks like it to me. As we kind of come out of that stagger. Nashua Plainfield's Niedert on the outside in lane 8, having a good run as well. Sam Steedle, Newman Catholic, but here comes Nashua Plainfield on the outside. Steedle's going to hold him off and win Section 2. Sam Steedle, Newman Catholic. Chris Niedert from Nashua Plainfield finishes in second. Steedle runs a 102.5. 102.5 for Sam Steedle. His best time coming in tonight was 104.2.
Oh, man.
That's what you call improving.
That's definitely improving.
Jeremiah Jensen from Lake Mills finishes in third. Smith in fourth. On to heat number 3. Lane 1, Kyle Borman of Bishop Garrigan. Riceville's Kyle Vance in lane 2. Tucker Pakey in lane 3 from North Butler. Daniel Sutcliffe in lane 4. Lane 5, Daniel Britt of Janesville. Lane 6, Janesville's Dawson Graham. Andrew Schmidt of Nashua Plainfield in 7. And Camden Booz in lane number 8 from North Butler. Daniel Sutcliffe's best time, 55:39. That's the 7th best time in the state. Daniel Britt of Janesville has the 10th best time, just behind him at 55:87. Should be a two-man race here between Sutcliffe and Britt. Let's see if Pakey and Graham can prove us wrong or can, throw a little monkey wrench into their plans.
Yep.
If you're watching that team race, right, St. Ansgar has a golden opportunity to score a bunch of points while West Hancock does not here in this race. They're sitting in third with 8 runners to go.
Saints are?
No, West Hancock. And I'm saying in this compiled race through the first 2 heats, West Hancock they don't have any more runners running, and their time so far puts them in third. Oh, huge opportunity here for Daniel Sutcliffe from a team perspective to put some distance between the Saints and the Eagles. Let's see if he can get that done. Cliff looks to be flying up the middle. Here comes Daniel Sutcliffe. He's not messing around. Even with the stagger, he appears to be way out front. Daniel Britt of Janesville up there with him. I believe that's who's just on the outside of him would be Britt of Janesville. Daniel Sutcliffe for the Saints. Hits that wind wall as he comes around that last turn. Up the front stretch they come. Daniel Sutcliffe in lane 4. Daniel Britt of Janesville in 5. Over the last hurdle they go. And now it's a sprint to the end. Daniel Sutcliffe. Daniel Britt to the line.
Looks like Sutcliffe got past at the end of that one.
I think Britt wins it. He does. 56-25. Daniel Sutcliffe in second with a 56-29. Tucker Pakey, 58-94 from North Butler. Bishop Garrigan's Kyle Borman finishes in 4th. Camden Booz of North Butler in 5th. Sam Steedle of Newman Catholic in 6th. Kyle Vance in 7th. Chris Niedert, Nashua Plainfield in 8th. West Hancock finishes 9th, does not score in that event if you're following the team race. Daniel Sutcliffe will qualify for the state meet in the 400-meter hurdles. He'll just have to wait. Congratulations to Daniel Britt of Janesville, who wins the boys' 400-meter hurdles. Time of 56.25, 4 100ths faster than Daniel Sutcliffe. Like I said, who also will get in on time, in my opinion. And discus. Just those two. Yep.
There'll be just look behind the net. Oh, you know what?
All right. Here we go. A little behind the scenes stuff here. We're trying to get some stuff picked up. So we are moving on to the girls' 1,500-meter run. Bruggeman from West Hancock, Ella Horgan for the Saints, Julia Swift of Bishop Garrigan, Cadence Huck, Nashville Plainfield, Claire Zweibaummer of Riceville. You've heard those two names a bunch tonight. There are the runners to beat here. Kelly Avery, Newman Catholic, Ava Kohlhaas from Bishop Garrigan, Savara from Lake Mills, Abby Muller for the Saints, Tara Marchand, West Hancock, Tori Koenigs from Riceville, Addison Volker of North Butler, and Emma Hinders, Nashua Plainfield, are your girls' 1,500-meter entries. Cadence Huck, Claire Zweibaummer out front. They've separated themselves in that first lap. 3 to go. Julia Swift, the freshman from Bishop Garrigan, appears to be in third. Cadence Huck, the Oklahoma State track and field commit, has run this race in 4 minutes and 34 seconds this year. 4:34.
What's Claire's best time, Joe? Do you have that?
I do. 4:54.
20-second gap, and their best times.
Yep, and only 5 spots separate them. That's how elite Cadence's time is.
Wow.
Right? She's the 7th best time is 4:54. The 2nd best time is 4:34. Impressive. And the fact that there's somebody that runs it faster than that in Class 1A.
Yeah.
So Cadence will have the competition in the mile when she gets down there state, assuming she avoids disaster here in the next 2 1/4 laps. Can you get DQ'd in a 1,500-meter race? What do you have to do even? Because you can go wherever you want on the track, right? I suppose if she pushes Zweibaummer down, that would get you a DQ. Yeah. I don't see her doing that, so I think we're probably...
Step inside that line there, a little too left.
I suppose you can get off the track on the inside, and that could get you, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty sure she's not going to let that happen.
Yep, I agree. Smart, experienced runner. She's been doing this a long time. If you feel like, she's one of those kids who says, 6-year senior, just because they're so successful, around so long. Like, man, didn't we start talking about you like in the 90s? Feels like, it wasn't quite that long ago. But
and I remember you're hearing that a little bit here tonight too, with like these a freshman who's qualifying for state and winning, and like this was Cadence.
That was Cadence 4 years ago. Yep. We're going, well, this is going to be special. We get to watch this for 4 more.
Yeah.
The culmination of it, I guess, happening right now as we speak.
You got it.
Girls 1,500-meter run. Cadence Huck in the lead. Claire Zweibaummer right behind. Julia Swift in third from Bishop Garrigan. Your Saints runners here, Abby Muller and Ella Horgan.
Kind of look at the gap there between the first two, number 3, and everybody else.
Last call, boys, 4x100 meter relay. Again, last call, boys, 4x1.
Last lap here in the girls' 1,500 meter. Cadence will start to extend that lead. There she goes. Zweibaummer does a good job of picking up the pace, trying to maintain. Couple special runners there out front, no doubt about it. Ella Horgan for the Saints in fourth.
Good job, Ella. Thank you, Jordan.
AD extraordinaire Jordan Reindl helping us with equipment here tonight in the booth. He's a golf commentator expert, I've been told. I think we'll get another taste of that tomorrow, right?
We should. I expect to, let's say that.
All right. He's working on a heck of a nice tan this week. You know, a couple golf meets, track. Maybe we'll get a baseball scrimmage in tomorrow night. I mean, let's go. Outdoor activities are upon us. Here comes Cadence Huck to the finish line. Cadence Huck is going to win the girls' 1,500-meter run here in Northwood. Going to be just over 4:55 for a time. Cadence cruises to a victory. Claire Zwiebomber finishes in second. Those two will face off again next week at the state meet in Des Moines.
If you are missing your iPhone, you just have one turned in up the press box.
One last time, right?
One last time. Zwiebomber will be back next year. She's just a junior, so she'll get the opportunity to compete her senior season. And she'll be the one leading the pack, right? Everybody will be chasing her. Cadence Huck officially 4:56.03. Zwiebomber 5:02.7. Julia Swift 5:19. Here comes Ella Horgan charging to the finish. Nice finish for her.
Good job, Ella.
Ella Horgan finishes 5:39.3. Silvara from Lake Mills finishes in fifth. Volker from North Butler in sixth. Bruggeman of West Hancock in seventh. And Marchand of West Hancock in eighth. Abby Muller finishes in 10th for your Saints. Ella Horgan beats her personal best this season by over 3 seconds in that race tonight. Good job, Ella. Finishes fourth. Speaking of freshmen, right? Ella's just a freshman, so we'll get to see that for a few more years as well.
I think we'll have another Witt on the team again next year.
I think we will. You might have heard that name if you've been around the Saints track program. And got another special Witt coming. Up in the ranks, she'll be a freshman next year. Boys, 1,600-meter run up next. Jagger Trenton, Preston Bird, Ezra Ameline, Newt Rogney, Hayden Thompson, Riley Gowden, Brady Henning, Zachary Heiken. Let's go with Heiken. Avery Mueller, Cody Hart, Lucan Knudsen, Dan Spooner, Caden Callison, Bentley Steers, Carson Fox, Ben Schutt, Weston Weiland, Hunter. Oh, this is a new one. Walvanti. Yeah. Tripola, Hunter Walvanti, and Matthew Pridgeon of Riceville.
You called for Jagger earlier tonight.
You know what? I bet Jagger.
I don't see him out there right now. So
I wonder if he's under the weather. We didn't see him in that last race. Not in this one either. Did we get a replacement?
Lucan?
Do I see Lucan?
Looks like Lucan. Hard to
Yeah,
identify
he was
him.
also entered. Is there only one Saint out there?
I see Lucan. I don't see another Saints jersey.
All right, so Lucan is your Saint representative in this one. Your favorites, Newt Rogney of Lake Mills and his teammate Hayden Thompson, both have run under 4:40 this year, or right at 4:40. The 14th and 20th best times are your two Lake Mills runners of Rogney and Thompson. They are the two white shirts out on the top there on the waterfall.
Okay.
So they're out front. They get that as the best times. They get the opportunity to stagger, but be out front so they don't fall in that pack. I think they have to stay in that stagger until a certain point. Must be right here.
I would think you're right.
There they go.
There's your
There they go
indicator.
into the inside. So that's how they make that race fair when they have that many runners. When you at state, sometimes it's a mess in this 800 when they try to, or this 1,500 meter when they try to get 24 runners on the track at once. It can be entertaining.
Oh, yeah, there's a button on the lower right. Just hold it down. Thank you.
16 events scored. Daniel Sutcliffe gives the Saints the lead back. They lead over West Hancock 109 to 101.83. They cling to a 7-point and change lead. It's going to come down to the final couple of races. Let's see here. Does West Hancock by time should score in this race. So they're going to narrow that gap here. It appears, at least if everybody runs their times. The girls' race was 17 races scored. The Saints are going to win it here tonight. I will go ahead and go out on a limb. The Fox News projection desk, or whatever you want to call it, CNN, whichever your flavor is going to predict the Saints girls are going to win the team race. They have a 50-point lead here with a couple races to go. So congratulations to those Saints girls winning the team race here. Still work to be done, though, in Northwood. 2 races remain after this one. This is the boys' 1,600-meter run. 2 laps remain as they come to the line. The 2 Bulldogs out front, Newt Rogney, Hayden Thompson.
No surprises there, Joe. Seen these guys a bit tonight in these longer races.
Thompson's the taller of the 2. Rogney's with green shoes.
Are you asking?
I'm asking. So if you could zoom in on a number, I think Rogney's out front with number 4. He is. Hayden Thompson, just behind, is wearing number 5. And then North Butler would be Ameline, Ezra Ameline, in 3rd.
Yeah, considering, qualifying your kids for state is important because obviously winning state is all about points, and you can't get the points unless you have entrance.
Unless you have lots of qualifiers. You got it.
And I think if you take a look at the 1A state champs, I think you'd count on it takes 37 points to win it, just based on what I've seen looking back. It took St. Ansgar all of 40 last year to get it done, and they did. But I'm sure these coaches after tonight, those with qualifiers, will be doing the math.
Rogney leads Thompson to the line with 1 lap to go. Ameline in 2nd. Riley Gowden, West Hancock, in 3rd right now. That's really key for this team race. Nashua Plainfield's Avery Muller. Brexton Bird, excuse me, I believe that would be Bird from Nashua Plainfield. Right there with him, as well as the other North Butler runner, which is Henning.
Here's a look at your leaders here.
The 2 Lake Mills runners out front as predicted. Newt Rogney, Hayden Thompson. Rogney in the lead with 100 to go. Newt Rogney, Hayden Thompson from Lake Mills are going to finish 1-2 in the boys' 1,600-meter run here in Northwood. Newt Rogney is your champion. He'll advance to the state meet next week. Hayden Thompson in 2nd. Ameline from North Butler is going to finish 3rd. North Butler, I believe that's Henning, charges hard. He's going to finish 4th. Nashua Plainfield 5th, and West Hancock is going to finish in 6th. Northwood Kensett. Zachary Henkin finishes in 6th. Brady Henning. Avery Muller, Lucan Knudsen.
What place did Lucan get there?
So we got a little work to do. We've got they're not quite in the correct order here, so I don't want to. What's on the screen is not right. My eyes tell me what's on the screen is not correct.
Got it.
So I don't want to say it because we know Rogney won, and we know Hayden Thompson was 2nd, right?
And you're not seeing that yet.
No.
With this finish here, we got a strong finish.
Yeah. Okay, so my eyes aren't deceiving me. The 2 Lake Mills runners crossed the line well ahead of the North Butler runners. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's not
North
So the
Butler was
timing shows
third
by quite a distance.
3 seconds.
He didn't
or
win
more.
by 2 seconds.
North Butler?
Correct? Right.
No.
Okay. I just want to make
Is that
sure
what you got
because
there?
that's what it doesn't show final. So clearly there's some.
Got it.
There's a button that needs to be pushed somewhere. So it shows Lucan Knutson in 9th, that he finished in 9th.
And that feels about right. I think he had 8th. He got passed at the end there, but that was some rough counting on my part. So from a team's point perspective, team points right now, St. Ansgar is on top.
But they were leading by 7 or so. That lead has been reduced.
Yep.
We don't know by how much at this point. It's he either got 5th or 6th. There's some question here. And if you're following along at home, you can see the timing website I'm looking at, and you're seeing the same error I am. And they're working on getting that fixed. I can hear them over there trying to fix that as we speak. So let's talk about the next race as they do that. 4x100 meter relay. 2 sections here for the girls. Newman Catholic, Riceville, Northwood, Kensett, Rockford, and Nashua Plainfield are in section 1.
Got some interesting noises going on in the next room.
We do.
Party planning, perhaps. So 2 sections, 2 races left. Right?
Yep. 4x1 and
4x4.
4x4. You got it. There's 2 sections of girls, 4x1, 2 sections of boys, 4x1, and then 1 of each for the 4x4.
They kind of saved the most exciting for last.
They do. I think they do that on purpose.
Yeah, they do. Some more concessions that way.
Yeah, right. Keep everybody hanging around. We get more viewers on Saints TV this way, too, so we're all right.
That's true.
Advertising. Section 1, girls 4x100 meter relay underway. Newman Catholic, Riceville, Northwood, Kensett, Rockford, and Nashua Plainfield. This happens fast, so we aren't going to go through a bunch of names. Watch the handoffs. That's what's key in these
Yes, it is.
races. Any bobble is likely going to cost you.
Trying to keep the camera wide enough that you can see the handoffs, but close enough that you can see who, and that's
Yeah.
often difficult.
No doubt. Northwood,
Good
Kensett
Northwood.
hands off first, it appears. Rockford and Riceville right behind. They even out here about the 100 mark and make another handoff. We'll get some idea. First, the handoff is Northwood Kensett. They have what I would call a commanding lead.
Yes, indeed.
Nashua Plainfield right behind them, then Rockford. Northwood Kensett. Nashua Plainfield, Rockford, Riceville, Newman. That's how we're going to finish here in section 1 of 2 of the girls 4x100 meter relay. Northwood Kensett comes in with a time of 57.62, 57.62 for Northwood Kensett. That's the time to beat as we head to section number 2, North Butler in lane 1, Bishop Garrigan in lane 2, Clarksville in lane 3, Lake Mills in 4, St. Ansgar in 5, West Hancock in 6, Janesville in 7, Tripola in 8. So St. Ansgar has the 5th best time in the state coming into tonight, but that's with JC running it, and JC's not running it tonight, right? Decisions have to be made. So some substitutions in here. Still going to be very fast for the Saints. Lake Mills, the team to beat. They have the 2nd best time recorded in 1A this year with the 2 Eastvold, I'm going to assume sisters, perhaps cousins, Budak and Liebeg for Lake Mills. Saints running Michaels, Brum, Jewel, and Winia.
So what do you know about that, Joe? If you qualify for an event at the state meet, you don't have to run the same runners that you ran to qualify for that, right?
You don't. Correct. You can list alternates, and then those alternates can run, but you can still only participate in 4 events.
Got it.
So you can be an alternate for an event, but you can't run in it if you're already participating in 4 events.
That makes sense.
4x100 meter, section 2. This is an exciting relay when it comes to handoff. St. Ansgar looks good out front, as does West Hancock. Bishop Garrigan on the inside with a strong run as well. We head to the last handoff. Blake Mills proving why they're the number one seed here coming in. Briley Winnie has got the baton for the Saints with work to do. West Hancock in second. Clarksville in second. West Hancock in third. St. Ansgar in fourth. Lake Mills wins the 4x100 meter relay here in Northwood. Congratulations. Ladies, they qualify for the state meet with a time of 50.46. Just off their best time, one of the best times in the state this year. Clarksville finishes in second at 51.69. West Hancock in third, 51.84. St. Ansgar in fourth at 52.49. That's got a shot of qualifying as well. North Butler's time in fifth at 52.94 has a shot of qualifying. So it's going to be maybe a sleepless night for those girls as they watch the scores come in.
Well, I can't imagine the sleepless for long. These scores, they're official the moment we see them official,
Yeah,
right?
that's true. It doesn't, 3 years ago, they had an excuse for it to take till tomorrow morning. Today, you don't.
No.
Well, maybe 5 years ago. 3 years ago, you didn't either, but it still did somehow. But you certainly don't now.
You may officially know before.
Before we leave the parking lot, we should know, right? You should.
Yeah, depending on the cadence of the other events, boy, oh boy, by the time you get home, you probably know.
For sure. Boys, 4x100 coming up next. 2 heats here again, or 2 sections again for the boys. And
I sense a resistance to calling them heats.
it's because the track lingo is a heat is a preliminary and a section is a final.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I learned that from the state track announcer guy. He does such a great job down there in the stadium. And, you know, when you're the best at something, people copy you. So I'm just trying to copy that guy because he's really good at it.
I like that. That's a solid way of thinking.
Yep. Heats indicate we're going to run the heats, and then we're going to pick out the best, right, and run a final versus these are timed finals. These are finals. They call them sections in the, the track world, I guess. So section 1, Nashua Plainfield. Appears to be out front there. Newman Catholic, Tripola, Rockford, and Northwood Kensett also in this one. But it is Nashua Plainfield in section 1 with a commanding lead. Tripola in second. Rockford in third. But here comes Northwood on the inside. The Rockford runner's going to hold him off, get third. Northwood Kensett's going to finish in fourth. 47.94 is the time for Nashua Plainfield. 47.94 is the time to beat. Tripola finishes second. Rockford third. Northwood Kensett fourth in that section number 1 of 2. Section 2 of 2 looks like this. Janesville in lane 1. Bishop Garrigan in 2. North Butler in 3. West Hancock in 4. St. Ansgar in 5. Lake Mills in 6. Riceville in 7. Clarksville in lane number 8. So here you go. We go back to this team race thing, right? West Hancock has run a 1/10 of a second better than St. Ansgar in this race for their best time this year. So this is essentially a dead heat between St. Ansgar and West Hancock. With 2 races to go, St. Ansgar's lead is 2.17 points over West Hancock in the team race. The girls' team race is all but over. Well, no, it is over. The girls have won. The St. Ansgar girls have won the team race. The boys' race, hotly contested here, of slim 1-point or 2-point lead for St. Ansgar going into this race. So if one gets first and one gets second, there will be 0.17 points separating them going into the last race. Boys, 4x1, section 2. Running for the Saints, Corbin Michaels, Dylan Brum, Tyson Klein, and Daniel Sutcliffe. Michaels for the Saints. Nathan Bixel for West Hancock.
Great exchange.
Dylan Brum out fast. Chased by Jacoby Subject of West Hancock.
Not the
Gomez
exchange
and
they
Klein
wanted.
for St. Ansgar and West Hancock. Tyson Klein has the Saints in the lead. Daniel Sutcliffe has the lead for the Saints. Brady Bixel on the inside. Brady Bixel and West Hancock Eagles win the 4x100 meter relay over the Saints, who finished second. And that team race is essentially tied after that one. With one race to go, the Saints cling to a .17 point lead. Yes, I said .17.
.17.
West Hancock runs a 45 flat to win that one. St. Ansgar finishes second. 45:36 is their time. Again, those are going to be very close. Obviously, West Hancock's in with the victory. St. Ansgar will have to wait to see if 45:36 is good enough to qualify. Riceville finishes third, Bishop Garrigan fourth, Lake Mills fifth, Nashville Plainfield in sixth, Tripola in eighth, Clarksville in seventh.
Camera was going black here on purpose. We're putting a new battery in here.
We don't want to lose.
We don't want to miss
for the most exciting race of the night.
You got it. You got it. That last battery we had seemed like it was showing a decent percentage remaining.
And it just
and
gave up.
Cut out on us, yeah.
Girls 4x400 meter relay. Riceville in lane 1, Bishop Garrigan in lane 2, Janesville in lane 3, St. Ansgar in 4, Lake Mills in 5, West Hancock in 6, Tripola in 7, Nashua Plainfield in lane 8. The Saints, the 5th best time this year in the 4x4, running Lila Powers, Ava Falk, Amelia Porsche, and J.C. Johnston. Lake Mills, Liebig, Delger, Buda, and Sauer, the 21st best time in the state. Two-horse race here again as we go into the 4x4, the most exciting and final race of the night coming your way.
One section each, correct?
One section each, except when I'm wrong, which is for the boys, there are two sections. One for the girls. How about that?
One for the girls. Fair enough.
I'm going to go back, and we're going to go to this team score thing. Just make sure that I'm right on that. Yes, .17 is the lead for St. Ansgar. The St. Ansgar girls are going to win the team race. The boys and West Hancock are going to come down to the 4x4.
Oh
Basically,
my.
whichever team finishes ahead of the other one in the 4x4 wins it. Right? It's as simple as that.
That's simple.
St. Ansgar has to beat West Hancock to win the team race. West Hancock has to beat St. Ansgar to win the team race.
A fraction of a point separates them, so
finish ahead of the other team is all you got to do.
That won't finish in fractions. It's going to finish in whole points.
It'll be interesting to see how that impacts that race, because neither team, time-wise, is in it to win it. If you follow what I'm saying, neither team has a chance on paper. Now, competing for a championship, does that change that? Let's find out. But we got to do this girls 4x4 first. The most exciting race in track and field. Lila Powers in my book first. Is that Lila? Is that in fact true?
Yes,
Runs like
is.
a Lila Powers. She has the first leg for the Saints. Liebig running the first leg. I hear a "Come on, Lila, let's go" from Dad in the stands. Love it. Lila hears it. Lila responds. Great first 400 for the Saints. Lake Mills in second. West Hancock in third. Janesville fourth. As we come to the handoffs. Lake Mills and West Hancock, kind of a dead heat right now. Ava Falk has the baton for the Saints in their second leg. Delger for Lake Mills. Hedeman for Janesville. West Hancock with Atchison. Riceville's running Becker. Ludwig for Bishop Garrigan. Schroeder for Tripola. And Marembe for Nashville Plainfield.
Take a look at second, third, and fourth here. Saints in the lead on this one.
Looks like Ava Falk has extended that lead.
She has.
For St. Ansgar in the 4x4. Ava Falk with the kick. she's going to hand it off to Amelia Porsche. Amelia Porsche has the baton for her last state qualifying meet race of her career, her great Saints career. The Air Force volleyball commit has the baton way out front. The Saints 4x4 has a commanding lead over Lake Mills and West Hancock.
A commanding lead indeed.
There they go. Amelia Porsche is not messing around either.
No, she's not. So here's a look at the field here. The final handoff happening right now. So
she has a 100-meter lead over second place, Lake Mills.
And we still haven't found.
There she is. 100 to go.
First, second, third, that shot.
Amelia Porsche looking for J.C. Johnston. Porsche to Johnston for the final leg of the night for the girls. Running a blistering pace are the Saints in the 4x4. J.C. Johnston has the Saints in the lead. Lake Mills, Janesville, West Hancock. Follow, but it's all St. Ansgar in the 4x4 here in a night that has been all St. Ansgar. The team race, they ran away with. They're going to win by 50-plus points. Going to cap it off with a 4x400-meter relay championship. Congratulations, Lila Powers, Ava Falk, Amelia Porsche, and J.C. Johnston as they win the 4x400-meter relay here in Northwood. Congratulations, ladies. We'll see you next week.
Now, that is exciting for these ladies.
What
Great
a
job
night.
to the 4x4 team, every one of them. We got a battle here for second
We
place.
do have a battle. Lake Mills, West Hancock. West Hancock overpowers here. Can she hang on? West
think she will.
Hancock is going to finish second in the 4x4. Lake Mills in third. I believe that's Janesville fourth. 4:12.57 for St. Ansgar. West Hancock indeed in second place with a 4:38. Lake Mills finishes third with a 4:39. Janesville in fourth at 4:43. What a night for these St. Ansgar girls. They win the team race by half 100. They qualify in, I don't know, we're going to find out, but 15 events, something like that. I mean, it's going to be a bunch and going to have multiple qualifiers.
Oh, my goodness.
Or potentially in a throwing event. Just an awesome night here. Congratulations to the Saints ladies. The boys up next trying to seal the deal. Here you go. If you're just joining us, the boys have, St. Ansgar boys lead the West Hancock boys by 0.17 points with this last race. So for the team race, it comes down to this. Whoever finishes, assuming they both finish in the top 8, and they should, whoever finishes ahead of the other one wins the team championship. If West Hancock finishes ahead of St. Ansgar, then they win it.
We have a
Did we get an adjustment? No, we did get an adjustment. There you go.
So Saints have essentially a 2-point advantage.
Now a 2-point advantage. Yep, 2.1, 7-point advantage. So they need to be with, depending on the place, right? This is going to be fun. They have
if
to.
if it's a top,
the top 3,
four. Oh my goodness,
my head hurts. All we know is it comes down to this. How about this? How about those St. Ansgar boys just go out and win this thing? There are 2 sections of the boys 4x400 meter relay. Newman Catholic, Riceville, and Janesville are going to run in this first one. So for your times coming in, St. Ansgar's best time is 3:42.59. West Hancock's best time is 3:38.48.
Wow. So West Hancock holds the upper hand best time-wise.
Yep. If you're going based on time, St. Ansgar should finish 5th and West Hancock 4th, which would mean
would be St. Ansgar
would
win.
wins by a fraction of a point, correct?
Fifth, fourth would be 1 point gain. So, yeah.
Yeah.
One and a
point,
fraction.
1 and a fraction. Here we go. This is
But you don't know who they're running tonight?
Nope.
You don't know how the coaches
Exactly
played
right.
that.
So this will be fun. This will be good. This will be making fun to watch. We'll set all that up here in the next race. Newman Catholic, Riceville, and Janesville. Running the 4x4 here in Section 1. What a great night all the way around. Been fun. Thanks for joining me and doing this with us. This has been a ton of fun. Had 300 or 400 viewers out there all night long, kind of coming and going. So awesome to be able to showcase our athletes here in North Iowa.
Yeah, I appreciate your technical support, Joe. We're really hoping to get a separate stream for every single event. It just wasn't working that in our favor. I think we did overall pretty good considering the weather conditions we got here and all the things that were working against us. So.
We had a camera break in half when the wind blew it over.
We did have that.
It was just the mount. I think it's salvageable, but it's one of those nights when a tripod that weighs 20 pounds blows over in the wind, you know it's winning.
At its lowest setting. It wasn't even
right. It wasn't even up in the air. It was basically on the ground already. Section 1 here, boys. 4x400 meter relay. Riceville's out front. Janesville and Newman Catholic. So I wonder what updated in these points that changed those team points. I guess we can go back and look, but something did.
Yeah, I honestly wouldn't even know how to track it.
Nah, me either.
But you might have been upset if the update didn't work in your favor.
Right. Yeah, now that they
now I'm like,
gave us a little breathing room, feel a little better about it. In Section 1 here, Riceville in the lead. Their second runner here. Newman Catholic and Janesville out there as well.
Pretty tight halfway through.
It sure is. Riceville's got Asher Ebert, the freshman, out on the track. Dan Spooner for Newman Catholic and Blaine Porter for Janesville.
These guys are just hanging out together.
They sure are. They sure are.
They're talking about your point separation.
Yes, they are. We're getting the update. Janesville's taking the lead here. Newman Catholic in second. Riceville in third. Final leg here, Section 1, 4x400 meter relay. O'Connell for Newman. Vance for Riceville. Kibbe for Janesville.
Battle here, first and second in this section.
Newman Catholic, Noah O'Connell, headed to the finish line here in Section 1 of the boys 4x400 meter relay. He's going to win Section 1, or Newman's going to win Section 1. Looks like Janesville finish in second, Riceville right behind in third, and we head to the last race of the night. With the team race hanging in the balance, it looks like this. Section 2, Northwood Kensett in lane 1, St. Ansgar in lane 2, Lake Mills in 3, Bishop Garrigan in 4, Nashua Plainfield in 5, West Hancock in 6, North Butler in 7. The Saints are running Clevenger, Landon Hillman, Jay Swishow, and Trey Johans. West Hancock is running Dixon, Van Epps, Collins, and Gakin. We saw Gakin already run a blazing fast. That was an 800, I believe.
Yeah.
So we know he can move. We know what Trey Johans can do. We've seen him run and elevate in different sports. Let's see what it looks like on the old track tonight.
Oh, my goodness. Is this our usual crew for this? Again, a lot of young blood. A lot of young blood in this thing.
There sure is. There sure is. Anchored by senior Jay Sweesow. We haven't seen Landon Hillman run tonight, have we? This is his first race?
I thought he was in
one of those relays early. He was.
Young guy relays.
He was. Yep, you are correct. So here we go. If you're watching for the team race, it all comes down to this, right? If West Hancock beats St. Ansgar in this race, they will, well, it depends. They have to beat them to have any chance. If St. Ansgar finishes ahead of West Hancock, they will seal the deal. And West Hancock could beat St. Ansgar, but if it's only by one spot and it happens to be 4th, 5th, or 6th, then the St. Ansgar will...
Well, even otherwise, right? No, you're right. If it's
if West Hancock is 4th and we're 5th, then we still win. If we're 6th, we still win. But if we're 7th, we don't. So anyway, we'll explain it as we get done. And then we might be wrong, but we're just going off of what the sheet says. So this will be a fun one. In terms of team race here, Bishop Garrigan is the favorite. They've won a 3:29.55, the 11th best time in 1A this year. Bishop Garrigan, lane 4, running Furch here on this first leg. They're the team to beat. Joe Clevenger for the Saints.
Yeah, it would take a top 3 finish by West Hancock, right, with one runner in between.
You got it.
Or
2 runners in between.
3 with 2 runners in between.
You got it. There you go. That's the easy way to explain it. First leg of the boys 4x400 meter relay, section 2. West Hancock out there on the outside with a freshman, Dixon. Nashua Plainfield. Lake Mills. Garrigan. Joe Clevenger for the Saints. Clevenger hands it off to Hillman for the Saints. West Hancock running Caden Van Epps. There goes Lake Mills, Nash Delger. Bishop Garrigan with Lichter. Peterson for Northwood Kensett. Miller running for North Butler. West Hancock drops back to 3rd there as Lake Mills and Bishop Garrigan go to the front.
I say Hillman looks really good on this. Those long strides are getting him some ground.
Nashua Plainfield in 4th. Landon Hillman and the Saints in 5th. Really good finish by West Hancock there to that leg. Hillman gets it into Schwiesau's hands. West Hancock is in 3rd. St. Ansgar is in 5th. If this result held, the Saints would win by 0.17 points. Here comes Northwood Kensett alongside Schwiesau to make the pass. In the team race, giving West Hancock the lead temporarily.
Yep. But it is tight there. It is tight.
It
1
is
through
tight.
4 is tight.
You got it.
It's tight. 5 and 6 are tight. There's a lot happening here.
Bishop Garrigan in the lead. Lake Mills in 2nd. West Hancock in 3rd. Nashua Plainfield in 4th. Schwiesau is going to make the pass right at the line. We'll call it a tie between Lake Mills. Trey Johans has the baton for the Saints. Northwood Kensett out quick. Ahead of him with Tufty. Lake Mills running Steeney. Bishop Garrigan with Murphy. Nashua Plainfield running Landon Felsky. And Gaken running for West Hancock. Gomez for North Butler.
West Hancock looking strong on this one right now.
Trey Johans is going to have to pass the Northwood Kensett kid right here. We need it for the team race. He's doing his best. Bishop Garrigan and Lake Mills in a dead heat coming up the front stretch for first and second. Bishop Garrigan to the line. Bishop Garrigan wins the 4x4. Lake Mills in
now
second.
This matters right here because
third, West Hancock. Fourth, Nashville Plainfield. If Trey wins this race, the Saints win the team race. If Northwood Kensett does, then West Hancock does. Northwood Kensett edges the Saints, and West Hancock is going to win the team race by less than a point.
0.83 point margin of victory.
Wow, what a race.
Wow, indeed.
What a race. Let's go get you some official times here for that last race. It looks like this. Bishop Garrigan wins it with a 3:32.58. Lake Mills 3:32.82 in second. West Hancock finishes third. Nashville Plainfield fourth. Northwood Kensett fifth. St. Ansgar loses the team race by 14/100ths of a second. Finishes in sixth. All comes down to that. What a night. It's still a great night. And a ton of fun. Everybody ran really, really well. I guess it doesn't get any closer than that, right? That's as close as it gets. Congratulations to the Saints girls who win the state qualifying meet here in Northwood. As a team, advance. Whole fleet of runners. Will get the final list out to you as soon as we have it. Like you said, with technology, hopefully that's not too late tonight. We'll have the official list of qualifiers. I think a bunch of events are going to make it on both the boys and the girls side. We will have that update for you on our Facebook pages and all those places. I'm sure Keeley and the team will get great. West Hancock officially wins by 0.83 points over the Saints in the boys team race.
Congratulations to West Hancock.
What a night for everybody all around. Good to see everybody compete.
Yeah, girls, Saints, ladies, congratulations on the win here tonight. Congratulations, West Hancock edging out the Saints by 0.14 seconds. Is that right?
Yep.
At the end of that one.
Yep.
To take the victory. Good night. Good night. We got Jay Batch here. It's always good to see Jay Batch hanging out when this one gets over.
It was a good night here. Thanks for having us.
Man. Give this guy a headset. What's that?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Here you go. What is this one? Let's see what we got here. What are you doing? You're putting this on.
There you go.
Join us. Yeah, put it on. This is Saints TV contributor Jay Batch, the man with only one name, Jay Batch. Say something.
There you go.
What's wrong with you, man? Come on. Come here. We got to talk about running this event, right? Just real quick while we get official stuff for you.
Yeah, what's it like to get all of this stuff together?
Tell us about that. Jake Urbach here from Northwood, Iowa. The guy teaches school here or something like that. Is that right? You a teacher here? What do you do?
Teach second grade.
Oh, he's not even. We got to get him on that one. Try that one.
I teach second grade.
Hello, one more time.
I teach second grade.
Where are you?
I don't know.
Are you plugged in?
Of course he is, right? Is this one working? This one's working. I don't know what's wrong with that one.
I don't know either. Put it on.
But try that
Put
one.
it on.
Yeah,
Try
this
that.
one's dead. We're going to have to figure out why
What's
that
going
one's
on? You
dead.
say you're in second grade?
Well, I teach second grade, my man.
You act like a second grader.
I
That's
do-
all right.
I
That's
do
probably why I get
sometimes.
along with him so well.
That's right.
All right, before we close off here, we get a chance to talk to Jake Urbach, Saints TV name, Jay Batch. Jay Batch, tell us about, like, what do you do here? What's going on? What do you know about what's involved with putting one of these meets together?
I just know it takes a lot of people that in the community that care about running a good event.
We're talking about that. Northwood runs a good event. You guys have a lot of meets. You guys know what you're doing. You have great systems here, great people here. Thanks for your contributions to make this work. You got this press box is amazing. Got these big windows.
Yeah, this is a great place to broadcast from.
This tripod is too tall in most places.
It's perfect here.
Well, you guys do good work.
It's perfect here.
No, we appreciate it. And like I said, thanks for. It takes a community, right, to pull all this stuff off, and it's amazing. It looks like you got about everybody in town out, right, to help pull this thing off. So
Pretty much.
Did a great job tonight. It's just after 10 o'clock. That's about as fast as you can run one of these with a 30-minute break imposed in the middle of it.
Yeah, well, we did the best we could, I guess.
Well, you did a great job. Great job. Jay Batch, what was the greatest moment of tonight for you?
Oh, well, The greatest moment tonight for me was having Tony Enerson run the timing system for us. He's a professional, so that was great.
That's awesome.
Took some pressure off me for sure.
Oh my goodness, that is true. That timing is incredible. How quickly that comes through. And take a look here. These Saints ladies who seem to be celebrating something. What could
celebrating that team championship here in Northwood? They win the team race. Get one of those nice banners to add to the collection that we have in the gym. They are advancing a bunch to the state meet here next week as well. I'm just going to try to go through the list here for you of who we know made it for sure. So J.C. Johnston's in the 200. Lindsay Cruzy's in for discus for sure. Lindsay Cruzy's in for shot put for sure. In the relays, the girls are in for the sprint med for sure. The 4x1, the 4x4. The 4x1 shuttle hurdle, the 4x4, and the 4x8 are all automatic qualifiers. I believe Athey will make it on distance for the shot put. She should also qualify. It's going to be close, but just looking at it, I think she's got a legitimate shot there as well. The distance med finished second, will qualify for that time. I'll go out on a limb and say that. The 4x2 and the 4x1 are going to be very close. We'll wait and see how those things play out here tonight. Lila Powers is going to qualify in the 800 with her time as well. Well, again, we'll find out later. I'm making some predictions here. 100-meter hurdles. Will Winnie and Peterson make it in the hurdles? I guess I'm not going to go on a limb there. I don't know. We're going to find out. We'll wait and see how that one plays out. But that's how it looks like qualifiers for girls. For the boys, automatic qualifiers. So your champions here tonight in the boys 100, Dylan Brum going to qualify in the 100 and the 200. Daniel Sutcliffe qualified in the 400 for the boys. Braden Halverson in the discus. Colton Winnia in the high jump. Braden Halverson in the shot put. They all made it for sure. Relays, sprint med. The boys qualified in the sprint med, just like the girls. They are in for sure. So those are the qualifiers for your boys that we know of. If we start to speculate, we can go through some of those others on the list. 400-meter hurdles, Daniel Sutcliffe has a chance as well. So that's what it looks like for the boys. What a great night here.
What a great night. Thank you, Jay Batch. Jay Batch had to sign off. He's got things to do here, right? So congratulations to these ladies. The guys. The season's not over, but to get to this point, to be sending all these kids, man, I can't wait. I'm sure you'll be getting an opportunity to buy the T-shirt with all those names crammed into them here.
Exactly.
Probably the next 24 hours or so.
And we'll get you an official list. Congratulations to the West Hancock Eagles. They win the boys' race by a fractions of a point on the strength of that last race over your Saints, who finished second. Great night all the way around.
You bet. And with that, we're going to see you tomorrow at the golf event, the ladies' pre-state qualifier. We'll just call it that for now.
Yeah,
10 a.m. tomorrow.
We got to do this again in less than
11
hours.
Yeah, you got it. So we'll see you on the golf course tomorrow. If not, there's Saints TV for that. Don't forget graduation on Sunday. We'll be streaming that as well. And then we have plans to do a junior high track conference, boys and girls, on Monday as well. And after that, well, we'll find out. There's probably a whole lot more going on, including what are we doing for state? That'll be exciting. Be there with us. We'll see you then. Thanks for joining us. Nighty night.